want everyone to look back not only at me, but my teams, and think to themselves, pure consistency. I wanted to make sure I left no stones unturned when I eventually retired.
Kalau misalnya kalian main gak enjoy, percuma kalian main. Ya ketemu mereka sih, gue seneng banget sih karena gue banyak perubahan.
When I think about performing on stage, I always had this kind of big burst of energy. You just kind of let it pour out of you. You give all that you can in the game.
With the passing of my papa, I always wear a necklace for him. It was his necklace and something I carry along in every match. My papa always worked hard in everything that he did. When times get tough, I'll always hold on to the necklace and make sure like he's there for me, and whenever I feel his presence, it's like, it's unreal for me.
Ini waktu si Felix gue umpetin dulu ya.
Fnatic up to you. Team A or Team B?
Ntar gue tambahin ya guys ya. Ingetin ya waktunya ya 20 jam ya.
So you want A? Okay, so EG, you will be B. Your first ban, Fnatic. Pearl, your ban. And map number 1. Side on Lotus. Okay. And then map number 2. Side on Fracture. Okay, next set of bans starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Haven, and Split.
Ooh.
Your ban, you have Haven and Split. Take out Haven. Okay, so map number 3 will be Split. Fnatic side on Split. Let's run back through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, EG with Bind. Map number 1 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 2 is Fracture with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans are Ascent and Haven. Decider will be Split with Fnatic on defense. Sure. All good? Good luck to you both. Good luck.
Wow. Sama ya. Here we go. Our final.
Both teams have been immaculate in the land of the rising sun, but today blood will be drawn. It's time for EG versus Fnatic, a match no one would have seen coming into the upper finals of a Masters event.
It is ridiculous that we've got these two teams here. I think everyone was anticipating Fnatic being in this spot, but EG minimum top 3, fighting for a grand finals position, and looking like they could do it as well.
Someone bust out the tinfoil hats.
Dude, I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean, if your brackets have not been broken at this point, you need to be buying some lottery tickets or something, man, because, yeah, it's an insane prediction overall, and these two teams are going to be so interesting to watch. Stylistically, they have so many similarities, you can't really give an edge in terms of that regard. It really is going to come down to some of the individual form and the ideas and how prepared they are for this. I mean, we've seen the map select. We know what's being played as well. We were kind of alluding to the fact that we wanted to see some of the best maps being pulled out by either of these teams. I think we've got that. Yeah. We've got Lotus and Fracture as our first 2 maps. Lotus, I love the way Fnatic play this map. I think they have some of the best ideas in terms of how they want to play it, in particular with their comp. especially the way that they, play to defense on C, with the utilization of the Odin spam as well. On top of it, they have so many little layers that just put them ahead of other teams on that map. And for Fracture, EG are going to be coming at them with the playbook that weighs down the desk is going to break it in half, man. I mean, I said this when we were casting them, but they have so many little things to add on. You are left reeling if you try and keep up and adapt.
And Fnatic have had some experience playing against that composition because they beat NRG here. That's the first time that we've seen them play against the Sova composition. But there's a difference between playing against the comp when NRG run it and playing against the comp when EG, the progenitors of it, start out. So, taking a look at this one, again, EG running that solo Omen composition. I don't like the comp, but EG keep winning with it. So who am I to argue? This would be incredible, though, if EG were able to get an upset result here in the first. It should be Fnatic taking it away. This is the best chance to win a map in the whole series.
The Prime Gaming agent select. I mean, no surprises here. One of the unique things that Fnatic do run is they do like to have the Fade being ran into the Sky. Sky has a ton of popularity on this map for good reason. So tools are like almost a jack of all trade, but she does them all well with the flashes and everything else. But I am just so excited to get into this map.
Well, the pressure is on for both of these teams, but it's time to dive into the action. And look, I got no idea how this bad boy is going to end, but I can say with certainty that we have two fantastic casters to call. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. Truly incredible prospect in front of us. Two teams in never-seen-before form going head-to-head. Talk to me about where this battle is taking place. Map 1.
I mean, it's really interesting we start on Lotus. Obviously, the only loss that still sticks there for Fnatic, back at lock-in, but I mean, EG toppled foot, which in my eyes was one of the hottest prospects in terms of this map overall, this stage here in Tokyo. But man, is it a tall order. It's such a tall order. And the thing is as well, we're going to have to see EG, I think, embrace an aspect of play that we haven't really seen them have to rely on yet, in the form of anti-stratting. We saw Fnatic make huge adjustments versus PRX, the complete dismantling of PRX on this map. So really, what are Fnatic going to bring today? Do they go back to basics? Do they have something else cooked up here? This is a true test to start off this series.
Deep breaths now. This is history in the making, potentially. Fnatic flawless thus far. Same to be said for EG. But only one can walk away from this with that clean record in place. EG on that defending side. Fnatic on the attack. Let's find out who draws blood first.
So it might actually be Comms setting up here for a play outside the door with a fault line, but Fnatic haven't, again, now the sound cue comes through. Demon 1 posted up pretty deep on this, but Dirk will be able to slip away behind the smoke.
Let's see how quickly EG can respond, because Fnatic are very quick on the pivot. This puts a lot of pressure on Boostio. Got a little bit of his setup there, but he's playing slightly in front of it, and he gets dealt with. Chronicle takes him down with ease. The site's now open. They shifted so quickly from that even just attempt at drawing out that pressure on C to this A piece, and the plant should be coming in uncontested.
Safe as well for Tree. There's a very deep position here for Boaster and Durka to be dug out of by EG. It's actually the focal point is going to become potentially through archway or ropes here.
Still a couple of smokes in play, though. They can at least allow some safe passage back through, but they got to get a move on here. A lot of positions hard to clear out for EG. Fnatic's taking very deep. Chronicle unchecked on, gets away with destroying Ethan. D1 does respond, but again, time ticking and a lot of bodies to find. 4 still standing, make it against just the 2 now. Jooomers and Com, nothing to be done here. Beautiful work from Fnatic. Mike, roll it back to the start of that round for me.
I mean, this is actually really interesting, because Boostio, it looks as if he puts an anti-plant setup. So the fact that he's looking to swing off his turret, I don't think he has any ability to retreat from this. This is a very committed position. You can see the alarm bot here on default, turret on top, and actually a nano swarm inside site here. It's all to deny the plant or buy a little time, stall out. Because again, just to come back to something the desk touched on, solo Omen, the strength of this composition for EG doesn't lie in retakes. We saw how long it took them to set up and wait for some of that utility to come back online and people to be in the right position.
Pilih satu doang
Trying to get a little proactive this time around. Classics in a frenzy for Demon 1, but that's all she wrote. And you can see how hyper-aware Fnatic are of this, sitting very deep. We are seeing that Marshall back out, but plenty of rifles to supplement too. That's going to be handled, and they're trying to get that trap piece again. Durka does fall away, but they are very heads up about this. Fnatic looking very composed after some, I guess, of these pieces have caught teams out. EG was able to make a lot of these work very well. However, this time Durka's on the case, and the second they crest that corner, they're more than likely dead.
themselves a wide open A site here, other than Com. Only a classic in hand. Durka still trying to farm up. A couple of kills here with the Marshal. We know it's usually the cornerstone of round 2 sort of purchase from Fnatic, but he will get an upgrade here with 4 bodies on the other side. I think rightfully so. I'll try and prioritize the showstopper progress.
It's still being quite cautious on the side. There is a player there. I think that's Com, just kind of tucked up towards the top side of the A site. Trade, not bad. That's a rifle, not completely available. Oh god, hold on. Boostio's going nuts. There's a rifle and a Marshal now recoverable within range. Luckily for them, they've got Chronicle and Leo digging in their heels. This round should not have been a problem, and Chronicle is making that the case. Time now. Not a lot to play with, but a little bit of movement here for Demon One. What can he do? Alpha and Leo just about slipping through at the end of that door, maybe finding a little bit of a gap to work with, but listen to that clock ticking. He has to give away his position. And Alpha sitting deep. Leo making sure he's not slipped the side just yet. And now they know it. Beautifully played by Fnatic in the end, but there were dangers made there.
It wasn't actually, even here with Demon One, finding the Vandal. You almost want to see him play time here and force Fnatic to fall to the spike. It's Phantom and a Bulldog. Boostio.
Beautiful.
I mean, making this look like a rifle, honestly, with the second. A big gap here between Boaster and Durka. Like I said, EG unfortunately can't actually follow through with that. Chronicle key in that regard.
They're the players you want there, though, right? Chronicle and Leo just in those sort of positions, throwing Alpha as well. Very, very safe pair of hands. Getting Fnatic to that second round here. A little bit of a different start for EG. A new conundrum to deal with. This time around, they've got that buy, though. Let's see what they've got coming out for us here. Fnatic probably going to take their time, and I told a lie. There's no time to be taken. Durka's already taken down Boostio, and that's a C-site on a platter. Boostio, a couple of times now getting punished early.
See as well how much control they really receive off his utility here. So it's going to pull Com towards the entrance of B, and also Jorgamo over towards C. But actually, preemptively, Ethan's headed this way as well. I guess on the back of Demon One's forward position on Rubble. Fnatic on the back of the opener. Probably identified the correct thing, which is actually there's a gap towards B. Retrieve the orb for the time being. Fnatic really waiting out aggression. Look at just jump spot, but as soon as that star goes down, you have to respect it. Some Sheriffs will come in here, Frenzy in the hands of Ethan, but no Blade Storm, so I don't know how much damage EG are really going to be able to do here.
Durka, I'm afraid. Through A pretty quickly, clearing as he goes.
Sumpah, tapi kalau ini
through, Boat's going to find him. Nice work from Fnatic, keeping everything tied up. No opportunities here for EG. Jorgamo and Demon One. Okay, that's not bad, but it's a lot of work to be even considering this dangerous.
Cover going out. So yeah, Demon One getting a little bit ahead of Jorgamo here. Will fall, Leo will clean it up. Very clean anti-eco here. Boaster falls, yes, but Fnatic have got themselves a huge cushion here in terms of the economy. Some of these ultimates starting to come online as well.
Yep.
In that first half versus PRX, got to be sticking in EG's head. Obviously, last time Fnatic were on the defense, but they were 12-0.
This map has sat wonderfully for Fnatic. I think it has been one of the strong ones. They actually were also able to take down the likes of Foot, which is also, I know we keep referencing that. Maybe if you don't watch EMEA, you're like, why the hell are they bringing up Foot? Well, they were the specialists on this map throughout that EMEA regular season. They looked almost untouchable. Fnatic managed it. But here, I like this coming in from EG, a quick timeout. It's early. We know they have protocols up till about this round to be able to depend upon, but they need to get a grip on some of their players here.
Absolutely. Now, I come back to a point. I mean, we haven't seen EG really trail. We haven't seen that, you know, the troubleshooting on the fly. They've been in a position where they can actually execute the scrapbook just round by round. And the Des were touching on this, how many different looks they have for some of these util combos and building entire set pieces around orb farming and just reliant on one or two, pieces of utility or an ultimate to tie things together. So Curious, this is definitely one you want to be a fly on the wall for in terms of the timeout and really see how they're going to approach things, because even one actually going to pick up the operator here. So,
and I'm just happy seeing that Fnatic have set this tone, right? And this is now the first time we get EG tested like this. It's so visceral, it's so in front of you. We've never seen them put in this sort of position so clearly. Fnatic are really prepared. They are pulling no punches. This is Fnatic in full form. Just the heads up. This is the best we've seen them look. They are absolutely nailing this. Now, do they hit a pace change after this timeout? Looks pretty pacey, at least for Durka, but again, could be just take that similar space he's been doing, set that precedent that he will be taking this space every single round.
Operator on the other side of the map here, Boaster. Anyone really in any sort of risk. Almost pause for the time being, but Boostio again.
He's got to stop this.
Yeah.
He's going to be kicking himself. Again, Boostio's been incredible to watch.
Absolutely.
But here, it feels like he's getting a little ahead of himself, wants to be that difference maker.
It feels like they're hunting him.
I mean, Dirk has been on that case every single time. He's absolutely had him dead to rights. Now, the lean towards the site, though. Look at the progress. Nice hold there from Com. Going to take away Durka from this, but they still continue to commit. Spike's going to go down. The Viper's pit's going to come up. That's in, obviously, off the back of Chronicle, making lovely early progress.
Ya udah deh, tapi kalau RTO parah lagi,
Boaster's not spotted either.
Harus
they both pop into smokes there at the same time?
I'm not sure, but
I think Boaster went into Astral form.
Jooomers just slipped through.
I mean, there's an alarm bot here anyway, but Alpha can be swung onto.
Flash, really good timing. Does he want to make the most of it? Yes! Great work from Jooomers. The flash was perfect to get Alpha. And now Boaster, I mean, his position's a little weird. Coming through from Link, I guess Jooomers might even consider that. But the other two, remember who's still standing? Leo and Chronicle. Nasty little players. The bait on the door. The late time through, but there they are. Chronicle and Leo holding this down. And they're running low on time. They're running out of players. Fnatic still hold form. 5 now on the board.
That was crazy to see Jorgamo and Boaster not spot each other out. And again, with Boostio falling first, that util isn't there to pick up the lurk. The awareness is there for Boaster to have a little bit of freedom. And yeah, I don't know if this is indicative of what we're going to see going forward, but EG definitely need to switch things up. Bladestorm available now. Some of these ultimates getting a little closer, but a 5-0 scoreline here.
Okay, looks quite simplistic from Fnatic, just clean into the site. Obviously a set piece, smokes up, everything that they need, and the plan should follow. Oh yeah, nowhere to go on that one really, Comp. Chipped away at pretty early, but has to respect this. Spike is down. Stingers, couple of sheriffs. Where's that danger going to come from? Demon 1 actually popped knives. That's a little much. Alpha making light work of both of them. Ethan down very low as well. It's just not enough threat coming through from this comp. Gonna get caught up. Lovely from Fnatic again. Just dealing with any danger. Yes, it got a little bit dicey when you heard the, heard the knives coming out, but beyond that, this is comfy from Fnatic.
Clinical.
Very much
honestly, EG have barely had a look in, other than round 2, really the one that stands out. That's felt like they've really put up any resistance, and the energy is totally different on stage right now.
Yeah, this is the... I love seeing Fnatic in this form because, again, I'm a Durka enjoyer. You know what? When he's popping up, fantastic. But then also, you've got to look at your Chronicles, your Alphas, and Leos. These investments, these upgrades to their players are just shining, especially on this map. I feel like it's sat with them so well here. Live into this one, Fnatic. With, once again, a brutal piece towards C, and Boostio has to play this right. He's been struggling to find his footing here.
Playing much further back here, the lockdown available, but pop preemptively here, so EG aren't really gonna gain much off this, even if the paint shell lands as well. Boostio falls once again.
He's finding nothing here.
Boostio, kenapa Boostio?
Sight's theirs. Demon 1 on the flank, sure, but he's got to get past Chronicle, who is hitting big form, and the stall from him is sublime. Yeah, stunned up, he's trying to get away. He does so as well, readjust quickly, thinking quick on his feet. Turns to flash, he's still standing, he's still firing, and he's still taking 2 down. Ethan finally trades it, but by now, what are you meant to do? You're a mile away from the site.
Round's done. You can see on Ethan's face as well, this is getting a little bit frustrating. Look at what it takes to even try and dig Chronicle out of that position. And I'm not sure if just the game plan is completely off here, but Fnatic, it's bread and butter. They're not really doing anything special right now. It's not as if they're resorting back to that choreography that we've seen them employ so many times.
Now they've got a death grip on this game. 7 rounds, sitting so favorably. Ethan just trying to keep hold of that rifle, which he is going to achieve. But that first kill, again, Boostio, I'm worried about this player. And on the other side, you look at the 9-day difference, you've got someone like Chronicle just, coming alive on the stages. Think
strong
about pressure.
banget,
It's a lot with Fnatic. You wouldn't want to, I guess if your expectations are being pushed here, they're coming up against that Cinderella story run from EG, Fnatic could have faltered to that. They could have had an issue. Second timeout now for EG.
It's not actually too surprising to see this because they're not looking like themselves today.
I mean, you heard it in the interview. I mean, how many times have they discussed the kind of respect, the shaping themselves after Fnatic to an extent, but now they're facing them in the server. It's a very tough talk.
You imitate a team or you take inspiration so heavily from a team, maybe there's an element of fear here and maybe a little bit of nerves, honestly, coming up 100%. Against the ones that are the best in the business at doing this. But I'm just looking at player cams. Like I said, this is a stark contrast.
Yeah, Potter's trying to get him going. You can see it. Potter is marching orders.
She's spitting.
But EG needs to turn up. There is something to be said about the fear of the name, right? You're playing against, arguably, I mean, debatably, maybe, I don't even know at this point, I think it's holding pretty true. At this scoreline, the best in their roles, right? Like, straight down that roster, you can maybe compare and contrast, but they're always in the conversation. Every single one of these. So if you're EG, who are these underdogs, these kind of, upstarts you want to see do well, you've looked at these players, you've looked at how they play, what they do, and now you have to take them down. All those 50-50s feel like 70-30s. It doesn't feel as favorable anymore, but they need to get back online here. Otherwise, they're going to go out with a whimper, and it's going to just mar everything they've tried to achieve here. Back to business. Fnatic testing the waters and that quick pivot back towards A. Wow, for now.
Fault line set up. Either mound or outside B here. Might just see the double satchel in once again. Boombot doesn't take contact actually, and Dirk is just going to be posted up here. We'll be able to retrieve the orb. And options are plenty now. With two members of Fnatic already pushed up towards rubble, past the doorway even, and nobody from EG over on this side of the map.
Does Fnatic double pump? They could, technically. I mean, this is on Fnatic. They can paint this picture however they feel. EG just trying to mirror them around the map, but they're going to be behind the curve. Little slowdown here from Fnatic to try and clear things meticulously, but now they're going to take towards the side. Paint shell goes in. Smokes are up. There's 5 players standing up towards the top of A. If they try and waterfall out off the back of a flash, it could be pretty tasty, but Durka's position actually could be very valuable. 4 slightly deeper. EG take back towards the side. 30 seconds now. Durka delivers towards Demon 1. Showstopper set, he's still going to do it all himself! Welcome to playing against the big boys. Durka is just built a little different. Fnatic unfaltering in their approach. Prime Gaming flawless.
You see Fnatic just waiting for EG to pull out a set piece.
Yep.
Anjir, rapi banget.
For so long, for like 15 to 20 seconds, they're just poised here. And the thing is, you look at what the best things EG have shown us at this event, it's around util-heavy compositions and being able to put those set pieces in motion. And we're not seeing it here with this composition. We're seeing a couple of times where, Com's lining up a fault line or something, but we're not seeing flashes out from Ethan. EG taking space away from Fnatic, punishing the extremities, addressing the back line. We're just not seeing any of the positives that we've seen from EG.
No, they're struggling to find any of this impact. Testing over towards Mound. Durka consistently has been finding this pick as well. I mean, he's been consistent with everyone. If I'm being honest. Jooomers is the one trying to hold a little bit of that space and territory on the C site. We've got Demon 1 pushed up deep towards A. Beyond that, it's patience from Fnatic.
I mean, bear in mind, last time we saw EG here versus Foot, Boostio put up the kill record at a VCT Masters event, 35 kills. And the pace at which they were playing versus Foot, you could tell there was a difference in respect. They were happy to take the fight to them. Here, EG, it feels like they're up against the ropes from the get-go.
Yeah. Flash, noted players. Demon 1's got to get the timing right on this. He's going to be known to be close by as well. They're running the clock very low, 35 seconds. They haven't fully committed just yet. There's the first challenger. Demon 1 holding his ground, though. Spike, where are you going with this? Is it a B finish? They've got to get a move on. 25 seconds here. Fnatic are running this so late. Again, look at the spike. 18 seconds now. Durka does find comp.
But EG is scrambling to see. B's been left wide open other than Ethan.
He's noted it, but he's down to 18. But the player who can make the difference is Demon 1. He's got to land a shot, though. He's up against Durka. He can't do it. Ball going down with 6 seconds remaining. Boostio maybe save the day. Jooomers there. They're trying the best they again! Finally! Finally! They get the round.
One on the board.
Pressure gila banget.
Still a mountain to climb to recover this half now.
Kali ini nggak 30 detik, 18 detik baru mau ituin plan.
There's a chance, but it's a fine margin. That's what I gotta say. Fnatic play into EG's hands, honestly, in terms of leaving this so late. The crowd's still behind them.
Oh God, Boostio. Oh God. He's got to try and play safe on this one. If he goes down early again, it's going to be done for it. And they're eyeing up the B side, right? So it's like setups there. He's playing a little bit more towards connector. He's playing with a stack. It's a 4-man lean towards A, leaving Joooomer in a really precarious position. He's got Boaster sitting super deep on the other side. They've given up the B side. The pressure's going to come back in and Boaster wins the fight. Joooomer's gone down. They've got so much control on this. Very few avenues of approach. Back in for EG and a pivot. Straight over towards C. This is going to be heard. The door's obviously going to be noted. And Com? I mean, he's got a Bulldog. What are you meant to do with this?
And Dirk has been posted up in the lurk as well. There's 3 members of EG on B side.
They've got no idea. Now they do. Demon 1 turns around on a dime. Okay, that's kind of surprising that went that way, but fair play. Even numbers now. Aren't going to be coming down much faster here. EG creeping pretty close though. Leo's caught Boostio. It's just getting chaotic now. Chronicle trying to at least keep this favorable to Fnatic, which they've done.
That covers the spike as well. The pit spreads over default here.
Wow,
EG
spike kena dong.
2v3, but
no
lost to navigate their way through.
No dogs. So little for them to play with. Com's got nothing as well. It's just the guns in their hands. What are you meant to do with this one? Oh, an attempt. Yeah, and it's gonna fall. Chronicle set this up to perfection. I think Com knows it. He can't do anything about it. Fnatic, again, the pace in which they are pivoting around this map is just unbelievable. Com just needs to back away and try and keep himself standing, but Fnatic looking very good, Mike. Instantly replying.
See if, obviously, Demon 1 down to 3 for D. I didn't know the Blade Storm progress, but that 1 round so far for EG looking like a blip.
Yep.
Itu udah hafalan ya.
1 off the lockdown, 1 off the Blade Storm. There's a couple of options here, potentially. Again, we're testing the in-game leadership here with both timeouts used. Like I said, we're relying now on troubleshooting on the fly, problem solving, which EG haven't had to rely on.
It's such a broken purchase, Guardian Bulldog. 1 away, I think, from the Blade Storm, but look at the early challenge. Okay, Demon's going to land that. That's going to be knives available.
Is that the first blood they've found?
It feels like it, and not one that's instantly traded potentially, but then Alpha's on the case. A little bit of a follow-up from Chronicle here, but he's gone down. EG going to be winning out the brawl here. Leaving just Boaster alive. One is low, so there's a real possibility on that. The follow-ups get very, very tricky here. Joooomer already taking a lot of space away. It's going to be very tough for Boaster.
Joooomer hear him?
I think Boaster seems very
Yeah,
aware.
Boaster's got the awareness that Joooomer might be there, but Joooomer's not caught him slip through. I mean, I'm worried if he's given the plant, honestly.
Same. Easy to underestimate Boaster, but certainly been doing well for himself here. He's given a lot of time to play with too. Ideally in like a 1v3, you want to find that pick, right? If you can get one, suddenly becomes game on, but being given that chance, very unlikely. And he's toying with them, drawing him in towards that B. And he's nowhere there. I mean, just popping down in the smoke on C, he's keeping him guessing.
He's got plenty of time to play with as well, and EG aren't going to expect him to have made this much progress.
Yeah, you can see where they're pinging.
Yeah, I was going to say, Boostio didn't catch the slip through spawn either, but going to be close enough potentially here to hear if Boaster does make a step. Yeah, they're clearing back towards 8.
Yeah, I think this might be
overcooked.
Yeah, the timing, the window of timing's closed for C. Now this isn't bad though. Missed that chance. Okay, Boostio's got it. That's 2.
Oh, revenge of the Boostio.
Second round for EG.
I mean,
they got ults.
Yeah, Fnatic have basically been able to buy from like round 7 onwards in this half though, so
enemy remaining.
I still feel as if bigger picture-wise, I mean, look at this. They've won a round. Look at the energy in the player cams.
Yeah, he's getting a little pumped up here.
Deflated in the EG camp.
Gila, serius banget ya.
See on their faces, Lauren.
Straight in. Demon 1 needs this. Jooomers in a whole lot of danger. Lovely work from him. Oh, but the spray's still going to catch Demon 1, but Jooomers at least free of
masih
that.
bisa
We'll
ngebunuh
be
si
able to find a
Jooomers.
trade.
Udah kesedot lagi abis tele.
That's caused so many players
Mungkin
out
udah
already.
panik sih ya,
Boostio
iya.
suffered for that one.
Gue sih udah pasrah.
Again, eyeing up B, they're still taking that mid progress. You've got Alpha holding the
Kesedot,
flank, holding
dia
that extremity,
tele,
making sure
terus
no
masih
one
bisa nge-swing.
gets too far ahead. Where's that first sign of intent towards B, at least obviously taking down the turret?
Fnatic once again going through the motions though. Step by step through the protocol list. Ethan's going to have his hands full. Does have a flash here. I'm curious of when he invests that. Potentially behind the poison orb now.
Kalau Fnatic menang wajar, playernya Supressor tiap role anjir.
Information here, but I don't see anybody from EG moving yet.
Yang juara satu aja dirungkapin sama dia. Nggak, at least di match-match ini gue ngarepnya nggak dominating kayak begini lagi sih. Jangan dua pasang lagi.
He's selling. He's selling it really well as well. Just maybe denying that TP from Jooomers. A little bit of contact towards main. It's kept the players there, but they need some support here. Ethan is desperately trying to play his life. A little bit of help comes in, but mistimed on that. Spotted again. Chronicle closing the gap now. 77 HP. He's still coming out on top of this one. Closing down. Yeah, Leo's got him dead. Ethan didn't have a leg to stand on in that. The support was so far away. 10 seconds, but it's fine. They've got a block coming in. Com getting a little bit deeper, but did he get noted? Did he get hurt? Next time around, there's so much util. Yeah, I feel like they may know.
Lockdown comes through though. Chronicle, does he get aggressive behind the divide?
Temptation, surely.
Not expecting it.
Lagi dipancing.
There he is. Bye-bye, Chronicle. And now they need to get towards that spike. Can they get this defuse going in time? Boaster the first one to try and find the challenge. Leo sprays in. Boaster's got the defuse down. And now just Boostio. He's found Boaster. He ain't gonna find any more. Fnatic, double digits on first half.
Not too far away from the 12-up scoreline we saw versus PRX. But once again, a masterclass in execution. Like I said, this comes down to this composition just doesn't suit the success or the win conditions we've seen EG employ time and time again here in Tokyo.
Itu posisinya lagi ada ulti Killjoy loh.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see EG really plateau on this map. Fnatic showing that dominance we expect from them. But let's see what the desk expected of that first half.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, wow, what a rattling first half for Evil Geniuses and an incredible half for Fnatic, illustrating why they are one of, if not the best of the best in the game right now. But something to really note, I think, at the beginning of this was it was very evident. Hypoc mentioned a few times, Boostio really struggling to get something going here. You could definitely tell that this composition is really messing with his head.
Yeah, he's getting caught in gravity wells, getting caught by prowlers, and we talked about how important it was that EG got the snowball going, getting pistol, getting bonus. That was all Fnatic. So he dies round 1 first, dies round 3 first, then that manages to generate ultimates. He dies round 5 first, dies round 7 first. Like every crucial round where the economy was the same between these two teams. Boostio got caught out, was the first pick, all the Killjoy utilities gone. And it's over. Yeah. It's literally over.
I mean, once you get the Fnatic war machine going and they can start snowballing, picking up the orbs, they get free space towards areas. I will say, I mean, we could talk for days as well about the kind of macro ideas that Fnatic had going in because they were playing them like a fiddle in terms of the positioning early on the map. But really, the big sticking point is that Boostio was struggling. And I think, again, that conversation topic we brought up at the beginning of this series just before it really kicked off was the inexperience difference. That was the biggest takeaway from both of these teams as they were clashing. Fnatic, they've been in spots like this before where they've been down and out. In fact, they've done it in the biggest stakes in the game, in the finals of lock-in. And I think that gives a certain level of experience, and it gives a certain level of tenure towards the players where they know what they're capable of. EG have been playing so free up into this point that it's almost like that they've, Josh, you mentioned this when we were watching the game, it's almost like they've realized where they actually are at when it comes to Masters Tokyo.
I think the realization has hit them and it's caused confidence issues. They need to get that back by playing much better in the second half, even if they don't win.
Well, Fnatic have EG right where they want them. They need only 3 more rounds and they close this out. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much,
kayaknya bakal jam 12 lagi nih, game kedua nih.
When we looked at this veto, I saw this as being late benefit to EG.
Sure, yeah, you can concede a little bit in the veto.
Yes.
Not this scoreline.
But you're not, I'm going to be honest, I think there's 2 ways this goes. Sometimes it's easier on a team potentially to lose quickly than have a drawn-out horrific game. But then again, confidence, right? Does EG then just get shattered?
Exactly.
That's what I'm worried about. We'll talk about that later. For now, it's a patient beginning regardless. EG are taking their time, taking a bit of a tour. Yes, progress on Joooomer here. But Fnatic not in any particular hurry to make much happen. They have a firm lead in this, 10 rounds to their name. Could not ask for a better start for them. Doing exactly as prescribed on a map like this. Dark having to potentially respect this map, unless he's got some support.
Maybe actually some information off the back of Leo. Once that door drops. Not going to come through just yet though. Durka might dip his toes.
Bloody hell, it's Durka doing so much damage. Fnatic want this map done. They want to go on to map 2. They want to get out of here. They want to get to that next game in front of them. Boostio's being bullied. And that's 11. That's a flawless start here in the second half.
You don't even need Leo to find you information. The crunch is perfect. See Com Court lining up a fault line. There's nobody deep holding this smoke.
Nope.
So like Demon 1 has like a wide angle to, yeah, exactly.
Well, Marshall, sting up, Sheriffs. On the other side for Fnatic, pretty juiced up bite, not too bad. Lovely.
Alpha hit that, by the way.
Yep.
If you were curious.
Just if you were wondering, quick heal, pit stop for Demon 1. Scary, isn't it, when Alpha's doing those sort of things?
But they note the force early on as well. The fact that Demon 1 doesn't fall to the Marshall shot there is a big indicator to Fnatic. That one not as clean.
Sitting way more passive now, giving the reins over to Chronicle.
Blinded.
Trying to test the waters elsewhere as well.
There.
Joooomer trying to make a little bit of progress towards A here. Smoke will be noted. Leo and Durka still in a position to maybe do some damage on the way in. Boostio posted up in this lurk once again outside C. But 30 seconds left on the clock with a force here. You want to see EG make a decision and make it quickly.
30 seconds left.
Looks like that might just be C site.
They've got they need to secure the site and deep.
I mean, look at the utility they have to cross.
Yeah, this is
There's
horrific.
a star, alarm bot, 2 nano swarms, and Alpha's here.
I feel like Alpha's gonna at least, I feel like 1
Yeah,
maybe.
you're dead.
Yeah, bye
2 of
bye,
you are
bye
dead.
bye. Welcome to the blender. Alpha teed up for success. They need to get that spike down. 8 seconds now, can't get any more. Actually, EG making a go of this
Hold
one.
up.
There's a little bit of something left in them, but Durka's got a rifle, as does Leo. So this is far
He's gonna
from out of the
blend
woods
it.
just yet. Both coming through from the connector side. And look at the HP. Joooomer low, Com pretty low. It's Ethan who can really be the one to take that brunt of this.
Got plenty of time, though, for Leo to come back and clear spawn. He might just meet Com. If he continues, he's actually peeling back towards Durka.
Okay, Durka gets a clean fight on the first. No swing off it. Joooomer not close enough. That's lovely from
Ooh,
Com, though.
nice.
Comes
Yeah.
back around to find Durka, leaving Leo. Now 1v2, they are low. Joooomer 25, 21 for Com. He's just not cleared the right corner. It was a bit of guesswork, but he guesses correctly for that jump through.
Plant's not good for Com, though. He has to swing off this.
He's got 2 seconds as well on the horn. That's up there, Leo!
No time.
Breaking the heart almost. Has to back away, but very, very close.
Actually, Leo tucked into the corner. He thought he was safe there from the default plant, but lose the Bulldog as well. Yeah, this is...
That adjustment, man.
Yeah, that's a big snap.
My
This is
wrist
just
hurts.
like the most fanatic thing you see
Yep.
on an well, actually,
Enemy remaining.
with EG Forcing. 2 people just stuck in the blender.
You
Even
can't-
off that, EG actually still, they continue to push forwards.
The fact they recovered was
Yeah.
quite impressive. You know, we wait and see. What do we have here for Fnatic, though? Guardian, Alpha, Sheriff, and a Ghost. Okay, so not masses, but a stack. So can they get a little chaotic?
Toxin screen down.
It looks like EG might be aware of this. Look at where they're sitting on the other side. Have an indicator given off the back of maybe the smokes. A little bit of pressure coming through. Oh, God. The timing. Oh,
He's
God,
just
the
giving up
timing!
the angle.
Spike down. Attacker spawn. I got the spike.
The timing on that, man. What are you meant to do?
I mean, they're swapping Spike.
Yeah.
it's just heartbreaking to see some of the situations EG find themselves in the opening map of the series as well, no less.
Yeah. Rattles you. One small benefit, yeah, I guess those rifles aren't so easy to get into hand, but they're down to 50 seconds and they're so split across this map.
Doesn't matter, you almost favour the numbers of Fnatic with how they've already rotated preemptively here.
It's not particularly clean.
Yeah, can't pin him down. Not noted as of yet, though. Chronicles won a classic versus a Vandal 1v1.
Udahlah.
Get me
He's
out
got a
of this
snake
map.
bite.
Get me out of this
He
map.
can slow it down.
Oh, dear. Okay, so, this is horrible.
Somehow.
This is horrible. No. This round is nightmare-worthy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Fair play. Yeah.
It's a prime game.
Jadi kayak gua mainnya nih.
Classics and a Guardian.
Oh, dear. Wow, we talk about confidence and mental.
What were you talking about? You talking about rip the band-aid off, right?
Yeah, mate, just get out of it quick.
If you know you're going to lose, you play the long game on the veto. Doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah, don't worry about that. See, they're fine. Definitely didn't.
That was really uncomfortable viewing.
Yeah, that's very unpleasant.
Udah bang.
Spell.
10-10 udah.
There we go.
10-11 gitu kayak.
That's,
12-11.
God. 12-3. Fnatic are making themselves look like, of course, as always, the team to beat. Durka, they're so blind. And they're still winning the fight, apparently. That seems unbelievable. They want it over and done with, and it almost is.
Durka just keeps pushing. He's laughing on the player cam. It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand. Before a Fnatic defined, Durka seals the deal on a 13-3 to open this series, Lauren.
Yeah, this one is looking very good for Fnatic.
I do want to come back to it, because I do think it's an interesting discussion that you started with the veto, with how they look at this, and we were trying to predict this, we were even trying to some leaks from Potter, and it's like, you guys are surely banning bind, right? And it's like, well, yeah, you know, the veto.
Hari-hari jam 12
I
jam 2.
feel like bigger picture, we can maybe win out. And even the Des touched on this, right? Josh was even putting this perfectly. If you can win out and you get the choice on the third and you feel comfortable about it, then you play this as a 2-1.
Dari kemarin juga nggak jelas sih mainnya. Gila, kayak tangan robot aja.
We haven't seen this lack of energy on stage. This is demoralizing for EG.
It's the human aspect, right? You've just been absolutely battered. And a more experienced team might be able to put this loss in a box and move into map 2 and 3 and just clean slate it. Fair play. We haven't seen EG have to do that, so now we have to find out if they can.
Little things as well, like having to call both timeouts on the first half for Potter to try and get a grip back. Yeah, get them back in the game.
Blender,
like I said, this is another test
ini.
that they haven't had to endure here in Tokyo. The in-game leader actually being tested here. Without that insight from Potter, you have to wait for the halftime. You have to, like I said, burn both timeouts. It's problematic, Lauren.
Well, this whole series might be problematic now. 3 rounds was all EG could get. Both these teams are flawless coming to this point. Fnatic will continue in that form. Looking into map 2, which is going to be Fracture. Is this the comeback for EG, or is it them going down to the lowers with just a whimper?
Ini yang pick map pertama si Fnatic. Dia milih Lotus. Oke. Gini. Gimana kalian? Hah? Gila. Itu bohong banget tuh. Ceweknya modelnya di AMLab. Nyesel nih gue bangun pagi nih. Bener dong. Masa gue bangun pagi buat ngeliat EG ke bantai gini, nggak kasih perlawanan. Itu sama aja kayak kita kemarin main guys ya. Enggak, yang gue bilang dari kemarin lo dari tim ke tim ya kayak ngedominate satu sama lain gitu loh. 2-0. Ya, ini satu, ya map 3 lah, kalau ini map 3 oke lah. Ya Lotus. Win rate gede banget anjir. If nothing, ban lah. Gue megang EG ya. Anaknya EG banget gue nih. Walaupun gue nggak nontonin EG di Valo ya. Cuman di game lain gue megang dia anjir. Yang sampai map ketiga tuh cuman di lower round sih rata-rata map ketiga ya. Dua-duanya map 3 ya. Tim Liquid lawan NRG itu juga ada 2-1 dia. PRX sama EDG juga 2-1. Itu malah lebih seru PRX sama EDG sih. Cuma kita lihat nih. Hari ini lower round yang 3 ini cukup krusial sih menurut gue sih. Bisa kita tonton sih karena dia tryhard banget manjat ke atas anjir. Abis ini yang menang akan lawan siapapun yang akan kalah di game yang kali ini sih, antara Fnatic atau EG. Ya walaupun kayak EG sih. So mereka berdua nih di bawah nih, NRG sama PRX nih akan melawan kalau nggak Fnatic EG. Udah, itu tanggal 24 nanti. Gua tetap megang EG. Ya tetap harus megang satu aja. Nanti kita lihat abis ini ya. Masa EG kalah lu gak megang EG? Itu bukan supporter namanya coy. Satu lagi yang mau kelas ini ya udah siang. Di bawah jam 12 tuh masih pagi. Ini masih jam 10:50. Antara NRG sama PRX gue gak megang siapa-siapa sih. Cuma kalau kalian mau Indo Pride ya kalian pegang PRX aja. Gue ngeliat performance PRX kemarin, comebacknya sih seru banget ngeliatin ya. Kalau NRG gue belum ngeliatin sih, gue cuma ngeliat dia dibantai doang kemarin. Saya nggak ada icebox ya, kangen nggak sih? Jadi mau pengen ngeliat pro player main di icebox lagi. Terus di icebox juga seru ngeliatinnya. Udah mulai. Breeze, Icebox, gue demen ngeliatin
What a
Breeze.
start for Fnatic here. I'm joined by their coach, Mini. Now, Mini, no one else has been able to take a map off of Evil Geniuses this entire tournament. You guys are the first. Why do you think that your boys were able to do it? What makes them so special?
I think our Lotus is just really strong right now. The preparation was really good. Like, the boys, played against the breach exactly how you're supposed to play against a breach on that map. Like, we didn't fall for a single thing, and we just made them look a little bit silly, I think, sometimes. But yeah, we got Fracture next, which is obviously their map.
Pretty strong.
I'm not really thinking too much about that map, but it was a beautiful map by us.
I'm looking forward to the second one. Thank you so much, Mini, for joining us, and let's see what else Fnatic's got in their locker.
Well, one thing that Mini said was that he made him look a little silly, and I think with a 13-3 scoreline and the way that whole thing fell apart, true words have never been spoken.
It's so rare that you hear Mini being happy about his team's performance, even in a stop. Genuinely, he must have felt like that was perfection.
Tadi ngomong Indo awal, coba mundurin deh pas lagi shot di.
It was just masterful work by Fnatic. Oh, absolutely immaculate, like top to bottom. You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better start for this EMEA squad that obviously had a rough closeout to the season, but I think we all knew what we were in store for when we got here to Tokyo.
Sama Breeze,
speak for themselves. That being said, though, Brent, I know that you have a few rounds that you did
Main
want to talk
PRX sih
about because
kacau.
it does
Masa
illustrate
anggota
exactly
timnya
why
bisa
this Fnatic
cimaki
team is so
karena
dangerous.
Just
ada
the
nggak
one,
ada
and
yang
it's
VP
perfect
tim.
to really just encompass exactly what Mini was
Ya,
talking about. I've
cuman
roped in my assistant of Josh Wilkinson.
fans
He's going to be
Indonya
annotating for me
PRX
as well as we run through this. It's the pistol round right off the rip. It's the very first one. Mini was talking about they didn't get caught by any of the trap plays with the breach, and that's what EG are going for to try and win the pistol round at the beginning. It's around C mound control, and they're going to try and go for just a quick little play with the paranoid. Let's play this one out, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But Fnatic's game plan was very passive at the beginning. They wait out the first initial few seconds to see when this utility is going to be coming through, and they wait it out. They see the paranoia, they hear the dash. This is all audio cues that are going to be called by Durka. He calls it, and look at the response. Zoom on the minimap for me, Josh, real quick. Look at this. They're like ants following a pheromone trail. They are just immediately going straight into the A site because they realize, okay, 3 key pieces of util are used. That's going to be a free A site. And they get themselves into the plant easily enough. Boostia was first there. We roped on about that and hammered on about that as well. But another thing that I wanted to really just hammer in the point home here is this post-plant setup. It is immaculate from Fnatic. They have 3 layers in terms of their post-plant setup. Chronicle, which is the first line of defense. He's playing behind the box. They have nanoswarms as the second layer in case Chronicle goes down and can get traded. Chronicle doesn't go down. He doesn't fall at all. But you also have the backup global utility. Durka posted playing all the way at the back. And look at that star down there. You have to tap the spike to bait out the nanoswarms, the star, and at the same time deal with these players who have already posted up anchoring in tree. There's so much nuance to the way that Fnatic play this. It's so structured. It reminds me so much as well of when they were really, really well drilled at their at the Fracture post plans as well. The map we're going into next, where they're just so structured, and even if you know how to break it, even if you know what they do,
Saatnya contohin nggak sih? Caranya gitu nggak sih?
break it? There's so many levels to it. They're so far apart. You have to play.
Kita main Valorant kayak gitu aja nggak sih? Bait utility kita yang mati.
That is exactly what you saw from Fnatic every single time, and now EG are the ones that need to do that. And one guy that's certainly not going to let that be very easy for the team at all is Durka, as we go to an aim lab shoot around and check in on Durka, who's going to be clicking some heads with the largest crosshair known to man. But you know, it gives us an opportunity to talk about Durka and his impact in the game, because genuinely, like, look, everyone contributed very equally in making this delicious pie of destruction that Fnatic concocted on Lotus Sideshow. But I think in particular for Durka, he's just going out there and playing with a type of confidence that you really want to see out of your ace.
Yeah, when your game plan is working, it sets up Durka for success. And first skill to first death, because that's where Durka shines. It was 13-3, same as the scoreline. 13 first kills for Fnatic. Durka had 7 of them. Durka going 7-1 in first bloods. Massive win condition for Fnatic. You know that they're popping when that's the case. And of course, on the other side of things, Boostio with 0 and 5, a lot of them at the beginning of that map to start the snowball going. That's what I want to see as we head into map 2 as well, because again, the early snowball and the clash of those star players, trap plays, that kind of stuff is going to be so important on Fracture. This is where EG should have their success. But it all comes down to the pistol and the follow-ups to me again. They need to start off on the right foot, and they've been boomed on map 1.
Yeah, they have been boomed to a degree. I mean, listen, Demon 1 felt like he had to carry the world in his back, I think, at times as well when they're playing these 4v5 rounds. And Fracture in general, I will say EG's Fracture is very dependent on the supportive players. Players like Ethan and Com in terms of their util and getting the plays rolling in that capacity. And for me, that comes down to have Fnatic done the preparation, which, listen, knowing Fnatic, you know they're going to be up late reviewing those VODs and doing the homework.
Oh yeah, well, you know, and also their coach, Coach Potter on the other side is always one to go out there and do the homework as well. Hopefully that's the case for Fracture. We did get an opportunity to catch up with her courtesy of Yinsu. What you got?
Yes, that's right, Golden Boy. I've got Potter, the coach of EG, with me here. Potter, this is the first time in this tournament you guys even have to think about how to bounce back. So what was the biggest lesson you learned from that map 1, and how could you implement that going on to map 2?
Yeah, you know, we just have to add a little more finesse to our game plan. All tournament long, everything we did worked. This time around, it didn't, and having that second layer, we have them. We just didn't use them, unfortunately. So for us, we just need to stay composed, go back to the drawing board, and understand that we can slow things down a little bit if we don't get that first initial pick. So for map 2, we're going back to our confident map, and we'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, well, it is your fortress, Potter. I'm very, very excited about what's going to happen on Fracture, and going to send this back to the desk and find out.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. And yeah, so, you know, back to the drawing board, but still confident regardless of what happens here in map 2. That's the thing, though. I get really worried where you saw we had the start on Lotus. You said it before, Sideshow. You needed to start fast. You needed to start strong. And then What happens if that doesn't take place on Fracture?
Well, it has to, right?
It has to. They
It has
have
to
no
for
other
EG.
choice, and that's a lot of pressure on those young guys.
Every good anime arc has you losing to the big bad guys first and then coming back afterwards. It's just part of the anime arc.
No one's buying the anime, man. No one's buying the anime. But here's the Prime Gaming agent select, and let's see what we got here out of this one, Brent.
Yeah, no switch-ups, no changes as well. And we already know how deep the playbook is for both of these teams. I mean, think back to the Season 8 combos, Terror Contact Orbital Strikes for Fnatic, and then Evil Geniuses. They also like to pull out all sorts of cutesy little stuff.
They do, but their defense side is slightly weaker, so they're not going to start out here with a bang, and they need it. So it's got to be different.
That's right. It is do or die. Do you really want this run to end in an 0-2, or can you force a map 3? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Ini gue dikasih kado sama
We
Al.
are now waiting
Nanti
with bated breath to see if basically map 2 is any different from map 1. We kind of discussed the idea that this should be their best opportunity, right? But then the actuality, the reality of this is they're in a very tough predicament here for EG.
Absolutely. Like I said, this is a big test of the mental reset ability of this team. Obviously, a lot of this lies on the IGL. Once again, Potter as well to give some insight here. I'm worried though, because we're coming out again. You get an opportunity every so often in the meta in Valorant to pull out a new comp, show something different, show a couple of little set pieces around it. But once that tape is out there, it takes one team to adjust, anti-strat it, and beat you. And
Here we go.
Yeah, once you show the world, the
Whatever,
rest of
guys.
the
Let's
teams
go.
how to counter it, that's then out there. So I'm a little concerned if EG don't show us something different here, don't have the confidence to dig a little deeper in the playbook.
Well, time to find out. Fnatic flooding the B side here. Obviously on the attacking side themselves. This time will be EG on the defense. And EG sitting very deep.
Yeah,
not
no
really
resistance.
entertaining any of this.
Flank coming through on the south side here, 2 members of EG, Jorgamo and Ethan. Plant will come through. That's a fairly safe plant for Tower, actually. So Fnatic will scurry away, stacking towards Arcade. Leo, a little disconnected in underpass here. He could be a playmaker here for Fnatic.
Eyes towards him. Keep that in the back of your mind. If you start seeing him wide
Leo
up
itu
here,
di bawah
Jorgamo taking
situ,
the first
guys.
couple of very
Ngomongnya
critical
apa, guys?
steps towards it.
Di bawah situ.
Oh god, this is now
Kalau
very
orang.
dangerous. Jorgamo's done well, but keep your mind on the back line. There's
Replay.
Durka, gonna draw the blood. Ethan doing well, and Busio continuing the form, but it's Leo in a 1v2. Defuse started from Ethan, he desperately wants halfway. He might just get that, but he's gonna fall. Wait, Busio's got Ethan stuck to the fuse! Big man Ethan stands tall in this, getting them around on the board, and they needed that start.
Absolutely did. Obviously conceded the pistol round in the first half on Lotus, and things spiraled out of control. We talked about so many times EG starting maps with huge advantages. That would be the best possible situation to start here, map 2. A round 2 conversion, a bonus, get EG
Get in
back.
that rhythm.
Yep, back in that rhythm. And back on the actually track with some of the win conditions we were talking about they've shown here in Tokyo.
They still need to get past these. All these rounds are dangerous. We saw what they could do with a, what was it, like a classic and nothing else. So keep in mind that Fnatic are always a threat. No matter the buy, no matter the round, no matter where you are, there is danger. Danger aplenty. And kind of going bigger picture here while they take their time. We'll see if this round gets a little bit more interesting with these sheriffs coming in. At this point, you also have to know, if you're talking about experience, Ethan probably has more than most of the people on the server. You're talking bigger picture.
Yeah.
They need him to turn up here. Yes, the desk kind of highlighted the supporting acts that are very, very critical for EG in this. I guess same to be said for Fnatic in that regard. But Ethan, I need to see him step up as someone in the server to keep them in the game as well. He is a huge LAN player, an incredibly experienced player. I mean, back in his day, he was the, the up-and-comer, right? He was that young blood. He's still super young. It's ridiculous. So I need to see Ethan find that role.
A big concern as well, we talk about confidence across this series. You're not seeing EG deny these orbs. Alpha's going to be able to farm up here, so it's giving Fnatic an opportunity to find a lockdown in the next round. And that second objective. Juggernaut nearly caught off guard there, but Leo will fall.
Gotta be careful of the pinch, though.
Dish orb retrieved as well. Fnatic will actually potentially find a way back through. No, Alpha will fall here.
Clean.
I was going to say should be cleaned up here. Chronicle hit 2 fantastic shots there with the Sheriff.
Chronicle scares me. He really does scare me. The way he plays, he
Whoa.
starts having a hot game. Again, for me, always love watching the likes of Leo, Alpha, everyone else, but Chronicle is just that madman when he gets going. So we'll see if it comes through this map. I don't know if it will. But this time, they'll be able to do too much with it.
Anjir, wow.
Find him in the end. That's the second round. Now let's talk about this,
Let's
right? So
go.
it's the exchange. 4 players stand for EG, so quite clean in that regard. But Fnatic gathered every single orb available. They've done what they wanted in this round.
Well, yeah, literally, the only one they didn't was A main.
Yep.
And that's where EG obviously focused early on in the round, but the byproduct being Fnatic come into round 3 with the possibility of executing a lockdown set piece here. And like I said, that for me is an indicator of maybe a dent in the confidence. If you don't have, again, they're respecting the anti-eco, because probably what happened at the end of Lotus, where they did get slapped about a little bit, but unfortunately, bigger picture-wise, you can't give these opportunities away.
Okay, so, wait, they're getting very aggressive on this. Yeah, it's an evacuation from Fnatic. They want to get out of there. Leo just going to get to safety. And it's all north side. But they've cleared everything.
And they get the orb here.
Going back through, though. Let's look at the pace in which Fnatic do this quick. Okay, no mistakes on that one. Straight on in, clear everything out. It's all theirs. Now, there's going to be a lot of players very aware of this, but they don't have the weaponry. Keep in mind, it's Spectres, it's bits and pieces. It's a Guardian. Alpha doing cleanup duty.
Demon 1 missed the smoke and gave it an open sightline towards Rogue.
That's very unfortunate, as Ethan and Jorgamo trying to make something happen for themselves here. Do a little bit of damage. Very unlikely to get much more out of this.
And it actually makes it even worse because they don't have to use the lockdown. Fnatic were probably willing and able to do so, but they can bank it now. Jorgamo, Sheriff and a Spectre, one off the showstopper himself, but look how disconnected Fnatic are from this plant.
Mati sih.
Leaf Chronicle posted up here. Actually, this will put him one away from the Rolling Thunder as well.
Yep. They're going to have so much to work with. Beautiful. And you're right, one away. And I'm kind of glad that, you know, the desk was kind of highlighting how much Fnatic prioritize this and how well they play around their ults. Obviously, that sounds almost obvious, but yeah, there it is. Oh, that's upsetting. Wow. God.
Again, this is Demon 1 and Com desperate to fight back into Sands, clear some space, regroup with Jorgamo towards main.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's another thing that honestly you pin towards maybe just the cracks starting to show in the performance. Yeah.
Absolutely. I know it's such an intangible
especially
sometime, but
Potter's talking about, you know, getting a little bit of finesse back into some of the gameplay you see here from EG.
Randall tuh flashnya.
Potential fight to be had. Looking at noted, follow up as well. And okay, Jorgamo's chasing. Oh, the moves! Oh, Duck has got the moves! He dodges so well. The trade is there for Demon 1, so it's a bit of a back and forth. They've done initial damage, but again, I want to talk bigger picture, rolling back to even to map 1. Need to see Boostio play safe as well. Looking vulnerable if they keep going for these 4 play hits somewhere, if they try to start to exploit that. But Fnatic now without Durka, how do they approach this?
Almost anticipating further aggression here.
Hindarinnya pakai satchel.
Fnatic, I think, with the right read there. They're waiting for EG to explore towards main, then maybe rotate a player away. Ethan does have the Rolling Thunder, and he's actually drifting back this direction. So Boostio will be left to anchor. Still lots of tools available for Fnatic, though, with that first blood.
Langsung setup.
So yeah, Com's got to be careful here.
He's dead. He's so dead.
I mean, the Rolling Thunder came through a little too late as well. They have Com staying there to try and play off the back of it, but a response here, Demon 1 catches a little bit of a speed boost on the way out here. Ethan's found the first one.
He's in so much trouble. He's so dead, though. They just offset the pace there, but the plant is yet to go in. It's still a 2v3. 10 seconds now. The cross, not particularly safe. Demon 1 just dipped away from it. And Leo wants to try and create that support, create that safety himself. Put his body on the line for it, and the plant's now going to come down. Leo, Alpha, and Boaster. Lots to be done here. Still, beautiful hold from Leo there, making sure that plant is safe. And Alpha signs it at the end. 2-2 now, all even. Fnatic back in the matchup.
First time we've seen EG try and execute a set piece here early on, but it results in a 1-for-1. And like I said, with that early advantage in terms of the old cycle, Fnatic have better mid-round options. Gotcha. EG already back down to pistols. Yeah.
Udah kemana
See any
itu?
further,
Oh,
actually.
Iko.
The Sheriff's, the light shield coming for Demon 1, but another opportunity here for Fnatic. If they have the read, they can get towards Durka's showstopper, Boast's orbital strike, 2 away from Leo's ultimate as well.
And it's a gamble stack from EG, right? Like, he's trying to do what they can. It's a completely free site for Fnatic as well. So much kit to be played with. Yeah, obviously Chronicle invested his relatively recently, but beyond that, super comfortable. Plant gonna go in. Chronicle takes a little bit of chip damage, but this is where the bulk of EG is coming from, so it's gonna be Alpha, clean work, overwhelmed. Boostio's gonna take him down. Leo next to be brought in, decides doesn't want to be on a platter for them, and Kong. Oh, the timing, but the shot's good, hold on. Still got a little bit of time to work with on this one. Leo now pulled back further, but he knows that crunch is coming in eventually. Can he get that kill in time? No. Now the pressure starts to mount. Durka taken down to 65. Can they close the gap in time? Leo's found Calm and created a little bit of safety, but you can see the threat. You can see they had to invest the ult to deal with it. Leo's held them back at the door, and Leo not allowing them close to that site.
Nice clean up here from Leo. Again, not afraid to invest these ultimates to secure rounds. Actually, Boostio will pick up an operator here. Curious to see if he holds on to that. Com buys a lot of time here, even gets a kill with the Frenzy as well on Chronicle, I believe, drifting a little deeper. Unfortunately, like I said, with this advantage, Fnatic just have so many more tools to throw into that pivot point in the round. We see the trap piece here?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, wait, what?
Boostio?
Boostio got that kill? I mean, we know about the trap piece. Clearly, so did EG. Boostio putting up big numbers. Con by his side. Fnatic just got deleted.
Oh my god!
I want to see that first shot from Boostio, honestly. Saw the flash come through, but I don't know if he's able to avoid it or turn it. If he did with the operator, that's a snappy first shot.
That's one of those like lovely little pocket pieces that Fnatic bring out, and it looks so good for them.
I mean, usually you'd see a little bit of utility dumped in behind the C's.
Oh.
Way ahead of the flash.
Flash a little offset on the timing then.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Give EG a chance. I guess they're going to grip it with both hands, aren't they? They don't want to let that one go.
Oh, by the way, that's Boostio.
Boostio's here. Boostio's here. Hold on. Yeah, okay, spots player. He's going to have to fall away.
But bear in mind, that's Boostio on a Killjoy posted up in front of the door in Sands with an operator, by the way. I mean, it's just lunacy.
No, banyak keluar semua itu.
Right? Yeah,
Got the Hunter's Fury and the Orbital Strike as well.
Yeah, they're waiting for this. Okay, gonna force him out there. Boostio's gonna catch Chronicle. That's massive. Trade comes out though. Jungler's gonna go down.
Kebakar.
Okay, Hunter's Fury. This is all just kind of shots in the dark though. It gets cleared through by Tower. Don't think he'll retake that position. Wait it out. 4v4 now. Loss of Jorgo on one side and Chronicle on the other. Crosshair's trickier. Fnatic now without Chronicle to be able to facilitate a little bit, and leaves Boostio with a chance of the cross. Lockdown coming in. This is just chess games between the two. The timing on the cross, it's rough. Going to draw out the ult. Back and forth, countering. But the plant's going to come in, and Boast has made it safely back towards Tower. Boostio just knowing the player sat towards ARGB. Durka's in danger, and darts on his forehead.
Nano to clear him as well. Boostio holding the angle here. Finally, we'll put it out, but it's a little deep, and Durka's able to shoot it.
Uh-oh. You better hit this shot, Boostio, if he comes around that corner. He's just holding space. EG, oh, there it is! Big boy Boostio doing some work here, but still, the molly
it took them
on the
so
spike.
long.
They have just got so little time to play with him. They need to close down these kills right about now, and well, need to maybe get them done a little earlier. Com already going to get towards that defuse, going to keep Alpha busy as best he can. That's Demon 1's job. Oh, the spray down is already going to get it to half. Demon 1's there, but do they have time?
There's no time.
This defuse, it's going to be so close. They got it! They got it! From EG that round. They put everything out. Every ult brought into play from both sides.
Lu lihat berapa ult yang keluar,
That's
anjir.
actually crazy. The molly comes in so late. Like I said, it took them so long to actually isolate, force Durka out of that position, dig him out of default. Like I said, the whole time this is happening, Boast is just holding the molly.
Yep.
0.15.
Gila, 0,1
I think
detik.
Fnatic probably think they've done enough there, honestly.
You think so, right? Okay, Back to business. We've got a game on our hands now. 4-3. It's starting to heat
Tuh
up.
ngedip aja
This is what we wanted from this map.
butuh 0,15 detik lebih guys.
Those big games, seeing the depth of EG here. What a moment for Boostio to start hitting that peak, starting to hit that form. And having a little bit of a tough time on map 1. This time forced away. Early contact made. Sand overwhelmed by Fnatic. And it's going to be Durka to find Demon 1. Trade comes in. Kong going to take down Boaster. But look on the other side. There's Smoke Snap! And he gets him. Bringing Durka back down to earth. But did he see the second? Surely he noted the second play.
I don't think he does know.
Okay, well, Chronicle's got a little bit of a chance. They come flying out. Trade comes in. Ethan there. Ethan with the forward. And now Alpha goes down. EG back in the game.
A stark contrast of what we saw in map 1 as well. The trading, the confidence, EG putting bodies on the line. Happy to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic ahead of this site hit.
Thank God for that. I couldn't deal with another map 1.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, Fnatic play a beautiful game. We know that, but give us a real competitive match.
For me, this was the biggest question to see EG drop a map and then
Ini
come
baru
back
match
and
up yang
play
bagus sih.
confidently.
Tapi ini di
We've got
mapnya
timeout from Fnatic.
si
Again,
Easy.
you're now looking at those kind of exclusive clubs, right? Who forces Fnatic into timeouts? Who gets them pushed?
Sumpah.
Exactly.
You
The
wanna see that?
energy is so different here on Fracture.
Now we get to see the test, but back to Fnatic, right? They already have a map in hand, so they're safe, right? They're not going to lose on this map and then go out. So it's not
Wow,
that
masih
big
memberi
of a,
perlawanan
a
sih
bigger
Fnatic
picture in
tadi
that
sih.
mind. But here, focused in, they've now got a challenge. EG proving there's a reason they made it this far. They've shown those tangibles now coming in. They've course corrected. They've done all those things we said. You know, put map 1 out of your mind, come in, get that start. They did. They started to heat up now. Individuals showing up. Boostio, 11-4. Like, he is having impact. Ethan's right there with him. Everyone's starting to find that little bit of something. Now, on the other side, Fnatic, first time we started to see some of those counters coming in as well, dealing with some of their little pocket plays, like towards Sand, all those little bits and pieces. I mean, I say counter plays, it was just Boostio backhand them with an operator, but still, dealing with some of those things that sit very well with Fnatic. What do they do now? Where's that next adaptation from Fnatic?
Well, back in a position here, obviously, with ultimates coming online. EG already have, I mean, I feel like another 2 purchases behind this. Boostio still rocking the operator. 2 away from the lockdown once again. 2 off the Rolling Thunder, so options on both sides here. Leo and Chronicle are going to be able to farm an orb here early on.
Watching here. Watching here.
Okay, you just heard that kind of flying around the map. Now, big info. That should really confirm it.
Dia tahu anjing panahnya landing
Still
di
not giving
sana.
away too much here, but this should be very telling. The amount of presence coming through. You've got 3 players from EG. Ethan with a lovely little stall on this as well.
Oh gila, counter utility bagus banget itu.
Really limit the amount of damage
Buang
or value
semua
gained by
utility-nya,
EG.
buang.
Fnatic will take the space. Early round protocols looking much better for EG though. On the back of that pressure in A main, they're actively clearing dish.
So indeed, this is going to start working down some Fnatic's utility, right? They're already starting to get a little stretched in this. Durka can be held back again. Old's going to find very little.
Oh,
It's not going to fully
on the
stretch.
orb.
Okay, I think it just got Ethan, so not bad. Faltering!
Fnatic looking a little hesitant here, a little knocked back on the back foot. Unable to really make a decision there. It felt like I said, Jooomers there with Showstopper, so I think Fnatic are on the fly trying to address how to dig him out of this position, but with 2 players slipping past the smoke and no swing from EG, there's no dart that comes out. They need to be decisive there.
Do you know what? This gives me, I'm going to say this early and I hope I'm wrong, this gives me a little bit of those echoes of that Liquid game where they started to look a little out of sorts, when they didn't have that synergy. I hope this doesn't happen to them here, Fnatic. I want a competitive game for both teams. I don't want them to start faltering like this. For now, coming back in with what they can afford, and it ain't much. Struggling to get a grip on EG here. A couple of ults very close by. They could have a
Nggak paham lagi deh gue
soon, but
sama Maya Rap
many
deh.
rounds left to play with.
Trying to protect the purchase
Dia
for obviously
tuh
round
kelarin,
12. Other side
ih
of
nggak
EG.
ngerti deh.
Sitting very comfortably now. Haven't had to rely on the lockdown. Demon 1 now 2 away from the orbital strike as well. So potentially lots of options in the final round. So we're going to try and probably prioritize the showstopper for Durka. Boaster's only 1 away.
Busio doesn't get checked on, and he's so confident, he's so quick. Takes out Boaster with ease. That smoke's now gone, but again, they're already leaning towards A. It's a quick reaction, but look at these positions from EG, Mike.
Yeah, deep control on the south side, so they're in a great position to retake A. They can concede the plant here, sorry.
Okay, do they get that safe drop down, though? Yep, Chronicle trying to make the cross with that spike. There's that reflex coming back in. Beautiful from Ethan, sheer control. 13 seconds. Fnatic aren't making much of this round. Leo is your danger man, and he's dead. Ethan coming alive with Jorgamo. EG looking out of this world right now. This
Wah, gua ngerti lagi sama Marep sih.
Map 1
Dia
to
tuh
map 2.
sekali RTO tuh
These are different
parahnya
teams. I
tengah
swear
hidup
to
cuy.
you. How is this where we're at?
Kalian nonton dulu deh ya.
It's a beautiful setup as well for the anti-eco. I said, conceding that first kill, immediately Fnatic feel as if there's a stack or they're going to be able to get ahead of the rotation with Boaster dying so quickly.
It's a Boaster, it's a Boaster.
Again, I come back to the same thing. The energy totally different on stage here as well.
Yep. But look at the ults. Surely Fnatic have a round in hand here. I mean, there's a couple for EG, but it's Fnatic, right? They got ult galore. They should be able to use this well. Jorgamo. Oh, come off it! He's found 2! Yeah, get out of there. You've done some serious damage. Dirk are gone and Alpha gone now.
Late round options as well for EG. Lockdown available. Rolling Thunder here for a retake. Just want to see EG sit back a little deeper here. Fnatic looking to continue onto A site. Problem being there's lots of EG bodies here. Stun good, but Leo's not cleared.
Okay. Oh,
he's noted now.
Yep. Chronicle coming around to help him out because Leo's in serious danger. Drawing the attention away, Jorgamo forced into this. It's all getting a little bit mad out here. Chronicle and Boaster fighting back massively. Ethan can't handle it. Fnatic digging deep this time. 3v2. Lockdown gonna come in.
The lockdown's so shallow though.
Yeah, Busio trying to close that gap. Does he find Boaster? Jump spot, nice from Boaster. Gonna probably note him. Force him forward. Boaster's dead. And now Chronicle on the line, 21 HP is fallen. Busio, the little bulldog, ripping him. Limb from limb, and now Leo. The smoke's in place, but the fuse has started. It ain't stopping. Busio's just holding this down. Oh, he's been caught just at the end. And now there's problems for Demon 1. Still another smoke to go. He's gonna put it close. Another spray, praying. Demon 1 down low. He's got it. He's only got it. Finds him in the end, but Fnatic left with only 3 echoes of map 1 here, Mike.
A massive contrast. EG digging so deep to get back on top of this series in map 2. I gotta say it, Fnatic looking a little flustered in some of these. Not seeing that usual polish.
That's the EG we were waiting for. Fnatic now have a fight on their hands. This second half means everything. Busio's coming online, Jorgamo's there. This is golden. We want to see more from Fnatic, and hopefully do in just a moment's time after this break, as Jinzu's waiting down with an interview for us.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. I am joined by an EMEA royalty. It is Redgar from Team Liquid and his brother Ragnar as well. First of all, Redgar, you faced EG before, so what do you make of this match so far?
It's really incredible match. On Lotus, like Fnatic showed really good results, but on Fracture, I had the same problems, not gonna lie.
You've been there, been there. And also, Ragnar, what's it like to be able to, travel to Japan to watch your brother, support him as well?
That's outstanding, amazing feeling. Like, it's like my dream. And supporting my brother every time, like being here, it's a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Who are you both rooting for out of all the teams that's left in this tournament?
Of course, for Fnatic.
Why?
They're brothers, you know, friends.
I mean, you got any words that you would say to them right now? I think it's currently 9-3 down, not looking so good. What do they need to do?
It's time to activate the curse. Chronicle, do it.
Oh, you would know. And what about you, Ragnar? What do you think?
I think, guys, it's just a start. Go for it. One step closer.
I like this positivity. And lastly, for you also, Redgar, I know Ragnar's been really enjoying the audience. What's your experience been today watching from here?
They're really amazing. Like, they're reacting on everything so nice, and I really enjoy this. Even when I'm watching, I'm enjoying. When I was on stage, I enjoyed it really much.
Lagi ke Shinjuku guys,
Oh, it's been really cool to have you here as well. Thank you so much, Redgar. And Ragnar, we're going to throw this back to Pansy and Hypok, and let's see if Chronicle can activate that curse.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot to be looked at here, but let's kind of bring it back down, Mike, because we're seeing 9-3 on the score, right? Map 1, blowout. Map 2 could be something similar. But it's Fnatic. They've got a lot in the tank, right? They've got more to bring out here, surely.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm seeing uncharacteristic mistakes from Fnatic, seeing hesitation. Again, especially in rounds where we keep talking about Fnatic having so many options, so many opportunities available in the mid-round, ability to get some key ultimates online, and just not executing on that. Very strange to see.
Does EG get the start they wanted here, though? Pressured and punished. Perfect work coming out. Trying to get those follow-up players. Comp's going to find one back, but Dirk is in aim training. Just dropping bodies. That pain shell could be dangerous for Comp. He's fine. Well, fine's a strong word for what he is right now. He's dead. Dirk, stunning start. We've seen a couple of times now EG punished with that approach, getting tucked in that corner, getting pressured there. Happened in their earlier games, happened here today.
First few times we've seen EG drop the pistol as well. See Lotus, the first example here, but this is always, EG is set up for this. They're in the right place at the right time, but Fnatic win out in a brawl outside on tree here. EG not able to even get themselves into a position to execute one of their pistol strats. And Alpha, is he going to go farming here? Plenty of EG bodies on the other side.
He's going to fall away from this. Find that next angle to sit to. See him creeping close. Lovely. Nice from Alpha. Another chance. Not going to get it that time. Has to start falling back. Doesn't want to give anything up here. Chance for a pinch coming in through tower, though. That there in your mind. Boostio. Oh, dearie me. It's all gone a bit wrong here. Lovely from Alpha. Can't make much more of it. 5. Oh, excuse me. 4 standing at the end there. Not too many problems in the end.
And Alpha gets a couple of kills as well, so that will put him 3 away from the lockdown. We'll come back in here. I guess, yeah, here with a Bulldog and Stinger to round out the purchase. Actually, going to catch up right here. 2 Bulldogs alongside these rifles in the hands of Dirk and Alpha. Curious if Fnatic want to take the fight to them. Both are just committed towards spawn here, able to smoke off both sides. And yeah, looks like they might just take the fight to them.
Oh, that's a long-awaited fight there. Follow not so clean though. There's escape.
Gets away?
Yep, 15 HP. He's still alive.
It's a good paint shell as well, actually coming through. Joooomer, he finds a kill on Chronicle retreating back through sand.
Yeah, the kind of counter pressure coming in through from Dish.
I mean, I know the paint shell going through that forces Boaster back, but Chronicle then, I don't know if he goes up the rope. He falls on the retreat back out of A main.
Oh, look at the.
Boaster might catch
doing a double
this.
pump. Yeah, but he's got a stinger. It's not enough. A little too close to the corner, and Com's going to clear it pretty cleanly. Putting Leo next in the driving seat of this round. Alpha trying to maybe make his way around the north side, but Leo's got a Bulldog, full kit of util. Doesn't get noted, actually. Oh, what is that? Joooomer, half in the air, just flying through, and Alpha's going to get that rifle.
Katanya bisa jump shot di sini.
You're gonna try and hold in here for an exit, but this is actually big because it gets Com 1 off the Hunter's Fury, Demon 1, 2 off the Orbital Strike. So 2 ultimates that EG have pinned a lot of attacking rounds in terms of set pieces here. I mean, Joooomer's very low, actually, 8 HP. And Ethan's a little ahead of him here. Don't want to see them actually drop these rifles with the credits you see on the left side of your screen here. A little bit concerning. It shouldn't be in range of the spike anyway here.
Alpha go for a little bit of a look.
He's more conscious, just wants to hold on to this.
That's fair. Not a problem. Okay, 10-5 now. Double digits reached for EG. First one in this half, though. Still a buy to be had for Fnatic coming through. Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
That's how that happened.
You wanted clarity, you got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clean.
Okay, fun times ahead, though, because Durka does have the operator. Now, I'd love to see a bit of that. Want a bit of that. I need something. Fnatic, 5 rounds ain't enough for me. Like pistol rounds, and then once they got into the buys, where were they? There they are now, though. Dirk, a lovely connection on the first comm, gonna fall down. That's a little piece of the kit that EG depends upon, removed above a minute 30. This now should change that dynamic of what they go for.
Try and counter this by finding some space in A main, but a weird setup here from Alpha. Some utility in the choke point here, and Dish uncovered as of yet, but him and Leo, I guess, ready to swing out here. Still actually bounced off the alarm bot, but still EG find themselves on site.
Okay, so
if they can retreat behind these smokes as well.
Do they get the time?
I was going to say, actually,
yeah.
Nobody from Fnatic even coming through to spam on the backside of this, so almost a rehearsed retake to come through here for Fnatic potentially.
Let's see how perfected this is, though. First player to step forward is going to be Alpha, trying to clear out the players on the side. It's going to be Jooomers. Everyone else sitting a little bit deeper. You start seeing the fight towards those backlines coming from Leo. Jooomers taking a little bit of a look to the right side of the smoke. He's going to see Chronicle for sure taken out by Chronicle, and now Fnatic take that next step. Masses of advantage when it comes to the body simply online. Ethan, what a shot, though. By Demon 1 here, overwhelmed in the end. Now Leo starts to pressure. Defuse started. Alpha not going to be stopping that one either. All down to Boostio now. Oh my word, what an attempt. But Alpha held his nerve, held down the defuse. Fnatic make it to 6.
I mean, there's nano swarms here. I'm not sure where Demon 1's molly goes. I noted it before the plant came through. I don't know if he uses it to maybe slow down the retake, but that's a big tool available here with a safe plant as well. Is that Demon 1's molly there? Very strange, if that's the case.
Imagine if I died right now.
Yeah, Fnatic setting up. I was curious why there was no real pressure onto the backside of the smokes here, but as if they were relying on, like I said, a rehearsed retake coming through. Same setup once again as well. So Alpha looking to do a little bit of chip damage here with his util in the choke point. The other 4 members of Fnatic over towards B site right now.
Just got the showstopper online. EG looks like the pace shift again towards the site. They want to try and... It looks very similar to before.
I mean, do we see the adjustment now with the orbital strike available? Like I said, the Molly's here, the Hunter's Fury's here, plenty of post-plant tools available. Nano swarms will go in.
Ethan.
There's nobody actually reflanking towards the south side here, so Boaster's finally coming through tree, but it's a lot for him to handle.
Yeah, and the timing's going to be nuts. If he gets it or not, though, Jooomers is dead to rights. Dirk is going to take the space. Post it. He gets it. He fights Ethan. Huge. Boaster now makes his debut as well, clearing that back line. This is gorgeous from Fnatic. That's the team we were waiting to see. Clinical on the retake.
A beautiful read as well. I mean, it being just Boaster, you're a little concerned that he has so many people to get past here on the flank, but I'm not even sure. Actually, Jooomers didn't have showstopper, right?
I don't.
Obviously, Con was on the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think he's deep enough here.
No.
No, Jooomers 2 away. I mean, the saving grace. Ethan fall into that. Is he just tucked in behind the double box, I think? Saving grace being Evil Geniuses didn't overinvest here, so they're actually close to getting pretty much everything online for their next buy round. 3 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs to bring into this one.
EG deciding it's time for a timeout. Probably rightly so. You've just had a string of rounds put up against you. 1 blip in the middle. But Fnatic's starting to find their footing here, right? Like, they're a good team. They're starting to look less flustered. We're starting to see a little bit more of that dominance showing. Clean rounds like that, that's a little worrying. So where's the adaptation?
Kalian nonton ya.
They're all looking pretty good here. Everyone's playing up to what I'd say is okay. I'd say Demon 1 could do a little bit more work, but again, he's maybe just not in that position to be doing so. Outside of that, though, the gap's starting to close. That pressure's going to start coming back again, right? You did everything you could on that first half. Now you're starting to feel that pinch.
I think Fnatic's showing as well a commitment towards the approach overall, not really relying on playing reactively or having to dig deep and, you know, explore the map. which is key as well. We talk about EG's success with this composition lying in some of these little utility-oriented pieces early on. I mean, you have Durka swinging out tree with an operator, catching EG off guard, not really allowing them to set up. So in my eyes, the adaptation here from EG needs to be back to basics.
Again, this round may not be completely the one we see, obviously, the plan in. Stingers, Sheriffs, classic as well for Boostio. I mean, he was pretty good with it on the first map. On the other side, of course, that purchase looking really nice with Fnatic. Still going to have that operator for Durka. A whole lot of kit. Alpha 1 away from ult. Boaster already got his there. Chronicle 2 off 2. Just going walkabout, slowly closing towards that B side, but I mean, no particular hurry on this. Durka's still around as well.
Jones invested very deep, actually. Don't even think he'll have a chance to spot anything towards tower or pressure Durka off this angle. Durka will spot the knife, though. That's what he posted up back on this angle. No smoke to cover just yet, either.
Oh, the timing makes me nervous. Does he just take a straight shot? No, he's actually holding off from that. Joooomoo going to invest his, and actually this is a big investment here. Joooomoo just going to take all the space he's being given. That could be one. It is, but the trade's there. Chronicle not going to go down either. Stays, holds, and now they're in real problems. They're investing so much, doubling down, tripling down, but they can't get past Fnatic, holding them back perfectly. Calm and Demon 1 left with a Sheriff and a Stinger, and that's all about she wrote. Yes, an ult there for Demon 1, but is this really where you use it? Could need one of those Demon 1 rounds here. He is going to invest it. This is everything that they had for EG.
Wait,
He's
what?
bringing out to a 1v1. Chronicle gets caught, and now it's all on Alpha. The young gun, Demon 1 down so low. He's got to land, and he does. Alpha there. Didn't miss. Held his nerve and gets the defuse.
Let's play everything into this. You can understand maybe the showstopper to try and find an opener, but the rolling it feels like just desperation. It's like, well, we've already invested showstopper, Hunted Fury. Let's throw the rolling thunder in there.
Does nothing.
Leo actually gets a kill ahead of it, even taking effect as well. That's a tough blow to EG, and it brings Fnatic within touching distance now. 2 rounds away from tying things up. Boostio pulling out the operator here. Very curious. I mean, maybe just pushes him towards a little more passive position on that flank control, but again, nobody showing anything outside tree here. Alpha with a very deep position, lockdown available. Boaster probably going to be the probe towards B site here.
Gak aja EG nahan
used up both ultimates to
Itu
cancel
main
lockdown.
games namanya, guys. Lu kan nge-spectate, beda lah.
Yeah, that's something that's going to sit very nicely in their pocket. Durka undetected, holding this ground. And it looks like a crunch towards A. You've got north and south side coming through. 3 players here. Leo on the site. Durka very forced to reveal his hand a touch here. But does he get the safe escape? No, he doesn't. Joooomoo, so sharp. Beautiful shot towards Durka. Stall towards the north side. Look at the south, though. They're not out of the woods just yet. Leo, does he get checked on? Playing on site. Very hard to clear here with Chronicle trying to hold his cross. Joogumoo's got stunning movement. He flies in for Booster out of nowhere. Finding 3. Bringing this back in the hands of Fnatic and put it all to Boostio to try and do something with. He's only got 13 seconds. Who wants to plant? Still a molly in that lockdown. Boostio has to go nuclear here. Lockdown the zone.
Yeah, he can trade off lockdowns here.
He's got a bit of room to play with, though. Turret's there. It's all on the aim here. He's going to be forced out of position potentially by that molly. Not much to play on the left-hand side. And now he's got some room to work. Molly forces him out. Alpha is just as quick with it. Boaster just saved them in that round.
I mean, nobody's swinging onto that angle. Joooomoo finds the opener. Boaster, I think he swings out of the smoke here. The beautiful execution of Durka. I mean, he's way out of this. What is that?
Gini nih, segini doang nih.
Fully no man land, just sat there. The turret himself. That's absolutely cracked EG's buy. Now we're in panic stations, right? This is when reality's coming back around. So good you get it twice, apparently. Operator for Boaster. What's going on?
Maybe Durka's going to be set in motion here, yeah, with a satchel plate. Fnatic once again trying to catch somebody off guard. This is to address the ability EG have to execute on B site here with the lockdown. Fnatic trying to take some of the space towards Arcade and limit EG's control here behind it.
It's going to be Ethan up against at least Durka. Now Leo, now with all that kit there, they want to try and get this dealt with, and it's done. That's going to be Fnatic winning out the big proponent of this round. That one big element that could have maybe turned the tides a little. Now this north side hold from Fnatic makes it very difficult for EG to cross. They just about scramble towards the site. Still Alpha towards tower, doesn't get checked on, gets the punish, gets the follow-up. No third for him though. Boostio and Demon 1 still going to try and put up numbers here. There's so little safety.
Com slips out. He gets back to Arcade.
But the timing, does he
He's
get caught?
reflanking tower.
But the timing on Boaster here, this is mad. He's got a shot, and he's taking him down. Tap on the spike, though, draws him around. Leo gets brought away, has to deal with it, he can't! Com overwhelms, but it's Chronicle in a 1v2, and the Molly's on the site. So he looks elsewhere for a moment. Can he close the gap on anyone? He can! Com's gone down, 1v1 now. Needs some big work from Demon 1 here, and it can't happen! EG just about get to 11. Fnatic did everything win condition-wise they needed.
And Fnatic take the space away, but they don't actually follow through it, and I think that's the problem. EG are still allowed to execute onto Alpha on site. I don't know if maybe the adjustment here is for Alpha to be positioned more towards the tower, maybe towards the Arcade side of tower. This is what, he goes 1 for 1? Does he get 2? I can't even remember.
I think he's still got 2 Alpha on this. It's like they didn't clear him with a boombot. It didn't obviously go into the corner.
Crazy, once again, the EG invests the lockdown on that sort of round, but it pays off this time around.
Boostio's in a whole lot of trouble. Boostio's dead. Fnatic have been putting a hit squad to clearing this side. We've seen a couple rounds in a row now. What's the response? Not going to fully clear the utility either. Looks like just power on through close smokes. Cross not going to get caught this time around. All the utility being dealt with. Leo held back, forced away by the... Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Michael. This isn't real. Com has no idea. He's got no idea. When does he turn? Does he ever turn? Now it's time to think about the crowd. Now it's time to hear
He's got the
what
Hunter's
they're doing.
Fury though.
Oh my god, this is everything.
Fnatic maybe think they've won this by clearing the backline and there's no Hunter's Fury to play off.
But we've seen these moments before, Mike. I can't think this is all but safe. Jorgamo goes looking, he finds Leo. And now what is going on here? Fight on the site, Ethan wins it. The backline now going to start being tested. Ethan's noted it, he knows he's in trouble, he needs the help to come in. They're being overwhelmed on the site. Ethan trying to do everything he can, he's got so much pressure. Com has to sit back, he has to wait. Fnatic have no idea, sends it, no tag. No tag, and no time, EG! Gonna make it up to 12. Com goes completely unchecked, held his nerve and just head down, keeps himself safe.
Like I said, I think Fnatic feel like they've won this out. They may be expecting the lurk back through spawn from Com, which he's done before.
Yeah.
You've seen him lurk through B side and all the way into spawn with the Hunter's Fury previously, but Fnatic clear dish proactively as well.
One enemy remaining.
I think that's why they slow things down as well. Like, yeah, they're not playing outside main. There's nobody here. That is wild.
Game on now. EG, this is the pressure they've got. Screwed over early. This time, Jorgamo outdoes Durka. Early man advantage now. 5v4, they can slow down a bit if they want to. There's still 3 players from Fnatic on this side of the map, leaving it all in the hands of Alpha over towards 8. And EG gonna get Ethan's ult ready to go. It's a big piece of the puzzle. Jorgamo only 1 away, as is Demon 1 now.
Ngambil orb.
Fnatic slowly clearing back through underpass as well here, but adjustment in the setup for Alpha. Another one bespoke towards just slowing things down.
He's got the operator, right? Okay. Alpha operator on site. Support is not there yet for him. This is all on the young gun himself. He can't quite get away, but he's got a second lease of life. Jooomers and Boostio in unison, though, taking this one firmly in their hands. It's Boaster and Chronicle to try and deny going to that map 3. It feels inevitable. But the plan yet to go in now goes down. Boaster creeps a little closer, gets overwhelmed. Jooomers is absolutely thriving in this round as Chronicle, last one alive. First scalp claimed, needs 3 more. Time against him, kit invested. He's got comms, he's got Boostio, he's got nothing. EG taking us to map 3. Now we got a game on our hands.
A beautiful display here of EG. The recovery factor in full effect. Yes. Massive concerns coming out on map 1. Woo. Like I said, even just noting the energy, the approach to some of these rounds, totally different.
Night and day, Mike.
I guess we get an answer to that big question as well. If actually EG are tested and they have to play from behind, have to go back to basics.
Yeah,
ready to pull off here, which, like I said, a few of these rounds, EG are sticking to what we saw work previously. They're having to adjust on the fly, and it's worked for them here in map 2.
Jooomers gila anjir, Mario X
Give a little bit more credit, especially to the likes of Boostio, who had a horrific map 1. Genuinely bullied around the map.
Map masing-masing ya. Tapi Fnatic masih beri perlawanan loh.
Here, 21-13. The guys absolutely activated. And we're seeing now Fnatic pushed to what I want to say limit, right? We get the final map crunch, which is going to be split. How good is that? This is such a good head-to-head of these two teams now. I can't wait to go the distance because I want to see better from Fnatic as well. There was that lovely little run of rounds they went on to get them back up to 9. But that first half was one-sided.
There's a couple of things as well. Like I said, early on, Fnatic looked so hesitant. I'm not sure if the timeout maybe changed things. I didn't even catch that actually. I saw it in the replay, but there's a couple of rounds where Fnatic are forced into a really awkward position in the round, and they don't demonstrate that same comfort. That's their comfort zone, mid-rounding, making reactive calls, and we just didn't see it across the board here on Fracture.
It's a me, it's a Boaster, it's a Boaster.
Oh man, Spirit's an all-time high for EG, and Fnatic now have to face their demons here. This is a terrifying prospect going into map 3 split. It's been a comfortable map in the past for them, but they have to deal with these young guns in front of them.
Sat. Rep udah langsung kontak ke gue nih kali ini guys. Ya, gimana? Hai Cezirin, thank you udah jadi member. Sorry ya, hari ini internetnya juga rada-rada guys ya. Lagi gua marahin. Nggak tahu nih, abis ini udah bener atau belum. Karena gue dipantau sama teknisnya, langsung gue bilang kayak, lu jangan tutup laporan mulu. Kayak kalau belum kelar gue ngomong gitu guys ke Marep. Emang gimana ya, kadang kesel gue ya. Kali ini MyRap susah kalau suruh restart sama Odom karena nggak bisa. Gue bilang gue udah kasih nomor laporan 3 biji dan setiap ditutup dia RTO. Jadi gue bilang lu jangan asal tutup nomor laporan dulu deh. Ini benerin dulu kenapa? At least jangan benerin sih. Kayak kenapa bisa begini? Kalau jelas oke gitu loh. Karena semenjak ke masalah kemarin begitu RTO-nya cuy. Kayak mati total anjir, kayak beberapa detik ya, hampir semenitan anjir. Gue lagi nanya ke IndiHome, tapi gue mau confirm guys, ini IndiHome beneran 1:3? Kayak gini lagi gue liatnya kan. Jadi gue mau pasang internet kedua lah istilahnya buat backup plan. Jadi di gua nggak ada internet lain karena sudah dimonopoli sama si Sinarma sama IndiHome. Jadi nggak ada ISP lain selain itu dua. Jadi gue juga nggak ada opsi di sini gitu. Jadi pakai teknik ancaman gue pun juga tidak bisa gitu. 1:3. Di sini tulisannya yang 100 Mbps itu 600.000 harganya. Ini promo 100 Mbps gitu. Gue mau internet doang bisa gak sih? Ya kata 1:3. Gue gak bisa ganti provider, gue harus nambah. Karena kalau satu, gue nggak menjamin IndiHome juga bagus koneksinya kan, kalian tahu sendiri kan. Walaupun kantornya di sini ya, Geraha Telkom ya. Di sini tulisannya 50 Mbps 460.000, 100 Mbps 500.000. Paket internet only sih Indonesia. India marah-rada. Menurut gua semua tetap rada-rada sih.
Evil Geniuses manages to clap back, forces map 3 and really knock Fnatic off their rocker. Welcome back everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Sideshow and Brandon, and I mean already I'm so glad we're going to map 3. I'm so glad that both of these teams are showing us their best right now. This truly has been an incredible matchup to watch.
Yeah, the two unstoppable objects finally meeting each other and drawing blood on either side. And, you know, the big question we had coming into this second map was, you know, the inexperience of EG. Was it going to rear its head? Pansy brought up a good point as well, that Ethan, you know, is a central player that's been on these big stage matches before, but I don't really think of him as the stoic individual that's going to be rallying up, you know, this charismatic guy who's going to be picking themselves up. Really, it's on the players individually to pick themselves up from EG, and we saw that just in waves, honestly. It emanated from almost every single player on EG.
It did. Okay, so EG, they won 7 rounds in a row against Fnatic. That's the longest streak that anyone's put up against them. And I want to break down one of the reasons why they had immaculate defensive utility.
Coba di restart nggak? Kalau MyRap ngomong bukan di restart. Sudah di flash IP dan apa gitu, lebih keren bahasanya. Cuman
the player to watch here is Ethan, who has all of this util up, and
ada paket gamer.
Dumping it down here.
Bedanya
so they have this fault line to start with, and that's combo with a nade and a shock dart, then you have aftershock. And look how quickly they pivot instantly into re-clearing dish, because if this was an A split, they're trying to catch the other half of it. So they instantly go back, drone topside, and Fnatic, they pause, they're scared a little bit. Now I want to pause here and just note this recon dart. It's come back online because of how long it took Fnatic to take that area of the map. And we can play this out. They have a flash recon combo to make sure they put pressure on Durka as he comes in. It forces more utility out of Fnatic again. The ult doesn't really have a follow-up. Everyone's getting stalled. And now there's only 25 seconds left, and they're forced to go in essentially dry into the crossfires. The smokes have all faded, and EG's defensive utility is bought enough time for Fnatic to just completely run out of their util and go in dry. This happens happened again against the operators on B, although in this clip, Boostio doesn't have that much impact. He was flying with the op. And this, to me, is just one of the reasons why this Sova breach combo is working so well for EG on the defense side. They constantly have the refresh of the shock dart, of the recon dart and the stun to be able to keep people back.
Yeah, it's just so much utility that they could use to stall out their opponents. It's incredible, but they also needed a confidence boost as well. And that leads us to a Ryzen high-speed moment, because this one actually is going to go to EG in round 6. You see, they ended that round super quickly, but genuinely, this felt like the catalyst for EG to be like, guys, we can come back.
Yeah, this is the classic Fnatic play where they do the C's over the top and they try and punish it, comboing it usually with, ultimate, in this case, Durka double satcheling. But look at the instant response. It seems like they were going to go for like this A-Horse clear, but they're all ready for it. Boostio hits the nastiest shot ever. And, just driving home the point that you were making, Josh, as well, with all the util being bled out of them, Boostio was just running a mockery in this game, man. He was getting away with so much.
What a glow-up. From a player that essentially caused the snowball on the other side and was 0-5 in first kills, he went 5-1 in first kills, first deaths with the operator on this map.
Massive, massive turnaround. That, of course, takes us to map 3. It's gonna be split. And genuinely, you couldn't have wrote the story better yourself. Everyone's always like, Riot script writers. I genuinely believe it now. Because we just saw 13-3 on Lotus. Then we saw Fnatic try and, really quell the fire, the raging fire of this EG team. And now Sideshow, Brent. Now we're entering into this situation where it's both teams' game here. Here's a Prime Gaming agent select. This is very doable for both of them. This is nuts.
Very doable for both of them. No real changes in terms of the comp, as far as I'm aware, as well, in terms of what's being ran between these two teams. And it's an even map pool for both of them. We ran at the beginning, before we even got into this matchup, where these teams have been landing in terms of their maps, the pick rates, their win rates on it. And Split really is smack bang in the middle almost for both of these squads.
They're both great at it.
They're both great at it. I think this is going to be a fantastic map to finalize this series on.
Yeah, first map, big advantage one way. Second map, the other way. Third map should be even, should be a banger.
All right, well, this is it. One last map to decide which teams move straight through to the best-of-5 grand final. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
We said this was going to be history in the making, and we were very close by to that. Did Fnatic get themselves into that final, the chance to really solidify that reputation that's been building since lock-in, or do we see Cinderella finally go to the ball? So much more in front of us. Mike, where are you starting on this? So it's split. We've got these two teams here. One-sided performances in the first two. Where are you going now?
I mean, for me, we need to see a step up from Demon One here. Obviously, Split in general, it rides a lot on, obviously, that duelist impact. Here they're going to have 2 in the form of Jooomers, and he popped off on map 2.
He did.
But for me, the power player here has to be Demon One, and ultimately as well, Fnatic's ability to really slow things down, negate his value. But Demon One, I believe, only 3 times this year has had to play against a Cypher. One of them being Nats, but here stepping up towards Alpha. So that counter pick discussion, Split. How much do we see it come into effect here on Split? Early space taken away, actually. Fnatic playing very deep on this.
Yeah, no one's here. So EG will get full step to the site. They've cleared through pretty cleanly towards tower. I think the dog just managed to get around the corner. So they take a fair amount of space. Now, at this point, instantly into the retake and the post plant. Now, looking at what kit Fnatic has, plenty. All the juice in this one. Now, the timing on Boostio here is quite curious. And a swing, lovely double swing actually, puts Durka on the back foot. Counter flash comes in from Leo to try and stem any of that aggression. Where are they going to find this?
Clue.
Oh, bouncing shot from Durka. Ethan's just been deleted. Jooomers getting back to it. And now you can see that crunch coming in. Com going to take down Chronicle. Hold on! EG starting to work away at Fnatic down to Boaster and Alpha. Trying to work their way back in as well. But look who's waiting. Demon One on the side, waits patiently. Contact made! 2 bodies drop. EG get the first pistol here.
Boostio, again, there's a spy cam on B. Alpha doesn't retrieve it, but I don't believe he even checks it once as they retreat away from B site. Boostio put in a position where, I mean, nearly shows his hand too early.
Yeah. Luckily,
that pinch comes through from all the way deep in screens.
Okay.
Just to come back to, again, the Cypher discussion, we're really looking towards Ethan and Jorgamo to be diligent in terms of utility here, to pave the way for Demon One to find value.
Okay.
Or to find some of that online form once again.
If that happens, bloody hell. Okay, we're going to have the two players pushed up pretty close by here. You got a flash from Leo potentially, and a little bit of work maybe to be had from Durka. Okay, they're trying to be drawn in here. Yeah, oh, this is a nice little pocket piece, even though instantly deals with that initial threat. Jooomers staying alive.
Jooomers actually nearly satcheled into their paint shell. We'll get healed up though, Ethan. The regrowth available.
Don't mind the ideas from Fnatic here. I mean, you're on a round classics, right? You might as well try and make something happen for yourself. Nice little idea. Didn't get what they really wanted. The heal coming through, everyone's back up to fighting form. Going back in, you're going to be seeing Boaster on the other side. Still has the smoke to invest if he fancies.
There.
Chronicle can catch that cross too, potentially. But again, you're talking about classics, so it's been very difficult. Clearing on it.
Spam Boaster out, actually.
I think they've even noted Chronicle. Absolutely, they have. Yeah, very quick to close down. Do they find the follow-up? Yes, they do. Leo's cleared. EG. Clinical in approach fight. It's down to 1 Alpha.
Jesus. How's Alpha getting 2 there with a classic?
22. He was the next one up. Bloody hell. Okay. Got a little bit, you know, precarious at the end. It is Alpha. Just a quick, you know, a little reminder for you. If you're like, have you forgotten the Turkish one again? Absolutely not. For now, though, EG have got the start they wanted. Now, up against Fnatic, they have not had the same pistol round success or those bonus conversions. This is a very light.
Nah, ini dia.
With as well.
Dirk actually brings a judge.
Game baru dimulai.
Similar to the previous map, we see him opt towards that operator on the defense. Yeah, only the one rifle in the hands of Demon 1, the Bulldog here. It's a Stinger and 2 Spectres, so Easy trying to protect that purchase to follow this round.
Most good clean up here. Timing's pretty key though. Keep an eye on the rest of the map. There is slow progress over towards A as well. Not a great deal, but also just getting the feel of each other at this point, kind of getting to know these two sides play.
I mean, I'd argue no progress, because actually they haven't been spotted, so they're not going to bait our rotation here. The utility's unfolded. There's 2 traps, a spy cam spotting deep into heaven as well, so you do want to see these 2 players outside A at least pump a little bit, create a little bit of pressure to Fnatic.
You can see what EG are trying to do, though. They're trying to end towards that A side, potentially, but as you said, with that lack of progress, they're walking into a big unknown.
And due to the fact that they have SMGs, that's why they need to force a rotation, force somebody Fnatic to cross paths with EG in mid here, but Spike's going to regroup. EG might get an opportunity to take a scrap in heaven here.
30 seconds left.
Hello, camera. So cross actually going to be made for Jooomers and Demon 1 towards the site. Alpha's going to catch comp. Spike is on the site
HP,
though. That's true. Spike's 1 down, yeah. So Fnatic, unless something goes terribly wrong, like Demon 1 pops off and Boostio does, they've done more than enough here. Keeping 4 standing, really nice.
Facility is crazy.
Really nice there.
Rapi.
And yeah, whilst all this is happening on B, if you see somebody come forward, deal with the camera, maybe take a trip away, that's when Fnatic are going to adjust. But I think for the entirety there, Alpha's just sat in the camera.
Yeah.
Literally. So he can command this heavy lean towards B. And ultimately put Fnatic in a position where they can take the engagement. They know that odds on they're going to have a numbers advantage here.
Bonus round not finding any sort of danger there, really, and I think you highlighted it perfectly as to why. It was so well controlled from some of the utility work coming in, and you can see it, I'm pretty sure, almost every round until Alpha does get checked on, right? He's going to be able to kind of keep that control over towards A. There. Looks like early start towards middle for EG, at least on their protocol list. Yeah, the Boombot on the other side trying to rattle on through. Durka waiting with the judge, so dependent on this timing, could be quite effective, but for now, just working off the back of the smoke.
Gue suruh ambil ngeping internet. Yes.
Same thing applies here, though. You don't see this utility set up from Alpha pressure here. Fnatic won't feel an awful lot of pressure.
Okay, slippery.
Chronicle's position, he's actually deep enough to find a stun into Mail here as well. Ooh. There's so many little pieces that can come together for Fnatic on the back of that first contact being taken. With 40 seconds left on the clock, by the way.
They're desperately trying to figure this out, right? Get that little bit of a beat on the likes of Fnatic, who are masterful at this. Keep in mind now, the paranoia gets sent. I think it only catches one, maybe two. Flash towards Boaster, Painter to follow. Cross gonna be had as well. Seeker's gonna make that pretty secure. And Joooomer with a lovely overwhelm towards Boaster. Sight's now theirs. Do they get a safe plant? They don't have full safety from Heaven, CT, anywhere else. Fnatic still have step back here. Chronicle gonna get pressured. Handles Joooomer, looks for the follow-up. Demon 1's there! Demon 1's dead! Gorgeous from Chronicle. And now Ethan, Com, and Busio trying to hold against the favorable numbers here. And Busio's in no man's land, getting chased around, but Com does well to find Durka. Ethan slips away and Com tries to fill that void. Now, Flash comes in, turns it, but not well enough. Alpha, he's there on the site, and now Com, what can you do? This is hard work, it ain't gonna happen. Fnatic showing their caliber now.
And not even just conceding the 2 kills, but giving Fnatic an opportunity to invest the neural theft here. Reveals the lurk from Com, who was so late on that as well. So I should say, so deep on this. All the way towards bottom mid, still outside sewers at this point. Like I said, a little bit of pressure on site as well. EG can't find an open plant for Heaven, so at that point, Com's hand is forced. He has to make a move. It's going to reset the economy of EG as well. 2 stingers and some sheriffs. 1 away from the Blade Storm though, so get this orb outside B potentially. I think Demon was literally like, bro, I'm right here.
Please.
I'm literally right here.
Okay, Com, has he slipped up unnoticed? No, I think he's been pinged out. Okay, so they're aware that someone's gotten close. I don't know if it got completely seen in the cam, but you can already see Durka trying to check on this. Com's got himself posted nice and deep though, so I'll be able to do something with it. Uh-oh, maybe not. Yeah, gonna have to show the hand. Looks like they want to try and pressure towards the safe side. Actually, they've done it really nicely timed. That's worked really well. Okay, challenge and falls to Alpha. They're on Stingers and Sheriffs, so again, this isn't the big buy for them. 50 seconds. Paranoia gonna find no one here. Seeker's gonna come through as well, so gonna keep checking what EG are up to. There is the ult coming in as well for Demon 1.
Nobody's dealing with the Seeker for him though. We slowed down a little bit on the approach. Alpha committed towards a side position. First trip finds nothing. Demon 1 over the top.
That's the Demon 1 you needed, but Alpha's still alive. He's going to make it hard work. He's only going to be able to manage 1, actually. 4v2 now.
Fire
throwing everything.
Yeah, Joooomer just wants to defend, right? It's just... Whoa, he's got him right to the chest. He puts his body on the line for it, and now a 1v3, but it is Leo. And they are working with less. He's got a flash. And he's got a first target. That's not pleasant. That's not pleasant. For the round 3G, not bad. Bloody hell.
Both duelist ultimates thrown in here to convert the Thrifty. A couple of concerns in my eyes, though. Here, I mean, the pinch is perfect from Vent. As soon as Durka tries to isolate Com, I believe, towards the top of ramp, we have to see an adjustment here. We've seen Fnatic basically employ the same approach to Bind with his Cypher. It's to counter the default Viper wall, to deny value in terms of the lurk up behind it. You see, actually, not spotted, but pinged out immediately. Com really neutered in that sense.
Durka's going for a fight over on A main, the extremity as well. Yeah, Com needs to be super careful to not fall in. He's making
Get out of there.
Baiting it. Oh my God, Com!
Okay, don't.
Mad confidence, apparently. Toying with Chronicle and Durka? That's...
And I don't think he even noted Chronicle on the push-up initially. It was just Durka. Durka has slipped through. No way. Does Ethan catch this?
Yeah, timing's everything now.
Are you serious?
And Ethan's got the spike. He's got support here, though. He's not alone. Durka is.
This is a beautiful collapse, though.
This is nice. We find 2 first. Hello! Ethan's got him. Okay, opportunities are plenty now towards A, right? That's super open for them. These Bulldogs are going to struggle. Only 1 for Boaster, 2 rifles, though, between Leo and Alpha. Paranoia could be nice. Nice timing on that. Wants to close in a little. Couldn't quite make it in time. Able to sit back a little safer, but buys a good couple of seconds here. 35 left on the board. So Leo slips the smoke, finds 1 spray! And gets it! Demon 1 goes down. Way more possible now. 2v3. Boaster's on the side. Ah, he's been dealt with so quickly. 20 seconds, that should be the plan.
Alpha does have a Vandal, though. You can find the first one cleanly. Joooomer offers it up, hands it over.
45. Masses of HP. Blood. Hell. Alpha. Oh, Com's timing there. Nice all work together. Okay. EG have found a little bit of an answer back. When do we see a Fnatic timeout, do you think? I don't think it's now. Maybe another couple of rounds. I don't know. 2 to 4 here?
I mean, no, Mini is probably considering it now, to be honest. So it's the first round we've seen Alpha switch things up. The utility invested towards B. And like I said, that's key. In terms of throwing off Fnatic's defensive game plan, seeing the same thing run on Bind, relying on the same things here on Split. Maybe if another round loss comes through. Do see Fnatic switch things up. Big spam coming through, but Ethan.
What a shot! Fully unintentional, it feels.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You take them when you get them, I guess, because Fnatic want to get aggressive down middle, and you've taken away the main proponent.
Yeah, they give up a first death as well. No commitment to the swing behind that as well to make sure that there's a trade that happens. Just so, I mean, yeah, EG are stacked here as 3, sure, but both on a judge as well, so he's going to be committed towards a very deep position towards main.
You want to fight it?
Just Trailblazer spot it.
Oi.
Wait.
That's in middle.
That was in middle. Yeah, Boostio's taken away Boaster. There was another player on the side, though. That is going to be Leo. Still succeeds. Takes down Demon once. The site's far from secure. And trying to slip the wall against Chronicle. Not going to happen. Ult comes in. Now they're scrambling. 2v2. Alpha and Chronicle up against Ethan and Com. Ult's going to be put in, though.
Alpha did find a kill off that.
Oh my god, the ult as well. He's throwing everything in and the kitchen sink, trying to toy with all the snap to attention from Ethan.
The Seeker!
Oh, bloody hell, Alpha! He's getting chased down by it. And a follow-up from Ethan with the judge. They've extended the lead now, 5-2. We got to take a breath here. This is now becoming a bit of a gap, right? We're starting to see them stretch this lead ahead. 3 on the trot. Mini's feeling that too. Fnatic.
What is that?
Yeah, it's just.
What the hell is that? It looked even worse on the replay.
Cheat.
Yeah, no surprise to see the timeout come through here. Again, Fnatic's purchase delicate. Obviously, the light shields will protect it a little further, but I mean, you've just highlighted it. 2S Dirk at 1 and 7 right now, unable to really have a say in a lot of these rounds, which in my eyes are ones that Fnatic are being given a lot of space to play with. Initially, they were getting a lot of value on the back of heavily anchoring away from Alpha's setup, but didn't do enough towards mid or B. When you have that guarantee of a lack of pressure, what's the second step? What's the second win condition for Fnatic in these defensive rounds? We haven't really seen them take the initiative, to be honest with you.
That hesitation, something that certainly stood out a little on map 2. I wonder if that's coming through, showing here. Again, still early enough that they could very much have this timeout, come back in with a little bit better prepared here, maybe Mini noting what you did as well. Maybe finding those opportunities and taking them a little bit further, especially off the back of the space they've garnered. But again, EG can come in and kind of change things up themselves now. They've had a little check-in with Coach Potter. They can find whatever they need. A couple of ults here, yes, but I mean, it's really
reaction, guys.
Called into mind. And beyond that, you're starting to see a little bit of confidence creeping in with EG.
Ayo.
Just a little, not a lot just yet. But the 2 rounds from Fnatic have been halted.
Kalian nggak megang EG ya, vote-nya ya.
What does EG do after this
Have some faith,
Fnatic already
guys.
going to take space, a little bit more committed towards B main this time. Haven't seen them explore this far yet.
Ulti.
Yeah, we'll get the Seekers here. It's that garage job. Similar setup once again. Chronicle nearly caught off guard, but potential to be isolated here.
He's done really well to get away
Yeah,
from
he
that,
has,
actually.
yeah. Forced into 2 open angles, EG unable to punish, but Jooooms setting up here. Yeah, look how deep Durka is on stairs as well, with very, very deep control between Boaster and Leo.
Still committing on this A here, yeah, okay. So the players going in is Demon 1. Chronicle going to try and supplement and support on the side, which is going to be Alpha, but Alpha's seeing nothing. Oh, Jooooms flies in! Demon 1 did manage to capitalize on that timing, though, by taking down Alpha. Boaster slips a little deeper. Demon 1's still here.
What?
Dodging, trying to get around it. Fnatic take it back towards the site. A couple of fumbles, it looks like, but 2 players still standing. Boostio and Com. Spikes down on the site. 27 seconds. Not easy at all. How do they find any next step here?
Especially with Leo's position.
Yeah. Boaster is lower HP, but 15 seconds now. Running very low on time. Dropping down together. Dirk isolates the first. It's all on Boostio. He ain't got it. Lovely. Safe pair of hands in the end from Boaster there. Got very chaotic on the back of Pillar.
Demon One's just terrified of the showstopper coming through from Durka. Chronicle's ready to swing out of that smoke as well. It's almost like Demon One, he's set up for two.
Excuse me, that was the Boostio flying in.
See, you hear it happen off screen here, but I said Demon One here had a freebie on Chronicle. And you'd argue Durka, because Durka's swinging left out of it.
Good job, boys.
That's what they need. A round like that gets Fnatic a little back in this game. Does add a couple of question marks around maybe Demon One down the line. But for now, we kind of just keep that in the back of our minds, sticking on. Maybe just situational.
I mean, the byproduct of a couple of scrappy rounds played out here. Demon One's on a Guardian in EG's buy round.
Yeah, so's Boostio.
So's Boostio. Yeah, didn't even spot the one on the bottom.
Look how deep Fnatic are going exploring here. First time we've seen them commit behind this even further.
Like I was saying, I wanted to see them take the initiative, take some space away on the other side of the map with this anchor set up towards 8. Fnatic are doing just that, denying space here.
Okay, so that's going to note it, right? EG now know, yes, they pushed up a little deeper, but they're playing patiently on the other side too. They also have a man pushed up towards middle, super deep.
I mean, another key thing to note as well, they forced the adjustment of the Viper Wall. This time around, Com has invested it towards B, cut off just next to Pillar.
They know they're back up now. Do they check? None the wiser. Leo did find Ethan though, so Com's success only keeps us back at a 4-4. The spike goes down.
30 seconds left.
And you're looking at the clock, really, 27 seconds. Jooomers maybe banking on finding Boaster. They look like they want to finish on B. You're going to have Boaster and Leo to try and hold them back. Jooomers just on the other side of that smoke. Does he catch your timing? He's going to hear the steps. He went for an audacious play, but Boaster not falling for that. And they pivoted over towards A, over towards Chronicle, over towards Alpha, who's caught the cross. Demon One took so much damage. Spike goes into the hands of Boostio, but can he even get the spike down in time? I don't know if he can. He's been denied. Alpha's fallen. Spike is in, but no players to stand and defend it. Fnatic really starting to put EG through their paces.
I said they take away a lot of space here in EG's kind of comfort factor. There's a couple more question marks across the map. And it takes them so long to figure out where they want to go. Boostio still lurking up onto A. When the rest of the team are still, it looks like they're committed towards a B split. But again, you're lurking onto the side that Alpha has a safe setup on. Very peculiar. I feel like EG are getting a little bit lost in their own heads here. Conceding a couple of rounds that haven't taken much from Fnatic. All I wanted to see was a little bit of space control, a little bit of deeper exploration, as forced a round to basically be decided by the clock.
And this looks a little different. 3-2 split, but it's quite pacey. But there's 4 players here from Fnatic. Again, Fnatic will just be leaning on this stack. Alpha is doing wonders without even having to fire a bullet, right? He's doing perfectly holding this down. Now he gets a little tested, though. Again, they are on a lighter buy. You've got a rifle with Com. That's all I'm seeing, but Ethan going to put that Stinger to use. Danger and Boostio trying to activate that lurk himself. Does he catch timing on Boaster recheck-in, or maybe not? They're going to hear these steps. Durka will relay this information. And Boostio is going to try and defend towards CT. The cross going to be watch and pressured. Durka forced away. He fought back into that.
Audacious from Durka.
He's got backup now, but obviously that's just way off the timing. Demon One might be able to punish these two. The young gun who's not fully had that same form we've seen online, and it will be once again absent. Leo outdoes. Gives them a big shot into this round. Again, note the weaponry they have.
Com has a rifle to work with here, but it's just a Stinger and a Sheriff in the hands of Ethan and Boostio. Flash is good, proactive here. Com finds a kill.
Lovely synergy between the two, still being proactive into these post plants, just perfect. Boaster and Leo, what do you do on the way back? They have nothing else to play with, no more flash for Leo, just comes on now. He might be able to do something, but time is running very low. On the spike they go, first one found, Boaster's not stopping.
Hold up.
Hold on, Leo doing wonders, can he find him? No, Boaster with a defuse. Perfect work from them, making it count with so little little.
What a ridiculous outcome to that round.
Masih bisa ke-defuse
and a bit of a fumble from EG. The perfect setup here, the plant maybe just not deep enough here. I'm not even sure actually of the final plant location, but it looks like it's quite far over to the right, yeah.
It's massive for Fnatic as well. That's 3 now.
Daylight robbery to get away with that defuse.
Yeah, oh no.
Yeah.
But they got ults, right? So for EG, gonna pump the brakes here, right? You got the round with, you know, the fully stacked house, right? You got everything you want. Maybe not the knives for Demon, but that's only one away anyway. So this feels like they've got a big chance in this. Now for Fnatic, again, the fact of the matter is that someone who's sitting on 8-8 currently is determining the vast majority of the outcome of this game. Alpha's hold on A, when he doesn't get tested, when he gets, you know, sit onto late game, they're allowing that 4-play stack on B. All of these things are working out so well for Fnatic. I don't know if this is still even enough for EG to get around this.
I mean, I'd almost counter that with saying EG aren't really addressing the backside of that problem. They're trying to desperately force the adjustment of Alpha, which is why I think we're seeing Com now put the wall towards B to plant the seed of doubt that a Lurk's coming through on B this time. There's going to be slow pressure towards mid, and they're going to try and find the back way into B site, but it's not happening. You're not seeing... I mean, I was talking about maybe EG switching up the early round protocols on attack here to enable Demon 1 to play against a, you know, out of his comfort zone versus a Cypher. Once again, like I said, very few times we've had to see them do that, but it's not even becoming a factor, to be honest with you.
It's not. Right, let's see what we have this round. Okay, little bit of intent towards middle. 3 players here from Fnatic. And the early ult sent through, finding nothing here. And it's going to be trying to set up Durka, but they've cleared. So much information on the back of this. Alpha's got to be ready. He has got players coming his way. The Seek is going to highlight where he is. Demon 1's going to be in. Let's get caught, but that's fine. Gets cleared. And it's going to be an instantaneous retake. Jooomers sends him scurrying away.
There's a chance there. Boaster and Leo would have fallen to that. Viper's Pit set up here. Everything dumped into this round. EG have to try and convert this one. No snake bites available, so they have to almost commit to some engagements here.
It's going to be brawly, isn't it? Oh, Boaster, so heads up. Clears out Jooomers. That's the first player to fall. Is he going to try and spot some of these players out? Yeah, okay, gets sent back away from Demon 1. They're still on the site, just safe here. Drop down comes in, Boaster getting closer. 16 HP, spraying and praying. Ethan waiting. Anyone who shows through that wall, they're getting closer. Closing in. Fnatic starting to flood on through. Demon 1 can't do enough. It's all on Boostio. A 1v3. The toe denying on the first attempt. They might not be able to get to this. Oh, he's done just enough. Boostio. Heroics from further away. And Fnatic do not have the time for it.
I mean, Fnatic get over the initial hurdle. Absolutely flooding that Viper's Pit. Very well executed, but like you said, the time passing them by. Even with Boaster finding an early entry.
Boaster did really well to get that so quick.
To get Jooomers down, relinquish some of that control on the back of the Cosmic Divide. It just comes down to this.
Let's go. 5-6. We get a tied all even. Demon 1, early challenge, early trade. Jooomers goes down. Boostio gonna find Dirk all the way back, but Leo commits behind it. That's Boostio now removed. 3 still standing, and it's Ethan who's low, so no heal for him. This falls into the hands of Demon 1 and Com. They gotta find value here.
25 HP for Ethan. Said, now look at the switch up from Alpha, tucked into a committed position on site here. Finally, round 12. We see somebody go forward and deal with the camera.
And Leo has to, you know, start peeling away from B. You're starting to see those responses, right? But at this point, Alpha's still feeling safe enough. You can see a little bit of clear coming in as well. So you can see Fnatic are responding. This was the ideal goal that you wanted to be seen addressed. But Chronicle, wait, just lost to Ethan in that? 20, he didn't even land a shot. Ethan's still alive on 25. CT is dangerous though. 2 players here. This cross is not comfortable. It's going to be Boaster watching it, joined by Leo. The flash, they have nothing else to really make this cross safe, but apart from that, it just catches Boaster.
Oh my lord!
28 seconds, that spike is dangerous. Okay, big pick up there. It's Com now trying to watch from above. There's that third man they don't quite know about yet. Now they do. Comms heard that.
Boaster's just pinged him out, though. He spotted him on the retreat back.
I don't know if he can do much from here. You're gonna need
Well,
bail
actually,
out
I'm
from
thinking
Demon
otherwise now that Alpha's checking back towards Mail.
Oh, okay. He spotted 2, I think there. Calm now. Can't handle it. It's all on Demon 1. We need heroics. At a time like this, he spots out the final player. It's him against Leo. Leo above and beyond for his side. Ice cold. Didn't fall for it. Didn't get any threatening by it. Perfect work by him. 6-6. This is the game we wanted.
It's heartbreaking here for Demon 1. The first one, disgusting on Boaster.
Lovely.
Then drifts back onto this angle. Leo sticks to his guns, doesn't fall for the bait back. A tie half actually leaves everything open for the second.
You're absolutely right. Let's hand it back down to the desk.
Oh boy. Oh boy, 6-6 in the half.
Is it a banger?
It's a banger,
it's
baby.
A banger.
It's a certified, GB banger. Okay, let's just
toilet
jump
break,
into this one
toilet
real
break.
quick because we don't have a lot of
Toilet.
time here. Really, I think
Half time.
it's clear to see that both of these teams neck and neck
Wah,
through and through.
izin ya 1% nih
It's
foto nih.
required hero plays from EG. This round, they get Demon 1 sides online to win a thrifty round 5, and then Jorgamo commits the showstopper towards the end as well, using these ultimates in an eco-disadvantaged situation to even make things doable for them at the half. Boosty also clutching later.
Yeah, pulling back. I mean, this half was really defined by winning the pistol round for EG, and also those big moments where players were.
Coba kalian bayangin guys, kalau kalian foto pro player, kalian akan foto gimana pro saja.
They were really dropping the ball, and speaking of dropping the ball, the Jooomers
Misalkan
players
kalian
team
pro
as well
player.
side. Dirk and Demon 1 were not having good halves.
Kalian mau foto
And I
pose
really do feel
gimana?
like this next half, and the entire series is
Tapi
going to be defined
kayaknya
by
kalau
which
pro
Jooomers
player
player can
pose
step
nggak
up
boleh
first,
terlalu
which players
macam-macam
can
sih
start
selama
playing
lu
up to the potential that we know
sponsornya
they can do.
nongol di
And to
gambar.
me, I'm looking at Durka and
Nggak boleh
thinking
nutupin,
that is
jadi
so
nggak boleh
far away
nutupin.
from the
Harus
north
tetap
for Durka.
kelihatan sama
He's almost
sponsornya.
inevitably going to play better in the next half.
Yeah.
And then how does EG hold on at that point?
And also, how many times have you seen D1 run around a
Kok gue
corner
nggak
and
ngeliat
D1
coachnya
like
minum
just
Red
whiffing
Bull ya?
shots,
Gimana
not
sih?
able to hit
Masa
what he
pajangan
needs,
doang
like
itu
that
ada
makes
20
sense for him.
kalinya.
Yeah,
in my opinion, because this is his first time ever at a
Bikin
global
loh.
tournament. He missed lock-in, remember? This is his first time on a stage of this magnitude. Durka has been here so many times. I feel like it is inexorable, the return of Durka.
Yeah, this has genuinely been a fantastic matchup, Brand. You couldn't ask it for it
Game
to
1
be
nih
any
mulai
closer
nanti
than
game
this.
kedua
I
ya.
really want to see
Kalian
a big
tetap mau
step up, though,
nonton
from
nggak?
those individuals that we spoke about as well. Feels like Fnatic have the better idea of how to play this map.
Udah
We haven't
lower
seen it
sih,
from them that
tapi
much.
PRX main.
We'll see what ends up happening as we go into the second half. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. It could not be closer here between these two teams. 6-6. Feels like it was almost, fated to come to a close game on the third. But now the test begins, Mike. Is this all that's in the tank? Is there more to be seen? Where are you looking?
They set up here, Fnatic looking to pop out the gates. Potentially take early ramp control. A little bit of information on the back of the boombot here from Jorgamo. Demon 1 already posted up on the backside of this wall. Actually, yeah, Durka tagged up as well, down to 54.
Here.
Trying to get maybe some information off the cam to commit that paint shell, force a player out of position.
Okay, Demon 1 just about wins that fight. Left standing on 10 HP. That's going to be Durka gone. And you're looking at the rest. Where's the rest of the progress from Fnatic? You've got Boaster kind of slow working towards middle. That's going to be checked on by Com.
That's key information for EG. Now they can play a little looser, a little deeper in heaven. Maybe look towards retaking some of this space once contact comes through, but actually with Demon 1 tagged up and committed towards the side position, maybe screens is the focal point for them.
Could be. You seem very aware of this, but I think you teed it up just right. They're saying so deep on this, harder to clear now. This utility will not have as much success, but it will give them that semblance of safety moving forward. Probably going to know one, but Alpha's timing is fantastic. Punishing Jorgamo to try and maybe alleviate the pressure. Ethan tries to work forward. Alpha again. Yes,
Nice
he found
cover.
Boaster, but still, across his head, Demon 1. 10 HP on the site. He's going to get checked on here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Right? Yeah. These guys use that window of timing now. Sweat it out between Alpha and Chronicle. Chronicle delivers the bullet perfectly. Beautiful work from Chronicle there, catching Com, doing so much for them on 1 HP at the end.
I mean, Demon 1's able to survive here for so long with 10 HP, but doesn't even check rafters.
No.
He's just desperately, he's playing to not die here. Not to have a say in this. Alpha, 2 ridiculous kills, I've got to be honest.
Oh, he's had a round.
Yeah.
Nice, boys.
Again, looking at this, I mean, with an even first half, EG, I think the only time they've lost a defensive half on split this year was versus NRG in the playoffs. So they've got to feel good about coming out, at least setting themselves up for success.
Nggak diledakin.
A little posturing here, I think Fnatic out on the back of the orb being taken. They're just going to force their way onto B site.
Boosty almost got caught up in that. Yeah, seen so clearly. Durka's on the hunt. I mean, it's very rare you see a quiet game from Durka. I think the desk kind of highlighted it very well. It's pretty reasonable that maybe Demon 1 isn't as comfortable yet. He's still working through that first LAN sort of vibe, right? Trying to feel it out a bit. First international LAN like this, at least, shall I say. But Durka, I mean, it's rare you see him have a quiet game. It's you know.
Pistol gaming.
So we'll see if he can activate here. Still around for him to build up that bit of confidence, get a little bit closer to that showstopper too.
I think this discussion that obviously Josh and Bren were starting to have on the desk. Demon 1 can get the operator online. What is that?
Classic.
Okay, slowed down a little bit here. Alpha going to find a response. And yeah, cleaned up. I get worried when Demon 1's finding a classic kill from all the way back spawn to hell.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
No. But yeah, like I said, obviously the desk asking for one of these duelists to step up and really be the difference maker here in the home stretch, I guess, of this series. Demon 1 can activate here, get an operator online nice and early. We know that's the comfort zone. Keep talking about him not having that experience, stepping onto the stage here. That is key to EG's success in the second half.
And Fnatic here, you look at the buy they're coming in with. Very well-rounded. I mean, they got everything they want here.
Doesn't look like a bonus.
No, it does not. There's just that one Bulldog in the hands of Boaster, who's always pretty selfless anyway when it comes to his buys. Doesn't really make much odds when you think about it that way. Durka trying to go in early. He's going to get ahead of this.
The paranoia is perfect.
Wow. Boostio giving a second lease of life, though. Not going to be checked on just yet. It looks for the fight on Durka, who's just taking space, taking names, and Chronicle, the layering to this is just out of this world. Fnatic just taking the site perfectly. Ethan and Demon 1 are a mile away.
EG caught off guard a little bit with the pace here. Snakebite comes in very late. There's obviously a paranoia that catches Com, I believe, falling from heaven in midair. Yeah, Boostio and Com just not in complementary positions to absorb a site hit like that with so much of Fnatic forcing their way through the choke point.
You're starting to see that caliber come into play, right? Fnatic are incredibly robust. I mean, almost flawless run in EMEA. I mean, very rarely getting fully challenged. They came off the back of the win in Brazil. There's a lot of reasons that we put a lot of credit with this team, and we expect big things from them. You're starting to see some of that caliber slip into place here. Yes, it was actually a very well-rounded bonus, if you want to call it that. They're going to be very well situated going forward. Can ask for much better.
Call it a buy round. Honestly, yeah, with the light shields in. Yeah. Again, that's how Fnatic will stack up regardless. And like I said here, when Com falls, Boostio's is not in a position to capitalize on, you know, shooting somebody in the back or catching somebody off guard, even with a spam kill actually inside the smoke. Bit of a switch up here. Fnatic lean heavily towards 8 in the pre-round. 2 rifles, 2 stingers, and a sheriff for EG to work with.
Early flash will confirm attendance, but it doesn't tell too much, but this amount of presence probably will. Ethan, one of the only players who does have that rifle, so see if he can make much of this one. The temptation to maybe work through that smoke is there, but second's guesses and knows better than to be doing that. Boaster gonna make his way through. Nothing really much to deny this cross and deny that plant. Keep in mind, EG's buy is very weak, but they've both been quite dangerous in these rounds. Fnatic should be able to hold this, especially with these 3 players sat very patiently, but overwhelmed and outdone. Leo trying to deal desperately with whatever Joooomer's doing. Flying! What is that? Joooomer! Unrelenting aggression, taking out Leo, leaving it to Durka and Boaster. Well, stunned at this point. Literally now, and Com's gonna find Durka leaving it all to Boaster. Flash comes in. This is just out of this world.
The airball.
One of the cleanest executions here.
What the hell was that?
Gila.
Joooomer just goes absolutely nuclear with a stinger. Ethan finds a kill off screen, yes, but it comes through at the perfect time where Fnatic are looking to actually slow The push on the way back through. Yeah, Jooomers just not noted on the satchel up here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, the second there is outrageous onto Leo.
To have that individual confidence up against Fnatic is a really good sign for EG, at least in the kind of form of if you're talking about Jooomers there. But still, that round didn't look winnable. Like, Fnatic did everything it felt like, right? They got everything they wanted.
Fnatic drifting back towards B now. Similar situation. Com and Boostio. Okay, yeah, Com's now drifting out of heaven. Other side of things, though. Demon 1 gives Fnatic a little bit of information with the neural theft.
Oh man, that's going to be heartbreaking. They're going right up the guts as well. Fnatic going to take that information. Work perfectly off the back of it as well. A little bit of stall though. They wanted to spiral out through here. Can't quite do it yet. Com? A little lost in the source there.
Belum blind tuh.
Maybe looking for an anti-flash position, but he's just in the middle of no man's land. Boostio going to punish on one. Pop flash comes in. Not going to be falling for that one. Fnatic just kicking down the door here. Not going to happen. That's them on double digits now.
Did Com think he catches the flash? Did he think he'd fallen down to hell? Or
Dia
got off
kacamata
rafters
hitam
or
deh
something?
kayaknya. Nggak ngaruh tuh flashnya.
He looked surprised that he was still upstairs. Like, oh, well.
Here I am.
My camera is destroyed.
Yeah, Demon 1's just digging so deep. So deep. Again, once you confirm there's no close presence here, retrieve orb, reset. A little overzealous in approach
Ternyata dia nge-flick, guys.
This is crunch time now. Like, this is the one, right? You've got 10 rounds for Fnatic now, sitting double digits here. Third map. EG left on 7. Yes, they had a little bit of a blip of a round with that kind of wild buy coming in. But now, this is the big one. We've got the operator out for Demon 1. Got his ult. Also going to have Showstopper for Jooomers. On the other side, full buy, of course. No problems there. Ult for Chronicle, too. Not far off the Boaster, but it's not one to be really writing home about. Now, the thing is, though, Fnatic win this, you're on 11. And then you're going to say you might have a round or two.
Duh, kebelet kencing, cepetan deh.
Because Dirk has been quiet. Most is doing fine, but he's doing what he needs to. Now, does EG really have the chops for this, right? This is the one. Can they really push this game all the distance? Does it fizzle out now? Held
Siapa
on 7?
yang akan ke bawah melawan PRX atau NRG?
Operator actually in play now for Demon 1. Both duelist ultimates, but I mean, decent progress elsewhere. Actually, Com the furthest away, 3 towards the pit. The other side of things, Fnatic, Rolling Thunder to work with, so limited in options, but they have that financial buffer a little bit, even if it's just one buy round to fall back on. With a commanding lead here, a bigger picture, Fnatic, and an advantage across the next couple of rounds, unless EG close this out as close to flawless as possible.
Fnatic change pace. Shift gear a little. Lowering it down. Holding this very deep default. Yes, a little bit of a fact finder.
Hold position.
Potentially alpha. I think it was actually just around the corner. It stands. Utility being handled. But curiosity, EG, wondering what Fnatic are up to here.
Operator tested here, but Showstopper comes through, doesn't find anything on the backside either. It's a big investment towards mid here. Rolling Thunder sent through, but Snakebite going to slow things down.
Oh, adjustment for Boostio! Take it 2 with him. Does he get any more? He's outliving himself. Oh, what? Durka just didn't even expect him to take a look up and over that smoke. He thought he was fully safe. Boostio somehow has a cloak of invisibility in this one. Spike now left on the other side of main 2. These 2 final players, I think, might have to relinquish a little here. Boostio getting maybe ahead of himself. Got to be careful. Doesn't want to give away too much here. They are still not out of the woods, even with this round in hand. Stunner from Alpha. 13 seconds, though. They're trying to make something happen. They can cost them so much. They cost them another. And Jooomers has to run. Com has to sit deeper. Now the round's out of touch, but they can seriously cost them everything. Oh, what on earth? Where is Ethan? Ethan needs to run away.
What was that from EG?
I don't know.
Operator giving up. Yes, round win, but I'm saying you want that to be as close to flawless as possible. I think that was about as far away as it could have been. Beautiful opener from Boostio, but EG just overstay their welcome here. Blade Storm available, but Showstopper burnt up. There's an opportunity to offset the purchase just a little bit, but look at the remaining funds. Worlds apart from where you'd want to be, EG coming out of a round win.
Boostio's in a lot of danger. Look at the pace in which Durka's closing that gap. He's got the sight to himself. Durka cracks open the sight. Oh, quick one back though. Demon One takes off his scalp and now looks for a follow-up. He's not alone in this. There is support here. Oh, no! Beautiful from Demon One, allows Jorgamo in. But it's down to these two. The deadly duo from that last round who cost them everything. Spike in a very similar position. But now more time. A minute to play with. You have to be on your guard. Alpha and Leo are looking sharp right now. There they are. Jorgamo notes them.
Spots both.
He cannot let this slip. That was a great attempt from Leo there. Serious damage on Ethan, but they stand tall. They stand with 3 alive.
Huge plays from Demon One.
Huge.
To go over the top of the double box there is ridiculous. First one, clean onto Durka, but the decision making here.
Oof.
I mean, the stun actually comes onto Chronicle. I didn't even spot that there initially, but almost set in motion to find a third with the Blade Storm. A little bit of tech and come into a boosted position
bisa di atas itu.
I like the switch up. Boostio has been targeted once again. We saw it at Lotus on map 1, but isolated a few times on these B-side holds.
Ooh, Alpha.
No.
Yeah, weird spam game, actually, that Fnatic are entertaining outside A here, but no harm, no foul.
I look at the ults here as well, yeah, okay. Couple close by. So early little scrap over towards A, but this position from Com actually could find value.
Especially if Jorgamo has shown presence.
Whoa.
Now he has. I mean, they've noted Demon One on the other side of things as well, so.
Oh, but they're backing away. Where do they go with this? I mean, you've got, what, 45 seconds. I guess if they split through Heaven, then they get a great opportunity to clear Com, actually. But a late lean back towards A, bit unknown. Demon One, operator there. Fnatic running this really very late on the clock.
Late round, walking into an operator potentially.
Timing's everything. Does Demon One get a fair shot?
Muter.
Seeker's coming in. He's lost his teammate. Boostio's fallen.
What?
It's all on Demon One. He's going to stand tall on the first. Does he get a second? He knows Leo, but he didn't expect Chronicle. He's fallen. Oh, but a quick catch from Boaster going to take Jorgamo down as well. And now Ethan and Com.
10 seconds left.
So far away. I don't think they can do anything about this one. Yeah, a couple of low HP players, or should I just say 1? But this looks like 11 from Fnatic.
It's definitely, yeah, Com's even going to just try and hold on to the rifle. I think maybe even flank all the way through spawn, but Ethan, 46 HP. Don't really have a fighting chance versus 3 members of Fnatic tucked up close on site. Yeah, really strange. This almost feels like leading into the late round, EG have an advantage with an operator still anchoring towards A, but
yeah, save.
Boostio slipped into the smoke. He doesn't deal with the Seeker. He wants to remain unnoted, but then gets found by Leo. I'm not sure even if he makes a noise there, but another situation where there's 2 members of EG just not in complementary positions once again. Ah, well, you have your answer.
Starting to realize the pressure of this now, 11-9.
The frustration there from that death. Like I said, it's almost played in perfectly here with how late Demon One shows the operator to deal with the Seeker, but
Let's make some chaos.
Leo with a lucky break to open things up there.
The operator's out. In the hands of Durka, claimed off the corpse. Jorgamo just hoping someone gives him that chance. Okay, they know there's someone working away here. Haven't seen much of Durka with that operator, but always a treat to see. Full kit to play with. Turn. Almost found there. You don't go back to that now.
Jangan nongolin batang hidung lagi ya. Kalau nggak pala hilang.
But no overcommitment, yeah. And that's your Fnatic rotating across with the spike here in the hands of Boaster.
Don't take a lot of space from this. Only noting Ethan so far. Jooomers still in that corner. Even one actually backing away from this.
Yeah, I'm curious. On the back of the Trailblazer should. Wall doesn't go up. It doesn't go up quick enough.
He's not dead yet. He's still standing. And Ethan bails him out. Hold on, Ethan turns the flash. It ain't over yet. How much can one man do? Seekers try and stem the bleed here. Sights under scrutiny. 27 seconds. Support's on the way. They know where Fnatic are, but can they still deal with them here? A quick pivot potentially. Yeah, they're off. Spikes in the vent. It's going towards B.
Com could go huge here. He has a snake bite to slow things down as well.
Oh, massive work. 15 seconds. They're going to face the music. And they do. Back away again. They go. Boaster's still alive. But it's Ethan on the side, the man who held his nerve.
The bait.
It's perfect between Boaster and Leo. Making something out of nothing here. And now in the post plan we go. Boaster, Leo, one side. Com, Boostio, the other. One flash for Leo. That's all they got. Flash goes in, gonna find one, that's gonna be noted. Com creeping closer. Boaster on the side. Leo, the first fight, he's gonna see it. Boostio closing the gap. Oh, it's all now down to the 1v1. Leo on 25, Com on 30. All gonna go in, does he chase it down? Leo's tempted. He's got the shorty out.
Oh no!
The time is starting to tick. And Com has to find him, Leo closing in. Has it the hero EG needed. Right down to the wire here. Oh, of course! Double digits for EG! We're going all the way here. 11 for Fnatic, 10 for EG.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
This back and forth.
Boaster's TP here is just timed to perfection.
God,
just to make it even harder for Ethan to have a say in this 1v2.
Geli banget, iya merinding anjir begitu.
Just cut away from it.
0058 ya.
Leo nearly has the perfect read here as well. Waits things out, anticipates the tap. So financially, actually, though, Fnatic's still in somewhat of an advantage. Boaster's isolated a kill. He just TP'd through.
Okay, that's a little unorthodox, but if it gets the job done, we don't question it. Oh no! Jooomers made a meal of it too. Fnatic given 2 freebies at the start here. Finding such success this early on, that could be 12 for Fnatic. Is it enough of a killing blow? You got Demon 1 still left, Ethan and Boostio. 5 on the other side, no really even taking masses of damage. Ethan feels that pressure, feels the strain, turns the flash, looks for one. Can't even take down Chronicle. The site's now theirs. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. That's surely gonna be 12. Demon 1 knows it. Sudden gear shift and just audacious plays in middle.
EG once again caught off guard with the pace we saw earlier on with Com and Boostio struggling to hold on to B side. This time around, Fnatic sweeping through mid. They're on the hunt as well.
Okay, guys.
The economy even further. Hit pretty early, actually. Leo and Chronicle will be the first to challenge.
Oh!
Leo first to fall.
Oh my God!
He's got quite nice aim. Durka. That's a different challenger.
Crispy banget cuy, crispy.
But the real deal of this is, Mike, Fnatic have made it 12, right? And that change of pace, that little bit of a different look.
Crispy banget tuh aim tuh crispy.
Didn't catch the flash. I saw the assist go through it if that was a spam, but little pieces like that. To pull out here in like round 22, yeah, the buy is awful. There's 3 stingers, a judge.
Match
point. In the hands of Demon 1. 1 away from the Blade Storm, and 2 away from the Showstopper as well.
But look at the odds as well. Fnatic have everything.
Alright.
Almost that final round. They've drawn it out this far. 12
Dia
to 10
2 peluru, 2 kill. Gua 2 klip, 0 kill.
EG back down to earth. Fnatic making it to 12 here, but 1 more round. EG have been good at these rounds, but I'm not there yet.
Stinger-stingeran lagi.
How do they handle Fnatic now?
Orb actually retrieved here by Jooomers. That's a big win early on here. Let's get away unscathed from that as well.
Smoke does go up to middle. Response there too.
This is a disgusting setup for the choke point on B though. The last time, completely negated by Durka blast backing in. So they have to hold him at the front door. Com set up for the snake bite preemptively this time.
Lucio's going into it. Oh, the Seekers! So heads up from Fnatic. That's their brilliance that we know. But
The Seeker ya, tawan langsung tuh. Nice try.
Most to get back towards you. Back corner, Ethan's going straight
tukeran
up.
lagi.
It ain't over yet, but maybe Chronicle, maybe not. Maybe it's Demon 1. He's got the knives out. A 2v2, Alpha and Chronicle to try and get Fnatic across the line.
Oh my god!
He's trying to save them, but it's Alpha up against Demon now. Oh my god! This guy is out of this world. El Diablo's dead. There's no King of Hell. Demon 1.
11-12 sama gue sih, teman.
Stepped up.
Massive, massive round.
Huge.
The KBG in
Huge
this
by
map 3.
Demon 1.
Crisp as hell.
Iya deh tadi.
You don't do this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, holy. Crispy banget MD anjir tadi.
Guardian and Bulldog coming into this.
Oh, kayak dia kalau ini dia mereka enggak saving sih.
This is it. One away for Jooomers on his ult.
Kalau EG menang lagi.
Straight up middle. He's got a challenger
Oh
here
ya,
this time.
udah sih.
Ethan, the timing of that is divine, and he gets away with his life. Boaster wants to chase. Everyone's waiting. Wanted to drag him down to the depths, but Boaster evades. Heads up to not overcommit there, but they're eyeing up that B site. Is this where they try and end?
Lucio and Com will be tested once again. The Trailblazer actually reveal a little bit of information.
Good stall.
Oh,
Ethan's here
bawah.
now. Flash goes in. He's got a flash for himself as well. They know it now.
Tawan.
Doesn't want to pressure that any further.
Leo's pretty far ahead of this time. I don't think he knows yet.
What? Gila sih itu.
5v3. Boostio looking towards main, doesn't see it, but he does know the players on the way through Chronicle. Big punish on Boostio there. Com, are you serious? He's gone back to the same spot, and Leo's got him! The cross now! It has to be Ethan's domain, or Fnatic have given themselves a chance here. Spike in hand, that's in Chronicle's
No.
Gonna go in, they waited patiently. Boaster drops down.
Patiently.
Jooomers has a showstopper though.
Jooomers, what do they do with this one? Smoke goes in, Demon 1 gonna go down, and he goes down! He's fallen! Sends it. Okay, there's the spike let loose. Now we're down to the 2v2. Ethan and Jooomers up against Boaster and Leo.
He's still got a nade to stall as well, though.
15 seconds.
Ethan can play this slow.
Grenade sent. It's sent and running. 10 seconds now. They're working on the clock here. Running it down so low. Boaster down at 64. Ethan going to spot the cross. But it's Leo's shot. Jooomers. Leo has taken Fnatic across the line. Incredible performance from Leo here. And like all dreams, it couldn't last forever for EG.
Wow,
but Fnatic facing down their demons here, making their way to the final.
Well played, gila sih.
Heartbreaking way for it to
menit
end.
kuat.
EG almost playing that last round to perfection. Running the clock down, even denying the spike there. I want to know how close the plant even was.
Take a second. It ain't over for them yet. This team deserves every bit of respect put in front of them.
Belum.
Fnatic were forced to work and
Masih bisa.
Fnatic for a long time.
Masuk ke lower 3 ya.
Blood will be
EG.
drawn and it absolutely has been here.
Wah, kesemutan tuh coachnya.
Still, walk away from this series with their heads held high in my eyes. Fnatic shown that they're still human, I guess.
Yeah. But what a test for them. Where's Boaster off to? He's back, he's got something right. Of course. There we go. But again, let's kind of take this a little more serious in our regard. You talk about the upgrades,
Boaster sih
we talk about
benar-benar
Fnatic
ini
fight.
banget ya.
We always spoke about, you know, that ability to find those new players.
Si paling
to bring them into
aktif.
the fold. Leo and Chronicle had an exceptionally strong map here as well. End of it, Leo the one to even seal it too. 26-11. That man just shone on this map. Without him, we'd have been OT right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's heartbreaking for it to come down to such a fine
jadi
margin
Fnatic
in the
akan
final
masuk
round.
ke finals.
But I feel like Fnatic,
Dan EG harus turun ke lower 3 akan bertemu antara PRX atau NRG. So kita bakal lanjutin lagi jam, oh my god, udah jam 1 guys ya. Jadi ya, ntar kita
very uncomfortable positions. Again, we're talking about map 2, particularly
bakal
on
lanjut
map
lagi.
1 as well, where
Stay
EG
tuned,
aren't in a
break
position
time.
to have freedom, right? Ability to just run
Jam
through set
1.
pieces over and over again. This is another one where we didn't really see the same approach we've seen earlier on in this event, where EG can get away with some of these geeky little util combos. Fnatic negated that perfectly. I think that's why this was so drawn out.
Yeah, this was actually great to see. And for me, if I'm looking at it from a Fnatic perspective...
Who are you picking, bro? Who are you picking?
From a Fnatic perspective in my mind as well, I'm glad to see them tested here. Because if they came in with just that kind of, I don't want to say easy the wrong word, but an easier run, we'd never seen them go to these steps. Forced to bring out a better game. I think we finally saw that in the MEA towards the end of the season, and that's it.
That's
crazy. That's what makes it happen. But they've been forced to get better now. Push to their limits. We see the final form Fnatic. The question is, who faces them now? Who do they get next time? Who will meet them in those grand finals? The biggest question we all have, and we cannot wait to find out. For now, Fnatic deserve the praise they're going to get, because my god, they look damn good today. But we do have an interview as well with Alpha.
Good game. さあ改めて対戦を振り返っていかがでしたか?
So please tell us your thoughts on this match today.
Like, it was hardest match I ever play on this tournament, but we win thanks my team. They are all the time hyping each other. They didn't fall down any time in the game.
Dan nanti tak copyright. Biarin dia wawancara dulu. Oke, gua hari ini dikasih sesuatu. Sesuatu nih gue nih. Snapback original. Snapback, gila gue udah lama banget nggak ituin apa, nggak ngeliat snapback. Dari siapa nih? Tunggu dulu ya. Oh ini. Lah. Lah topi anjir. Oh, gue kira dari si Al, ternyata bukan. Oh, bukan guys, sorry, bukan dari Al. Topi. Gue ada 2 loh ini. Gue lebih suka cap sih dibanding snapback sih. Ada yang mau? Ada yang mau. Tuh. Ndol. Untung O-nya 3 ya. Nah, ini snapback yang rata ya, bukan cap. Thank you, Match Viral. Viral itu yang brand lah. Brand. Kita tunggu ya. Kalian mau lihat mereka ngobrol? Bentar.
No, this was truly a tale of 3 acts. It really was. You know, first act, right? Like, you know, the plucky underdogs get struck down by the giants of the game, and then, you know, the underdogs manage to find a way to come back, only for it to just be a neck-and-neck battle.
Are you buying into my anime arc?
Don't.
Are you buying into the anime arc?
No one's buying it.
That.
I can't with you right now. I cannot with you right now. But speaking of anime arcs, so it seems like we're getting another one coming to fruition. A back-to-back title win. Something that is still very elusive to a lot of our pro teams here in Valorant.
Yeah, Fnatic have got so much experience as well in these high-tension, high-stake matches. You think back to Reykjavik where they ended up losing to Sentinels and actually bringing it back at lock-in. I mean, an unforgettable experience in that series as well. I mean, just the ability for them to actually rally back the mental and carry it all the way. And now they have that chance. First time in history so far in this main circuit of ECT that we're going to see a team potentially get the back-to-back international trophy.
Right, and that's the key word there, potentially. But they're set up well to do it because they're currently still on the most dominant run of all time with a 63% round win percentage, even after EG took a map away from them, took chunks out of them, and now they'll get both map bans in the grand finals. They can ban Pearl, which is their insta-ban, and whatever their opponent's strongest map is, they could get rid of Fracture if EG pop their heads back up in a grand finals reappearance. So Fnatic are currently set up the best possibly that we've seen any team to be able to do that. And this squad is currently just looking phenomenal. But this match was potentially losable for them, right?
Yes.
They got pushed to the absolute
important
very
thing
limit.
to note here is that this was a potential losable game here for Fnatic.
Guys, nih gue tadi dibalas sama Indi Humu. Katanya kalau paket gamer dapat static IP, emang bener?
There was a real chance as well that the inexperience finally reared its head and they did just, you know, fall over. They didn't put up a fight, but they did bring it back all the way. I think that does showcase this isn't the same storyline when we've seen some of these teams go to these big international events and just, as soon as they receive that first loss, just going straight out, barreling out and through the lower bracket. I think EG have a real stake and they could lay claim as well to another chance in that finals.
Yeah, it genuinely felt like I was a kid again watching Oscar De La Hoya go up against Tito Trinidad in one of the greatest boxing matches of all time. Kind of feel like I watched that here. Felt like a kid again watching this, and it was so fun. But in any case, guys, that's going to wrap it up for us here. And I mean, just go ahead, watch that VOD over and over and over and over again, and I guarantee you will be entertained each and every time. But coming up next, we have our lower bracket semifinal. That's right, we are not done yet because NRG takes on PRX. But first, here's your Prime Gaming post-match highlights. We'll see you soon.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing?
They're casting a spell. We're
Yes, that's a win.
Both teams have been immaculate in the land of the rising sun, but today blood will be drawn. It's time for EG versus Fnatic, a match no one would have seen.
Ya, bentar lagi guys. Aduh, gue tiduran bentar. Capek banget. Ntar bilangin guys ya kalau udah mulai. Ngantuk. Gue mau nonton di TV gitu, nggak bisa apa. Bilangin guys kalau udah mulai ya. Kabarin guys, gue istirahat bentar. Mantap banget. Kalah lagi. Bangunin gua pakai media share aja guys. Jadi morning person tuh susah banget, sumpah. Back to back. Aduh. Enak banget nih ranjang deh. Aduh. Udah kalian nonton deh.
Himself, he doesn't want to lose against the same team twice.
I mean, this is the interesting thing because Mel, since then, Optic, NRG, Core, they have not lost to another Pacific team. It just seems like PRX, and then they learn their lesson and they've beaten the 4 times they've met the other ones.
That's crazy. It's been what, like 300 days since then, and it's crazy. You think NRG is like their play style would work better against teams that there's a level of respect, but it's crazy to see against specific teams and PRX who have play so unorthodox that they're converting these wins is a really good sign.
Yeah, and they have experience, Kakuka, against other teams.
Yeah, exactly. But here I'm looking at PRX because even though they have faced in the past, I think that the bowl this time is on PRX court. I think that on that stage, on Copenhagen, it was the best PRX that we ever saw. And it was definitely their best performance in an international tournament. If they want to repeat that after everything that has been going on for them, this tournament has to be against their NRG.
Yeah, I mean, they let the title slip away from them as well in that grand finals. But speaking of PRX, let's get a quick word from Forsaken. He's with Achilles right now. Check this out.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab Forsaken. Forsaken, if you don't mind, let me grab you for a moment. Quick question. You have obviously played against this Optic core before on NRG. You beat them in your run to the finals back at Copenhagen. Are you going to be able to beat them again today?
Before I answer this question, I heard you are the Pacific Curse. Is it true?
No, that's Paper Thin.
No? Okay, I mean, talking about NRG, I would say we don't really prepare that much against NRG. We don't really like anti-stratting or that whatever. I just I trust my teammates and I hope they can we can do this and I hope we can repeat the history. So yeah.
All right, WK Gaming, I'll let you get going, buddy. Best of luck. All right, Yinsu, back to you.
Dia mau fist bump, lu nggak fist bump, parah banget.
Forsaken aware. Forsaken so aware. But this is the thing, he spoke about the anti-strat now. How hard is it to anti-strat NRG? Can you even do that, you think?
I think there's some tells. I think there is like a general structure, but there isn't many tells in terms of very specific strategies. Like one round, I mean, we saw yesterday, they're running double fakes. FNC is running a fake of a fake of a fake. How are you going to tell what's real and what's not? The way he sets up the conditioning of these rounds in order to fake them later is so hard to differentiate what is real and what is not. It's honestly the same exact util that they use. So in my opinion, it's really hard to anti-strat them. So they're on the right track here of not going too hard on the prep.
Yeah, they got a really, really good game plan, Mel. But the thing with PRX is Kakuka. Yesterday, we kind of set them up as they weren't really the favorites going into that EDG matchup. But how did they win that game? How did they even make it this far with a sub?
I mean, I think it's crazy because you mentioned the sub. We've talked a lot about CGRS, and it's not only the experience that he brings to the team, it's actually the versatility as well. We were thinking, is he just going to be playing the get-go, or is it going to be everything fitting on the team? I think that the way that everybody has taken up the rest of responsibilities have been amazing for PRX, and probably one of the reasons why they're still on the tournament. All of those responsibilities are going to come into accountability now against NRG, because it's not only, you know, can you make it work, can you make it look pretty, can you make it actually work with an opponent like NRG?
Yeah, and also the agents they played as well, so flexible. Let's take a look at them, because I think they played like almost all a lot of the agents here. Mel, talk me through, you know, the strategy of having this level of flexibility.
It's just incredible, and it kind of reminds me, like, you really can't understand how difficult this is because they make it look so seamless. But remember, like, NRG tried to do this themselves at the beginning of PCT America's regular season, and the fact that PRX is able to do it, and do it with a sub, no less, cannot be understated.
There's many things that I'm looking at here. First, as I mentioned, CGRS, not only playing on the get-go, actually filling in the Sky and the Breach, but something unlike PRX for what we've been seeing this year is actually just running the single duelist on Ying, for example, or on Forsaken in some of the maps, you know, supporting him. Forsaken, again, that flexible character that we're not getting to know.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because if something were here, I feel like Forsaken will be playing even more agents than he is currently doing right now. But Jing is the man today. Jing is the man every day at this point. If you look at his rankings as well, when it comes to the stats, as a Raze player, Mel, as PRX, as a team, you gotta be happy that you got this guy on your team.
Oh, absolutely. And just watching him play Raze, like, there's some Raze players where you're like, they are playing a different game, which goes, like, for Jet players, like, every Jet player is playing a different game, but some Raze player, their movement, the way they, like, double satchel across the map and their sense of utility usage, some people are just on a different level.
How good are you moving around with Raze?
Last time I played Raze in official, probably 300 days ago at this point, probably 600. Listen, actually, my double satchel out of Heaven on Haven, a site on the quad box is kind of insane.
Oh, I believe it. Do you know what? I fully believe it. I fully believe it. What about yours?
Oh, my Raze is horrendous. I'm a very good Jet, but I honestly cannot. You know, the first satchel, always good. It's the second one
Jamal baru aja buang 10.000. Puan kontol, puan kontol, puan kontol,
How
puan
big of a win
kontol.
condition, though, is Jing going up against NRG?
So the thing is that we were seeing in that ranking that he's performing really good, but I think it's a team effort, and it's, you know, everything syncs up and adds up to Jing having that brilliant performance. Sometimes it's just going to be him going crazy and having the crazy plays, but so many others it's going to be the rest of the team actually helping him, getting onto side, setting the ground for him, and making him look as good as we see it.
I mean, let's take a look at his opposing Raze player, Victor. I think Achilles is standing by with him right now. Let's check out what he had to say.
Hi, Insu. Yeah, I'm standing by. I'm ready to talk with Victor. Victor, we saw you play a really strong performance on Raze just yesterday. You're going up against Jing, who a lot of people consider to be best in the world. You confident that you're going to be able to best him there?
Yeah, but we also have to be aware of the other players that also have strong players on the team that we have to be cautious of, so it's not going to be just Jing.
All right, well, best of luck to you. See if we can push forward. Insu, back to you.
Very, very humble from Vic there. That is the thing, though, Mel. I think with both teams, you can't underestimate the other players who might not necessarily be seen as the star entry players, because every single one of them has what it takes to clutch out and win them rounds.
I mean, we talk about these star players, especially on the Raze and the duelists, but I think, you know, at pro play, at the end of the day, they recognize how much support is required, both from a utility perspective, from a teammate perspective, from, like, even a commons perspective, like the IGL saying, yo, Jing, like, come over here, like, there's a good entry for you. I think you should double satchel out. Giving ideas to your duelists and having those ideas flow makes it's just so much more than just the duelists, and it's cool to see them recognize that as well.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about NRG, because I have a feeling that this is where they come alive even more. Their comfort zone almost feels like, because Kukuka, you know this team are not going to let it slip away this close to the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the calls. I think that FNS makes a brilliant one in this round number 10, where he Astra ults and then sends the Jet over to B, but then also they applied the pressure onto A, and then they ran it back all the impossible way to be, and it was what Mel, what you were saying, the fake into fake into fake. It's impossible. It's very hard to read and very hard to react, because even when you overreact, most of the times you're going to be wrong. It's very difficult to be in the same server as this and actually, you know, face up against a team that can do this with such ease.
And the thing is, too, there's actually a lot of mid-rounding in that. It's not something that FNS called 30 seconds ago. Okay, we're going to go A, fake that we're going in, and go B, and then come back A. Like, it's like he notices these pauses and there's phases to a round. He knows exactly when to be like, okay, wait, here's an opportunity for me to mid-round. Let me call this now. And how fast he is at doing that, and how fast it is for all of NRG to be on the same page and be like, I trust you. We're doing it. Like, no questions asked, no hesitation from the squad. And I think that's going to be a big part of whether or not they win today.
Do you ever feel like a possibility of overcook when it comes to that? How big of a risk is that?
I think you overcook if you do it many times and a half, but when you throw in like one in there, like 1 or 2 a match, or like 1 a map, I feel like then it's like they can never really expect it, and it keeps them on their toes.
I also feel like you know, the overcooking sometimes ends up with a boss and the coach being like, guys, chill out. It's not that deep. It's not that, you don't have to make it that complicated, because you're only making it hard on yourselves. So I think that I agree with you. If you do it one round, if you do it after a couple of rounds again, I think that is what disrupts the other team.
Yeah, I do also want to talk about one other player on NRG, which is Som, the only player that doesn't quite have a title just yet, Mel, but you can see how hungry he is for it.
And honestly, having that kind of hunger on your team when you're as tenured as the rest of them, it kind of motivates you a bit more, right? It has to, and you're like, I kind of want to do it for my boy Sam. Like, at this point, we got to do this together. Like, we got our wins. He hasn't gotten his yet, so it's definitely a motivating factor, having someone that hungry on your team.
You can definitely tell that he's hungry. The utility that he uses, how clean he is, how well he adapts to the team, but also the moments where he has to step up. I think that yesterday they won a 3v5. Sometimes we also saw him with the operator getting a 4K. I think that for him, this is very important.
I mean, as you can see from what he said in the post-match interview, the only thing I guess that is in my head is that I want to get that title. Everyone else on the team has one. It's time for me to get one as well. But Mel, do you think this is time? Because it feels like even if they do win today, they got EG, they got Fnatic. It's still a lot of good teams left in this tournament.
It's hard to say. Honestly, I see that NRG, I feel like isn't even in their final form right now. If that's weird to say, I feel like I've seen them play at a higher level, but the fact is, like, they're here and we haven't even seen their final form, and they only get better the longer they get through a tournament. And as they go deeper and deeper, we're going to see a stronger NRG, and I hope to see one that is near that final form today.
Oh, we might get it today. We might get it today. So I hope we do get it today, because after the first match, I want to bang it for the second one as well. But we got to find out which maps we're going to be going to between these teams. Chet and Coach Alex are actually standing by ready to do the map pick and ban. So let's send it down there and find out where we're going to be heading.
Let's jump in. PRX, your choice of Team A or Team B? Team B. So NRG will be Team A, and we'll start with your maybe. Maybe. Here we go. So NRG will start with your band. Fracture. Your band. And map number 1 from NRG. And side on Pearl. And map number 2. Side on Lotus. Yeah. Okay. And next set of bands starting with NRG, you have Ascent, Bind, and Split. And Ascent, your band. Split. So map number 3 will be Bind, side on Bind. Okay, so let's run through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bands, we have NRG with Fracture, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Pearl with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with NRG on attack. Next set of bands are Ascent and Split. Decider is Bind with NRG on attack. That's good. Good luck to you both.
could be the elimination match of the ages. NRG, the legacy team that just refuses to roll over and die, bulldozing through everyone in the lower bracket versus a PRX that came here with a sub where nobody really expected anything from this team. But today, Mel, one of them is going to progress and become a top 3 team, and one of them is going to be going home. Who you got your money on?
I have it on NRG, and I swear that's not just the NA bias, or me just being a huge NRG fan, or the fact that I love Pujan's IGLing, but I really want to see, like, okay, there's one of these teams has a daddy IGL. We've talked about him for ages, and the other is more of like a group mentality. Somehow everyone's on the same page. I really can't wait to see this matchup again, to see who comes out on top in terms of this just IGLing.
Yeah.
Like, structure.
I mean, 1v5 technically. He's going 1v5, but Kukuka, the map vetoes. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Probably NRG decided to go for this Pearl, not only because they have had the experience already, it's also a map that PRX hasn't played yet. We were talking about how flexible they've been with every single agent, and maybe this comes as a surprise for them. The NRG decides to go for this map because we need to see the adaptation again from them now that something is not here. It's the conversation that we're having all the time, but now in a new map.
And now it kind of took me off guard. I was surprised that NRG picked Vine because we talk about NRG's Vine over and over to death, and I worry too because we talk about how prep heavy NRG can be and how Chet does a lot of the anti-stratting, but they're picking a map that we haven't even seen yet from PRX. I am a bit interested to see, does PRX have something up their sleeve?
I mean, well, something's not here, Mel. I'm sorry, I have to drop that joke back at you. But the thing is, when something is here, they run that Phoenix Jet, which is so good. But can they do that without him?
So that's the thing, and not only that, they go for the solo controller. Is definitely a different way of interpreting the map. I think the NRG decided to go for this because they have very clean retakes, and the way that they understand the map, the last time that we saw him playing, how they were cursing through mid and actually understanding exactly where and how they had to do things. I think that is the disruption that they want to bring onto a team that, okay, if they want to run the same composition, okay, let's put it that they want to go to the Phoenix Jet, it's going to be fairly complicated for them.
Well,
Can do.
Yeah, we're about to find out because this is the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and as you can see, they are gonna run it, and CGRS is gonna play Killjoy.
So Forsaken is going on the Jet. This is the only, like, I could see a world where the Vi was to go on the Killjoy and CGRS was to go on the Sky. But honestly, I love that. Mel, you were talking about the preparation. Do you think that NRG is going to be prepared for this?
I mean, if he had to do any bare bones preparation, it would be against this, and I have to say, I actually kind of like the Phoenix pick into this like Harbor double controller comp. We saw Cloud9 run it in VCT Americas very early on, and it proved very effective actually against at the time, which was the Loud comp. So you're going to see a lot of disruptive plays, like you said, flashing through the waves, flashing through the Viper walls. It's going to be interesting to watch.
I am so glad they kept this comp. It's going to be an exciting match, and it's time to jump into it with Achilles and Paperthin. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. I don't know what it is, but NRG and us are apparently inseparable, so we'll see if they're going to be gliding through this one or if PRX will be able to put an end to their reign of terror. But it's everything to play for. From here on out, losers will be going home. You want that spot. You want to stay alive. You want to be changing venues in front of that larger crowd and have a crack at getting up against Fnatic in that grand final.
Exactly. This is a really exciting matchup for me. Of course, you know, the Des did a great job breaking this down. It's Finesse versus this somewhat hive-mindy PRX team. I mean, at times it has been leaning a little bit more towards Forsaken, doing some of the macro calling, I guess I'll call it. But when it comes down to their comms, when you really dig in to some of the intense situations, some of the fast-paced situations, it is kind of a group effort, a team effort. And as we've seen throughout this event, PRX is getting better and better and better at these micro adjustments. You know, whether it be CGRS on that Gecko, teaming up with Devi with some of these unique kind of, you know, flash and goes and things like that. I've been so impressed with them, but going up against, again, the guy, I'm so happy we get to cast NRG because I just love watching Finesse, and the way he plays the map is just absolutely just brilliant and beautiful, but PRX has given him fits in the past.
That they have. Let's go ahead, kick off this map. We have not seen PRX playing here on Pearl since that grand final where they were able to take down DRX and earn that #1 seed coming into this event. Flash out off the rip. Victor just going to be pulling back here over on the B site. Gets himself tucked away in the tunnels. They go ahead and check that close cubby. Nothing noted. So we just get a little bit of a deeper linger there from CTRs, trying to see if there's going to be any aggression out from A or mid.
Yeah, you're really looking for some of that telltale utility from Devi from the side of NRG. Trying to wait for that execute. And a heavy stack towards the B side, and good awareness here from PaperX. Kind of regroup and back off. Maybe see if you can isolate a kill here through B Link. They're gonna 3-stack Crashies, and he wants none of it, and that's wise. They don't push too deep there. Now contact gonna be made around the corner.
Dash forward, Forsaken looking to just garner some space, get some moved up here against the Link. The rotation's now going to be coming in from the side of NRG. Artist still checking, wants to see if there's going to be anybody late pushing through water. In the meantime, the swing comes in. Finesse going to be good for one, but Jing and Forsaken find one apiece. Crashies with a little bit of a follow-up, tries to get rid of the enemy Phoenix, cannot do so. Victor, help with his little turret, will be able to take down Mind Freak, and now it's just going to be a right-click battle, and Victor's able to win. Spike now stranded, and Jing, the last man standing. Hot hands, that flash at the ready. Slaps it down, but has to know. No, doesn't realize that the flank is coming through. Victor will just die to it in the end anyway, but it's still going to be the pistol round going to NRG.
That's all right. A little bit of a smile there from Victor. Nice kind of read of the situation here by NRG. I like the change up from PaperX. They had a good, start to this round where they kind of came in through, through Link, waited for the smoke utility.
I don't mind this. I think, just wanting to die, try to get even closer to having that KJ ultimate up.
Yeah, that's...
A little bit curious to see at the, at the end there, but I think it's just really trying to fast-track that one. Jing on the opposite side, though. Now going to be one off having that run it back available.
Yeah, and that's a big part of PaperX's strategy here, is enabling Jing.
Oh, Artis making a nice and early exit here, trying to find Forsaken. Now pushes the issue, swings around the corner, finds a third. Goes for the reload, Som with the Stinger will be able to take down Jing, and now it's just a matter of whether or not Mind Freak can find anything here to try to stop this from being a flawless. The wall will drop down, however. It's going to be Som collecting a second as NRG get themselves a second round in flawless fashion.
Okay, well, now we move on to the first round where we really get to see what PaperX has been able to cook up with this comp. I'm a little bit worried about this attacker side for PaperX without that Harbor in here. Normally it's Forsaken on the Harbor, kind of doing a really good job cutting space, setting up Jing to be able to kind of flash in and around those walls. Jing has his own wall as well, of course, with that Blaze to try to enable himself or his team. But this time around, it's a little bit different. CGRS on that Killjoy now. And this time, the Star out here. A flash gonna confirm.
Flash in, Artist with the Spectre. Just a bit of damage across there. Forsaken eventually does fall. Som with a great headshot. At range there with the Sheriff, finds one. Crashies now swinging out the back behind the pillar. Just managed to take out one Divide, quick to trade it to keep them on equal footing. Because now the run it back is gonna be coming through. So I'm just throwing up the wall. Jing wants to rush up. They know exactly where he's gonna be coming from, so they pull back out of the Link. And eventually he's just gonna go ahead and the TP back over. But a 3v3 for the retake attempt. Victor just now moving out of Art. Looks like he might go all the way around to club it, trying to get that top B there.
A Sky to check, but it's not going to catch. Victor on that lurk. Here comes the Harbor wall. Retake from Finesse. Gonna try to push on through. Gravity well up front to try to delay.
Walking across. This poison. Jing finding one. Jumping into the cove. Knows that he's pulled back. In the meantime, Victor, well, presence should be noted. Certainly is now, but still finds a headshot. And already with 3 kills in this round, that's a very good bonus here for the side of NRG. He's looking for a little bit more. Jing will be able to deny that away as they get themselves on the board here. PaperX fighting back, but losing out on 3 members.
Yeah, this is pretty quintessential PaperX in a lot of ways. Just kind of off the rip, start pushing space, gonna push ahead of that flash. A good shot by Som. That Sheriff on the opener, and then Jing gonna use that Phoenix ability a lot to control space in Link and Art quite often. There's a lot of those kind of 90-degree corners that Jing really loves to take advantage of as that Phoenix. Really exciting to watch the way he plays, and he's not overly aggressive. Normally you're used to seeing Jing just blast packing all over the place with the Rays doing crazy stuff, but he will lead the way, but it's a little more cautious.
Oh, the birds go out. Crashies dodges that one. Even with Jing's follow-up curveball, still ends up getting taken down. Nanoswarm, however, does find Finesse, so at the end of it all, it's just gonna be that 1-for-1. Trailblazer certainly spotting Divide there on the jump past the box. That's why they're going to be creeping up here. There's no one to reinforce this position. Flash Divide, and he fully caught by it, and he will get melted down. As you can see, Forsaken dashing out of Art, gets himself over towards the A site. They know that there's going to be 2 players operating behind them at A main.
Well, are they going to wrap all the way through? No, they're just going to plant for back site here. Really big duel with Artist coming up.
And Forsaken just wins it. Artist looking over towards Flowers. Forsaken swings from Secret, does take him down. Brings it back into a 3v3. Reckoning now sent out, but they're not playing on the site to get clipped by this one. Som, however, still finding one. Crashy's finished off by the turret. Now it's all on Som. Wall raised, scouting out, uncertain if there's going to be anybody over towards the dugout. Gravity well does come through from Mind Freak. It's going to be the util dumped out. With that spray coming in, he knows that they're both over in Flowers, but before he can even send a shot their way, CGRS will finish him off. 3K for him in the round to tie it up at 2-2.
Man, what a recovery here from PRX, and a good read on the early part of the round by NRG, isolating Divide, kind of realizing that he was going to be sticking around potentially, and they're able to flash and get it behind the box. So really good recognition here. And then they even invest the Reckoning as well to try to go for this retake, but already PRX gotten so deep and Forsaken able to win that oh-so-important first kill on the backside against Artis to drop that off and force another eco here out of NRG. Blades up for Forsaken, and he is certainly a confident person with that ability. He's got a shorty behind it. It's right now looking like a full-on B hit, and already the rotation's coming for NRG.
Double up, grab the peek over into Link. Sees Finesse for a brief little moment there. Finesse sends some shots his way. Drops low. Bit of a tag there on a Victor now, knocked down to 50 HP. Crashy's wanting to try to break through, but the headshot comes in. Forsaken gets the reset on the knives. Swings on the corner, manages to find another one. Mind Freak as well, getting involved, finds Finesse. So far it's just gonna be Jing taken down. Artis, however, with that blades on his own, picks up a quick 2 kills, and suddenly it's just CGRS all on his lonesome. They don't know where he is. It's still dangerous territory, but it seems like they might have an inkling of it as Artis does send that Cloud Burst his way, trying to set up for that brief little one-way. This is going to be heard. CGRS knowing where one is. Seems like he's got a very good idea as well. Som. Not expecting him to have repositioned down onto the low ground here. Now is completely and utterly out in the open. Wants to go for the Nano Swarm. Sends it cleaned up now. Knows that he's got a high-low. Try to send out the turret. Swings up a bit, but Som will get the headshot, and it is a fantastic, thrifty win for NRG to go ahead and retake the lead.
It is just these quick rotations here from NRG that really helped them out. Just immediately, as soon as contact is made from Forsaken, yeah, he does a great job taking space, getting in there, doing some serious damage with those Blade Storms. But then Artis says, nah, I can do you one better, and gets 2 big ones. Som again, good with this Sheriff. Doing a great job in this round and in this entire map so far with those Sheriff kills. So everybody's looking really good on both sides of the coin.
Could be in this one for the long haul. We'll keep our fingers crossed in that regard. As we can see, though, Victor's still going to be sticking over towards B. Line Sheriff is set up in this position. Just the turret out in towards Link, staring at mid doors. Finesse to potentially swing off of. Jing gets to run it back.
Yeah, he's been funneling those as per usual. Already the second one. You've got dueling lockdowns, dueling Seekers here. Going to be invested early for the side of PRX. Some util to try to delay a hot hands there at the door to allow Jing to push through, heal up. He's just going to chew through that nano. It's the run it back.
Doesn't manage to clear the angle, though. Doesn't swing wide enough to actually spot anybody, but now the lockdown's going to be invested on the opposite side. PRX just looking to match. Spike, however, not yet planted, so they're still going to have to try to retake the side off the back of this one. They do shove NRG away, but can they get into a post-plant setup quickly? NRG are going to look to rush this one. Victor still tucked away, back haul. Flash goes across, some shots in his direction. Jing swings on the corner, gets the headshot. Curveball in, but it crashes. Just holds down left click. Had it lined up, gets the timing, and Jing disappears.
30 seconds left.
Things continue to tumble out of control here for the side of PRX. They finally get the spike moved up here onto the sides. He addresses in his hands. Forsaken finding one, then taken down by Artis. Once again, into a 3v3. Crashy swinging back out the aggressive push. Artis puts the spike down on the ground. Now it needs to be recovered. Into the 2v2. Divide out into the open. It's dropped, and it's going to be the combination of Crashies and Som to take them over the line. 4-2, NRG starting the stretch to lead.
Yeah, and already here, PRX just really trying to hit B over and over again, just trying to overwhelm NRG on this site, and it just isn't going their way. I mean, you know, Som is staying on A, planted his feet over there, but the rest of NRG is good for it. And Artis finding some great timings to shut things down. Delay here for the side of NRG is making this really difficult for PRX. Looks like they're gonna shift over to Stingers for this round. Mind Freak with the Cosmic Divide and the Sheriff. The only ults to speak of here. Artis popping that dash. Can't find the shot.
Takes a bit of damage there. Just managed to back away, but Good amount of space opened up. That's going to give them arc control for now. The Trailblazer cleared out before he can get through the cloudburst. It doesn't necessarily see how many players there are. Something tells me that Artist's ears likely working well enough to identify that it was pretty much the whole team.
PRX is about as quiet, as subtle as your average act of God. Yeah.
Finding one, Crashy tucked to the corner, Sam backing him up, finds another 2 kills for himself. He's at 9 HP. The Stinger can do some work. CTRS finding one. Flash does not go wide enough.
Oh!
A bit of a botch there from the side of Crashies, and that does allow for PRX to get themselves back into this round. Rifles recovered, Mindfreak and CGRS. 49 seconds remaining, they could cut noise. Try to rotate off the site, if not make a bait.
You read my
Even
mind.
though they have this ult invested, it seems like they still want to try to play around it.
I mean, with this ult here, you know, you're at least able to be undetected, but oh my god, the cover!
Covering fire allows for Mindfreak to get the plan, but now he needs to find the headshot. He needs to win out against Victor, and he will just drag it across. He finds it, and the Thrifty is confirmed. PRX putting one of their own up on the board to bring it now within touching distance once more.
I mean, the crossfire here is just so disciplined. The patient from CGRS, he has been stepping up now. He had so many clutches for them in their previous match. He is really starting to find his groove. He seems comfortable, he's calm, he's confident, he's excited, he keeps that energy level up. He's always positive whenever we see him on camera. And he is just a phenomenal player here. And you've got, you know, the 2 streamer players going against each other, Sam and CGRS, and they're both having great rounds so far.
50 Prime subs on this camp. But I mean, you know, as much as we like to joke about that, they have ascended to so much more.
Yes, exactly.
Granted, yes, still a substitute from CGRS. Sam the mainstay, but the performances that they have been able to put up in the last couple days have been absolutely monumental in getting both of these teams in the position they find themselves in at the moment. Artist, though, finds himself in a great position to get the punish. He's finding a timing while CTRS was distracted by Crashies over at the doors. 2 members down. Looking like NRG just having a vice grip here on this B site.
Yeah, and there's going to be a change of direction here for the side of PRX. They're going to leave Mindfreak down here to lurk for a bit, but NRG, oh so disciplined, oh so patient. Going to try and sell a little bit of a fake here. Still Artist, though, holding the discipline for NRG so strong. Mindfreak clearing the turret, trying to create noise, trying to create distraction. If Devi can best Artist, that flash isn't going to confirm anything over on the other side. Oh boy.
No, it does not, and yeah, they just decide to rush out. They know that this is going to be a lurk, so they decide just challenge him all at once, get that kill. And now with as far away as they are, it's just going to have to be Jing and Devi sitting back, holding onto the weapons as NRG will run the clock down and pull off a flawless little hold.
Maybe if Mindfreak can hold on a little bit more there, they might feel confident enough to try to push in towards A, but now they're just going to be setting up towards spawn, seeing if they can keep these rifles into the next round. But yeah, I mean, these B pushes are being held so well by NRG. I mean, they're happy to collapse and condense onto the site and just fortify it, make it so difficult for PRX with the crossfires, with the utility. And again, it's going to be difficult on this attacker side. I talked about this at the beginning, but you're already seeing it on this B side in particular. Without that Harbor utility or that Viper utility, you're way more limited in what you can do to dissect this B site, to cut off the angle. That is the reason that so many teams play the Viper Harbor on this, is particularly on this B site that everybody kind of, memes about. But, when you don't have the comp that can necessarily, cut through and, give you the ability to get in, get that plant down, get that space, you have to rely on those deep pushes by Forsaken, by Jing, to clear that space for you. And yes, certainly, they're insane. They're very good players. And you can use things like the run it back to do that. But in the long run, NRG's just too disciplined right now.
Yeah. I mean, we were scratching our heads wondering, what does it look like if Pearl is going to be played? Because we anticipated Haven's going to be banned. NRG say, okay, we get this map again. We're going to go there. PRX, having not played it since the Grand Finals versus DRX, it was what pieces do you move around? You keep with the Harbor. Do you put, CGRS on the Jet? Do you trust him to be able to do that? And have, a strong amount of impact, or is Forsaken absolutely necessary there as that duelist alongside Jing? Seems like that is the decision that has been made, and without the Harbor, it has been difficult. That being said, though, still close. So 5-3.
Yes.
anything could happen.
You know, it's funny. I had a chat with Mini in between after their match, and we were both just trying to theory craft what the heck Paper X was going to do. Neither of us were correct. I'll just put it that way.
All right. Was there a Yoru in there somewhere?
I mean, that was something I spitballed but didn't really take seriously. But the Gecko was floated between both of us. We thought maybe they might make a go of that.
Well, just some initial control here over towards A. And then Finesse responding with the pit, just looking to make this unassailable. Seems like Paper X might be thinking about cutting through, getting A access through Art, and just keeping Finesse locked over on that side of the map, push him out into A main. Maybe control backside, but with just the turret destroyed, it will start drifting away and approaching other avenues. Crashies, a couple shots going his way here from Forsaken.
I like the layered utility here from NRG to back up Finesse in this Viper's pit. Paper X is not afraid to challenge, and Victor's going to win the early exchange against Jing.
Just a dry swing there from Jing. Does fall, but Forsaken up on top of the box with a great headshot. Will find him. Finesse now getting tucked away. Som in flowers, waiting for the cross. Finds one. And now Paper X are really worried about trying to get themselves over. CJRS actually just sprints across. Makes it through to safety. Finesse noted. Mindfreak puts some damage down onto him, but cannot find that kill. Som, in the meantime, does get broken out. Out of the equation now. It's Crashies tucked away here by Secret. Quickly finds one. Divide the last man standing, but not for very long. Crashies puts him down on the ground. The fuse will come in. Energy now going to be doubling the scoreline here. Paper X as they move up 6-3.
Yeah, and this is just, again, NRG really understanding the tendencies of Paper X. They really like to challenge these Viper pits. They want to cut, you know, your strength away from you. They want to attack you where you're strong sometimes to try to just, you know, prove that they're better than you, to really utilize this raw aim, these great instincts that they have in these individual moments. And Mindfreak almost able to sneak in there and do some damage in the middle of the chaos.
I know.
That early kill onto Jing really hurts. That's some extra utility that they can use to throw into that Viper's pit and around those corners to maybe obfuscate that movement on Mindfreak a little bit more, but not to be the case. But this time around, I like what Paper X is doing, spreading out a little bit more here, getting a little bit of information, baiting out a little bit of utility to try to keep NRG honest. You got to keep them guessing. You got to keep them across different areas of the map. As good as Finesse is, right now, it's been a little bit easy for him to kind of predict. And you're just looking for some of those stars, from some of that aggression from Jing and Forsaken. But it looks like they might be trying something of a fake here. So I'm going to be watching through Link. Divide leads with that Trailblazer, and they're just going to back right off of that Cascade.
Trailblazer goes out. Crashy's now going to be swinging around over towards A site. Run it back. Sent. Finesse just playing anti-flash. Turns. Doesn't want to show himself. Knows that Jing is not going to be the high-value target that he's looking for. And Jing did not check the corner here. Or Forsaken who gets taken down. Jing sent back. Divide does manage to find the enemy Viper here at the end of it all. So will be a 4v4 with Victor tagged out to about 30 HP. Lurk from CGRS makes his way forward, staring towards water. Looks like he wants to creep in from behind. And on the opposite side of the map, they're still not necessarily convinced that this is going to be where the spike rests.
They're pinging it out. They're going to make a go for it.
Oh, Jing, I guess seeing just enough to be able to get that kill. Follows up with a second before Som takes his head off. Now a 2v2, but CGRS getting tucked away. And here comes Artis sprinting in, completely unawares. The Seeker goes forward. Som looks to clear it. Divine spotting him. Flash out. A decent turn, but knows that he has to pay attention to his rear as well as they continue to encroach. It's not going to be through the window. It's going to be through Secret, but it doesn't even matter. CGRS will get the lurk onto Artis, whereas Divine will hold down the site. Paper X fight back. Once again, bring it to within 2.
And I love the beginning of this round here for Paper X. It keeps NRG just off balance enough that they can't quick rotate over to the site. And then they pump the brakes right as they come towards the entry of A. They wait things out. They give CGRS that time to get in through water to find that pick on the rotating Artis. And that gives them this 2v1 that they're able to secure. And now it's going to be NRG taking a timeout, trying to readjust here. I think maybe a little bit more mid-presence going to be shown here from NRG now. Yeah, that time they gave up a lot of space in mid. It was a lot of information that Paper X was able to garner and kind of get so deep into the back lines of NRG.
And so far, I mean, obviously, Som way out in front as far as the lobby is concerned, but CGRS very much keeping pace and helping to lead the charge here for the side of Paper X. Showing us that it's not all just about the Gecko. The Killjoy is there. We've seen him play a couple other picks so far. on this run to stay alive in Masters Tokyo. And it's going to be ever more important as he gets ready to move to the defending side.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, he's going to be such a crucial piece of the puzzle for PaperX on the other side. And regardless of what happens in this match here today, just a tip of the cap to CGRS and PaperX for the way that they've been able to come into this event so well prepared with only 10 days of practice. Literally 10 days of practice coming into this event with CGRS. That's all they had, and they are still looking better and better and better. And, you know, CGRS is just seems to be getting more and more comfortable, and that's so scary for these other teams because it's not only was it hard to predict what PaperX was going to be doing coming into this event because of the situation with something, but also because CGRS's playstyle, there isn't much tape on it. There was one Gecko Icebox. That map's not even in the pool anymore. So good luck figuring out exactly what they want to do.
Let's see here. Side widely conceded. Wrap around from Victor, getting himself moved up through Link to get closer to the side of CGRS. Is just going to be dropping the lockdown. Victor's still 2 off, so cannot use a replying one to try to further delay them. The site can be taken. Still taking their time. Moving forward and Forsaken, he does a double updraft again. Catches Victor. Picks him off right there in the Link. Fantastic play that was completely unexpected. Forsaken now running out of knives, however, 9 HP trying to exit. The Reckoning still looking to lock him in place. Wrap around from behind, Crashies arriving, throws out the pop flash. Mind Freak still going to be unscouted, but Crashies knows that there's just going to be far too many players in this position. CGRS now finds Artist. They look to hold that spike down to half, but they cannot do it. Now the hot hands comes in. Vanessa's caught up by it, ends up getting taken down. Crashies with 1, but Mind Freak trades it back, and suddenly it's just Sam left standing all on his lonesome. Reckoning committed, but in a 1v4, as PaperX look to go ahead and add a 5th round in. Jing will just go ahead and take the challenge. Close it out. PaperX damn near flawless. Just Forsaken going down and not a weapon loss in the round.
Yeah, and just another beautiful entry here from Forsaken. He's been really good on some of these opening duels, especially when he's got the knives out. And then they're able, this time with that lockdown, to get that plant down securely. It's something that they've been having a tough time with their lack of smokes, those lack of walls. This time around, you're able to use the lockdown as a kind of pseudo wall to give you the ability to get that plant down. Great job here on the backside by Mind Freak and company to keep Crashies in check, give themselves that round. Really well handled here by PaperX.
Meanwhile, I believe Jing is about to use his 4th ultimate of the game.
Yep. It's been a lot.
Gravity well invested, goes rushing forward, is quickly dealt with and snaps back. Has to now just go ahead and pull away. So no real establishment found here. Over towards A main, instead it's just going to be 3 members stacked up. Forsaken in the meantime, going on a bit of a walkabout. Worked his way through mid, which is widely unoccupied. Just keeping this triple stack. Artist is holding Art. We see Victor over at B. Natty continued to swing forward. God. Forsaken may have just been able to find the enemy jet, but instead he's going to push all the way around. He's going to be looking for this monstrous backstab. As the Trailblazer goes in, confirms his hefty presence still here at A main.
I mean, NRG hasn't moved a muscle. They're just sitting here at A main, and it's dead. Sam's gone.
Finds one. Still more to do. Forsaken going to be spotted. Manages to stabilize the aim just fast enough to come up with the kill, but has to back away. 29 HP remaining. Artist comes to the rescue. Sets up the operator here on the corner. Comes away with 1. Swings out. Gets a second. Mind Freak. Now the last one standing. 12 HP. Right as Victor arrives to the A site. Mind Freak just going to go ahead. Cut tail. And go sprinting to the opposite side of the map. Because of this Cosmic Divide, Victor not necessarily aware of this quite just yet.
Oh, this is so brilliant here. You know, there's no sound, no idea what's going on the other side of this, and now Victor's about to find out the hard way, but still with that smoke there. He has to respect that maybe Mind Freak was hanging out over here. He pops his nano to maybe buy himself a little bit of extra time. Doesn't really get much out of it. And Mind Freak gonna plan out in the open, only 12 HP. Just gonna have to win this duel quickly. Any stray bullet from Victor will secure him the round.
Mind Freak not getting into any super cheesy positions. Just playing here straight up on the cubby. As Victor has to go ahead. He has to search. He has to wonder. The tap, the stare towards Link. The swing coming in, but Mind Freak not able to find the kill. That's going to be Victor closing it out. A 7-5 half with energy out in front.
Yeah, good patience, good diligence here from Victor. Being very aware of the situation and finding that win. But, I mean, honestly, this went pretty good for the side of PaperX. I'm sure they'd like it to be better. You know, it is kind of their chosen side.
Yes.
But all things considered, this went better than I thought it would. I put it that way. I mean, you know, again, it's because without that Viper and without that Harbor, the ability to control that B site that they really kind of beat their head against early on in this half was just a little bit lacking.
Well, before we go into the second half, we'll go ahead and throw it back over to Yinsu and the desk to break down the action from the first half.
Thank you very much, guys. What a way to start this match. Mel, NRG in the lead, but they really had to work for those 7 rounds.
Especially the beginning, it was a rough start from kind of both teams. We're seeing a Thrifty, and then the very next round, another Thrifty. Rounds we think are like in NRG's grasp, and they just get like lost from them. And it's also, I'm just watching, and it's like, okay, he has KG ult, he's gonna use it, and I'm sure, you know, NRG's thinking the same thing, and then PaperX does something you just don't expect, that you cannot even plan for.
I think that is, you know, it was complicated for both of the teams, especially at the start. To me, one of the key components of NRG getting those first rounds at the beginning was Som. His utility usage was beautiful. Him on the clutches, him supporting the rest of the team was really, really on point. Those retakes, those kind of executions cannot happen without him on the team. But on the other side, we found a PaperX that really took advantage of all the holes that they could find on mid.
It's rare you see that really from NRG not to pick up a gap. That very last round, we see Forsaken walk all the way up B-Link, go through sewers, and flank them from their own spawn. And that's something you rarely ever see NRG get abused by because they are so good at communicating and picking up those gaps. But PaperX is a team that are not afraid to just walk up and see what's out there for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Some putting up massive numbers as well. I think a few of them are putting up big numbers. That's what you have to do when you go up against PaperX. But my question is, this Phoenix Jet on the defense, what are we expecting?
So here's the thing, Achilles was mentioning, in just 12 rounds, we saw 4 Phoenix ults. Of course, it's a pain in the ass. I think that many of those rounds were calculated because of the ultimate usage. We need to see the same on the defense. I think that some was also a pain in the ass on the right side of the map. They need to also, PaperX, put that pressure onto NRG.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're gonna have cooked up on this half as well. Paperthin and Achilles, what do you make of it?
I think the only thing that I make of it is that I've been entertained so far, and I'm hoping that the entertainment continues to ramp up as we do get ready to go into the second half and see how CGRS is going to fare. Moving over here onto the defense, the Phoenix as well does become a little bit rougher when you change those sides. So PaperX, how do they want to go about this? For now, it looks like it's going to be very heavy mid-pressure and is getting ready to be applied.
Yeah, I think they want to check this cubby here that Artis is moving into. I think they've identified off that turret that this could be possible.
Forsaken's got one, curveball out into the hand, and Artis finds one. Not going to be full flash, but Jing still swinging out, finds one. Som now, not sure which way to look, will get taken down as the dust settles. 3v3, Divide with a healing can top up Forsaken as well. Nano Swarm goes across just to get a little bit of damage there on the finesse, as the Poison Orb does get set up.
It's a great read here by PaperX, but Artis just catches them a little bit off guard. A great shot by Crashies.
Same with Crashies, finding Forsaken. CGRS inside of the smoke. Crashies finds him as well. Turns his sights back over towards Divide. The knife is out. Frenzy drawn. Spots him. Legs it back into the hall. 2 players set there. Divide just desperately trying to get some information. The Trailblazer is at the ready. Sends it. Trying to see what he can get. Spots 2. But he's running out of time. Turret there. Probably realizing that getting onto the spike, trying to get this defused, likely not going to happen, especially as that Nano Swarm does come through, but wants to try to take somebody down with him. Spots Finesse, a bit of damage exchange between the 2 of them, but Finesse will be the one coming in on top with 14 HP remaining. Spike will detonate. NRG picking up a second pistol round.
Yeah, NRG taking both pistols. And again, not a bad read here by PaperX. That turret, they understood what NRG was trying to do, just happened a little bit faster than they expected, and then Crashy's taking some space, pushing through. Kind of taking a page out of PaperX's book there. Something they love to do is to get deep into your flanks. And he's able to find a huge kill there to cut off any real semblance of a coordinated retake attempt from PaperX. Just completely cuts them apart, and then CGRS and Divide a little bit off kilter, a little bit off beat. PaperX gonna full stack here.
Flash going in, catches quite a many few of them, answering flash out. Divide with the right clicks will be able to take down Crashies. Forsaken now, dashing in behind the box. Trailblazer draws their attention for a little bit longer. Orb gonna be picked up. Jing, once again, gonna be the focus here, just trying to get those ults online for the Phoenix. Creeps across, grabs the gun, looks like he gets exit. He's got the hot hands as well as Divide to try to heal him up should it be necessary. All things considered though, Divide, worse for wear, 1 HP in a dream, trying to stay in this. It's Forsaken, Finesse, shoulder to shoulder, but Forsaken doesn't peek the corner. Finesse mows down a third! And brings this round right back into their favors. Oh boy! Both players absolutely terrified of each other given the circumstances. They go their separate ways. As the spike will get planted here on A by Sam. Devi and CGRS. Question is, can they find any additional value? Can they take some of these weapons away from NRG? He comes in. The instant headshot, not even necessary, but you love to see the accuracy.
We take those. I'll see at this point, CGRS wanting to die to the spike. Sam, very aware of it, wants to see if he can come in and finish the job. Doesn't want to push too far, doesn't want to maybe give away that gun, and yeah, for NRG, they're happy to take their prize and move on to the next round. So what started out pretty interestingly and pretty well for PRX kind of falls apart there as Finesse able to survive with that Spectre and get 3 kills. Just really good stuff, and then it's like a cat seeing itself in the mirror there. They both just like look up and, oh no, okay, we gotta go.
CGRS he's given some consideration to whether or not he should just grab the Bulldog and dip out of there, but it seems like he's still gonna be worried about somebody watching that potential exit over towards Art. So opposite just died to the spike at the end of it all, but a very incredible start now for NRG. Here on their map pick in the second half, a 4-round stretch lead. PRX gonna be looking to get themselves online here in the second half right here. See if they can manage it. As for now, heavy presence into mid from NRG. 3 players cutting over towards Art. Artist looks like he's gonna be joining them. Thought maybe he was gonna go pushing through the doors. As Forsaken is up top, but Finesse just tucked in behind.
They suspect it. With that poison cloud there, you know that it's pretty likely that somebody might have snuck in there. Flash is confirming that at least there's a presence somewhere near that door. And the orb goes back up and Finesse goes back out. And NRG gonna be taking their time, gonna be really trying to figure out where all the pieces of PRX are. And for sure, they know that Devi is over at B. They've got that. And so they don't wanna mess with that Sky utility too much. Maybe try to put some pressure on CGRS. Maybe see if you can find him, take him down, see if you can kind of, pick on a little bit on the inexperience of the player. I would, if I was NRG, I'd try to see if I could maybe make him crumble a little bit.
It's gonna need to be big here. This attack gets ready to come through. They do have the stars set up. Alarm bot is getting pulled forward. Drop down. Artist looking to try to clear out dugout. Will get taken out. Mindfreak with a nice headshot as CGRS looks to hold the stairs. Mindfreak with another. Victor gonna be gone. So far it's looking clean and the time is just dwindling. 12 seconds. This stab here from Finesse off the flank would need to be absolutely monstrous to try to get them into a plant position, but instead he will fall. 78 HP. Sam just looking to back away. See if he can get anything off. Some over-aggression here from the side of PRX, but it's gonna be a flawless at the end of it here as they finally find their first round in the second half.
Yeah, just a really good hold here on the site from PRX. Able to kind of dodge a lot of that utility, find the entry player. Even with that cascade coming in to try to help Artist, Mindfreak just reads it really well. CGRS on the other side, holding his ground. So a good defensive strategy there from PRX that pays off. Of course, the weaker round by for NRG previously. Now the Bulldog going to be carried over for Sam rifles all around the other way. Not too far away from that Viper's pit or those Seekers.
Playing forward again, though. Here's PRX. Forsaken tucked back, spotting Artist. Dashes away. Jing, however, does swing out from that side. Cubby catches Sam. Now without their harbor, and we're talking about how rough it was for PRX. When you're trying to attack this B site, it's going to be just as rough, I should say, for NRG now. The rest of the round, Victor holding the corner. CGRS not going for the ego swing, just a little bit of back and forth, but a great bite out from Finesse will flush Jing into the open, and Crashies takes him down.
Yeah, this is good work here by CGRS. He's got that alarm bot still to play off of.
Seekers online.
Yeah, exactly. Crashies able to find that kill, getting into those Seekers. Now they can use this. A Trailblazer is going to find Victor.
Snowden tries to tuck into the corner, but CGRS fast on the chase. Gets up over the top, finds that headshot through. There's Artist. Necessarily anticipating that Forsaken was going to be close on the low ground. Crashies, though, swinging around from behind, starting to rush forward. Decide the turn. They identify now. They absolutely know that he's here. And Devi will win out on the fight. Crashies going to be taken out. Forsaken finding Artist, and now it's just Finesse left standing. Even though they're stacked up, he just can't even drag the crosshair over there in time. The 7th round now for PaperX, back to within 2. As they're getting big economic kickback on the side of NRG.
Yeah, this is huge for PaperX and forces a timeout right away from NRG. You know, trying to be a little bit tricky in this round is NRG. They're trying to get a little bit all over the map, but they're countered at basically every turn here by PaperX. Again, everyone holding their ground. Individually, this team is not a team that you want to be trying to duel usually, especially when something's here. But, you know, between Jing, Forsaken, Tavai has been absolutely just phenomenal throughout this year. Mindfreak playing well today. These guys are very confident in these 1v1s. And when you're taking those, you know, like Victor there, kind of identified by CGRS, then Tavai comes in to back him up, take him out. The early hold from Jing and company, able to find that pick and lock things down. So NRG trying to spread the map out a little bit. PaperX not having any of it there.
Now, so far, timeouts have not led to a round win. We'll see what happens. Granted, this is obviously going to be a very low buy for the side of NRG. Some half armors, frenzy, sheriff, you know, that kind of stuff. Looks like maybe a hero rifle will be coming into play.
Timeout Terry over here, keeping track of the timeouts, and you see it.
You want to see that timeout round win conversion rate.
True, true, true. Absolutely.
I think that's something that we should have been tracking, you know, last year in the era of Sean Garris as a coach, with Termy and DRX in the form that they were in.
Because then we could have really held it against Sean the next time we saw him. Just been like, man, your timeouts, ooh, bro. I don't know.
It was pretty successful, except for DRX in that one series.
Yeah, just that one time. Well, now you've got Jing's running back. So that's, what, 5? Is that right?
Oh, boy. Flashes out, saw him with that hero rifle, putting it to good use. Heals coming through. Crashy's keeping him nice and healthy, and yeah, Jing does get eliminated nice and early. Talking about, you know, being willing to take those aim duels. And Jing now gone. It's up the team significantly, but okay, I don't want to watch the Vi. I want to see Mindfreak. Comes up with 2 right there. Now the Vi cutting across, just sprays it down, managing to find 2 quick kills for himself. Pop Flash not going to connect, gets up close and personal, runs out of bullets, and Finesse with a recovered Vandal will be able to put him down. Brings us into a potentially winnable position, but does he get the read that they are behind him? Seems like the answer is yes. Getting flashbacks to Buzz in this very position. Nothing, no pressure from the front. Goes for the Jingle Forsaken. Will be able to push the corner and finish him up before he can draw that weapon down once more. You can see a big smile on Jason's face, but for PaperX, I think that was far too close given the circumstances.
Yes, I fully agree. I mean, I'd rather see Jing's run it back here, popped off the rip. If you're going to just try to aim duel this space, there's no reason in my book. I mean, you're going to be trying to funnel those into Jing's hands anyway. You might as well burn them, even against ecos. It's one of the few ults where I don't mind you seeing it used against eco rounds to try to hamstring them. And then also Finesse, man. This is just so brilliant. The way he reads, expecting that flash there from Divide, pushes ahead of it, catches him, reads the rotation, reads the lurk. So brilliant. Now Forsaken with that op.
All on his lonesome.
Oh boy.
Is it just a timing shot? Flash goes in. He's been playing this position, or Jing has been, rather. It's okay, just up drafts, takes still a nasty bit of damage. Divide not too far away, but see, Forsaken wanted to get himself wrapped around into the back of Hall to be able to still repeat this one. Just sends out a blind shot through the wall, hoping for a straight connection. Heals now, attempting to come through. A little bit closer. The Reckoning is going to be invested. Nebula's getting popped. Jing trying to avoid the stun, rushes up, run it back, was at the ready, so snaps over to the use point. Is Forsaken. I mean, it's just shot after shot. He says, eventually I gotta get one right. The one time he hit a jackpot on the casino, and he's just gonna keep going for it now. Dumping all of his bullets until he's got nothing left. Artist looking to hold, swap over onto the Phantom. Forsaken gonna be good for 1. Crashy's staving off Jing. Flash over into tunnel, not gonna find anything though, as CGRS will pick up Psalm. 2 members left standing now, as Mindfreak is on the back end. Just trying to pinch from the side of this pit, and yep, he's gonna be able to do so. As soon as Forsaken goes down, Mindfreak just gets the bang through the screen. Finesse pushes out of the pit. Will get taken down, they'll get onto the spike for the defuse, and that is gonna be PaperX now tying us up at 9-9.
This is a huge win here for PaperX. What a hold by Forsaken, able to just barely get away with his life and then get that op shot through the smoke. just kept going for it, knowing that that plant is coming down, gets it pinged out by his teammates, then they shuffle it over to Devi. We saw Devi doing really good with that op, and don't forget, he used to be a chamber main last year. So Devi, no slouch with that gun either. But they're able to keep it over for Forsaken, but they're so diligent here. They're really doing a good job of just being patient, waiting for Mindfreak to get into position. Yeah, Jing's happy to take space. Jing's always gonna be the tip of the spear for PaperX. Get that extra bit of information. If he finds kills, great. But he's happy to die every round and just keep getting more and more run it backs if necessary. If his team is winning, totally fine.
Forsaken was ready to play anti-flash, but didn't go deep enough. Popped behind the wall as, ooh, does take that knife to the shoulder. Artis nearly clipping his head. Nothing spotted. The drop down. Drops in, the right click goes across. Finesse piling in as well. They'll be able to flush him out. Swing in, CGRS Everett with a quick pick. Does take out one at point-blank range, so Victor going to be gone to trade out, however, on the Killjoys. And now the man advantage in for the side of NRG, not wanting PaperX to be able to take this lead. Curveball through, Jing trying to find Som, but Som strikes him down. Now it's all on Devi and Mindfreak. Two of the veterans here on the squad. Devi coming away with one. Swing out, Finesse getting the other. Mindfreak again approaching from B main. He's running out of time. Nebula goes up the wall as well. Som looking into the corner, looking to try to hold this one to half, and they will just be able to spray him down. Thrifty win comes through. Our third of the map, I do believe, but this time for NRG to once again reestablish a lead.
Yeah, and you can see NRG this time really want to make sure that they deal with Forsaken, but Forsaken, I think, kind of miscalculates in the timing he has to be safe in that back alley. I think he expected maybe he'd have a little bit more preparation, but NRG just W key gaming here to take Forsaken down. And I think Forsaken, if he could have that round back, he'd fall back a little bit further, try to get to the safety of his teammates, because he was the only one there anchoring that B side at that moment. He had no backup. And now they're gonna shuffle the flashes back over for PaperX, and Jing is good for one.
He's good for one, but that's about it. So they still do lose him, but that's gonna be entry power taken away. As the Trailblazer does go ahead and take a quick little peek. A glance back, Devi now in a rough position. They've got nothing really to try to bail him out of this spot. The bite doesn't go deep enough to find the kill, but his supporting power and CGRS, it's appalling. As he tries to exit, he will also get struck down. Forsaken swinging around, gets himself situated on the site, but I mean, Mindfreak's been doing this round over round, so now they're very much anticipating that this back flank is gonna be coming through. Turret has to be cleared up. Looks like he's still gonna stay here in this position. They could just rush him. It looks like that's gonna be the call. Oh, yep. Building quite a bit.
Well, now that they know where both players are, they can swing all the way back over to A if they so choose here. Forsaken just planting himself down long B, watching it through. Mindfreak continuing to settle towards the double doors in mid. Yeah, but all four members of NRG.
I mean, they just have to be conceding this.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, take the A site, plant it, let the spike go off. We're just going to be holding on to things. You know, you have that operator in hand. You want to be able to carry that over. Have that extra bit of oomph. Especially now, you know, knowing that NRG has one of their own. Spike will just be planted. PaperX will concede. So we got a little bit of time. What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the beginning of this round. I mean, again, it's changes from both teams. PaperX trying to push space early, trying to see if they can punish some of these aggressive push-outs that NRG has been doing out of B main. And Jing, yeah, he's good for one, but then Devi gets cornered in the cubby and gets eliminated here by some great utility usage from NRG. And then, of course, like you pointed out, you know, they're prepared for the lurks from Mindfreak this time. I would have liked to have seen maybe, it's hard to say for sure, Forsaken was being so aggressive with this op. You know, he was pushing all the way in towards site, and then he rotated back. Probably wise to, you know, to the situation, wanted to keep the op in play for the next round. But, you know, really setting up for a crunch there was PaperX. They just couldn't quite execute it. And NRG is steadying very nicely.
Once again, a bit of a weakness of the comp that they're, you know, kind of shoehorned into running.
Yes.
Just given the lack of something on this roster. Because otherwise, you have Devi in that kind of position, or if it's Forsaken playing forward, you can throw that harbor wall. You can give them a better chance of trying to get out of there, but with very limited obfuscation, it becomes a lot more difficult. So now, NRG at 11, PaperX 2 rounds behind. This is going to be Alex calling a timeout to try to right the ship and get them right back into this.
Yeah, that's a great point. It almost feels like sometimes they're playing as though they're expecting a cascade from Forsaken to kind of lead the way from them. But certainly not going to be the case. And I do really, really like this map pick from NRG. They're good on Pearl, but also knowing that this was going to be a big question mark, a big point of a read overall, and having some really good executes. Some good like mid-round adjustments, some good on-the-fly adjustments that we're seeing. And again, they can really abuse this space with all these smokes that they have. The flashes to clear, that one even gets Forsaken full blind.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't quite think it was going to pop where it did. Now has to back away, the Trailblazer rushing in. Instead of CGRS, and Forsaken finds a quick pick, so I'm going to be taken down. Just given the way that he's been playing, given what that Harbor util can give you, absolutely such a high-value target to be found by Forsaken. Just a glimpse there of Victor, but just not quite fast enough to be able to get the punish. Has to now back away as the lockdown comes through, narrowly avoids that one turn on the flash, almost has the lineup, gets the dash back available, manages to make his exit. Divide puts that Bulldog to get used, taking down Finesse. Victor in the meantime, catching CGRS open, it's ever so whiffy, and CGRS stabilizes before Victor can. Artist will get Forsaken to find a kill in the round, but the up will be scooped back up by PRX into their welcoming arms, and that brings them now within 1.
And I like the change here from PRX, identifying that they need to give Forsaken some backup. Of course, it helps when Forsaken's hitting some great shots along the way.
I thought he was gonna have a clat there.
I did too, that was absolutely nasty, but Devi on point with that Bulldog. CGRS kind of getting away with one, but hey, you'll take those lucky situations when you're giving them.
It happens.
It does. It happens to everybody.
I mean, there's going to be people in the chat who are calling it out and saying, but that's how you guys aim most of the time. That's just a one-off.
They wouldn't be wrong.
Anyway, into the round, Forsaken again, really looking to up the aggression. Trailblazer thrown! The smoke dissipates, he pulls out the knives, he manages to find a second one before getting taken down. Again, somehow not getting collapsed. Either way, though, the 2 kills are going to get picked up, and that puts PRX in with a man advantage. Big scout forward from Mind Freak all the way over at A. Jing just goes for the jiggle, but the run it back is available. He could go for the rush play as soon as they hear that spike committed to.
Devi one away from the Seekers as well. So if he can find a kill, he can make this retake really powerful.
He's going for it, the pit! Dropped in by Finesse, but Jing does catch him just fast enough. Victor. And then Jing just go ahead and shove it back, finds the second one. Jing will trade it. The Killjoy is now going to be taken down, and that leaves Artist in a 1v1. The full flash comes in. Jing will scoop a 3rd kill here. The defuse will come through, and we are tied up 11-11 yet again. PRX says, you are not getting away from us.
I mean, what an opener here from Forsaken to find those 2 kills. And then Jing coming up big when they need him most with that run it back. I mean, finally, that cycling of it is going to pay off. Now you're going to get Devi on the Seekers as well coming out of this round. Huge stuff from him in the combo there with the Nova Pulse and Jing on point with the curveball. And those are those situations where Phoenix is so powerful on this map around those 90-degree angles. Really able to abuse those nicely. Oh, love to see it. This is what we wanted to see today.
Already such an amazing way to kick things off as Artist just going to go for the double updraft here. Get the auto back in a moment. Just looking for a target. Instead, Jing says, you know what? I want a 10th ult in this game. I don't know what the count is at. Obviously, it's significant. There we go. So now it's just going to be 2 charges away from having that one at the ready. Still going to be humping around over in A main alongside Mind Freak. They might just get the new battle here against Victor and Finesse. Starting to swing in. Jing just trying to play this as patiently as he can, but it's a decent amount of damage there off the bite. Doesn't have the hot hands to heal. Sends out the flash. Finesse gonna be good for it. Victor good for the other. 2 players taken down. Great punish here from NRG, shutting down the aggression as Artist gets up over the top, but Devi is just not ready for it at all. Swing out now into the back of sight. Artist did his place Forsaken out of secret. Swaps around on the weapon and catches Forsaken, snipes him out of the air. CGRS with 12 HP. Will get taken down. It just saw him to die. His energy will lock in map point.
Oh boy, I don't mind the idea here a bit from PRX, but then when the position's basically kind of red by Finesse, he throws that snake bite in there, displaces Jing, and then they try to go for the flash push. Okay, well, he's just full flash and gets the kill. Insane stuff from Finesse. It's great awareness. So, again, don't mind the idea from PaperX. Just a better reaction here. And then NRG hits the go button, and Artis was good for it. CGRS with that lockdown to try to get set up for these retakes. Going to be a big piece of this round. Stay alive. Maybe get a little deep. Hot hands. Keep Artis at bay. Trying to buy some space here.
Getting the orb.
Yep, to get the run it back.
2 ults available. Crashies with the Seekers. No one else really close by.
Here.
Forsaken just going to be backing away. Throws down a ping in Art. So it's suspecting that that little wrap around that flank is going to be coming in, but Artis catches Mindfreak off guard. Smokes and Gravity Wells now taken out of their hands. A Seeker let loose. Forsaken with the Guardian. Clearing one out. Crashies now looking to push into him, and he instantly gets the headshot. Down 2 members. Artis tucked on around here in the corner. Jing somehow wins out that fight, and that's where they run it back. Sends out the flash. Not spotting anything else. Snaps back over in the dugout. Is Devi? Does he read this one? The answer is yes. Finesse going to be taken down on the flank. Now a 3v3 with the lockdown still in play here for CGRS, but he needs to win out this fight. The timing, have they noted each other? Looks like the answer is absolutely yes. And wisely, CGRS pulls away. Just looking to hold the door. In the meantime, Victor, Som, advancing forward. The flash comes in, the wall goes up. Devi gets in front of this. But 20 seconds without a flash, without any other util. Spots one, gets the transfer! Devi finds 3, and suddenly it's on Crashies to try to avoid going into overtime. The flash connecting, Devi with a 4K! 12-12, we continue onward.
What an insane round from Devi. He reads the rotation from Finesse, gets the Hawk to confirm the presence at B, and just pushes right in there and takes 2 down. Just unbelievable. And then gets the 4th, the icing on the cake. Ridiculous stuff, the clutch master in VCT Pacific. Devi stepping up big once again for PaperX.
Let's go. He's just giggly at the end of it all, but here in map 1, in this elimination series, PaperX continue to fight back, taking it all the way to 12-12. We're talking about it. Who is going to win, the Hive Mind or the Mastermind? And no closer to finding out. As Victor just taking a little shoulder shot there from Jing. He's looking for that nice and early pick. Not found. Off the back of that, it's going to be a full rotate out of B main here from PaperX. Now turning their sights towards A, but this double creep up here. Som and Artis can find impact. Jing going to be the first one to fall. CGRS still looking like he wants to fight. He forced the dash out. The wall goes up. Trailblazer to try to chase there. Doesn't get the tag. Crashies in the meantime, just jiggling back and forth, looking over towards Art, but now looks like he's going to start rotating around. Maybe into flowers, perhaps, or wants to check for water.
God, and that's one of those situations where that harbor utility is so valuable for NRG, and why it's so difficult for PaperX on this attacker side. And these attacker side rounds are going to be so critical for PaperX. If they can convert one, gotta feel their chances are good, but Finesse hasn't seen him yet. He has no idea.
Oh, and that is going to be a rude awakening. Som as well taken down at the same time on the opposite side of the map. 3v4, NRG trying to win this one out. Victor, though, just eating damage from every which way that he tries to turn. And now he might get timing from behind if Forsaken decides to swing the corner. He has not. In the meantime, Crashies fallen. Devi gets Victor, and Artis arrives. They know exactly where he's at. 16 seconds of plant coming down. It's out into the open. Devi, he needs to reposition for this one. Mindfreak trying to get out here. No, they just take the fight to him. The spike plant be damned. They say this is overtime. That doesn't get us extra money. We are out for blood.
Unbelievable. That's the most PaperX ending to a round you'll ever see. Just, we don't need to plant the spike. Let's just get the kills. And Forsaken, they're able to sneak underneath the noses, and then some great smokes here from Mindfreak. Once they identified Victor revealed his presence, didn't get a kill there in the back alley. And then they're able to isolate him. Mindfreak doing such a good job of being so quick to react with those Astra Stars and smokes to allow them to really make sure they can get to the site, get those kills. So great stuff there. Good recovery from PaperX after a nice start from NRG, and now they are 1 round away from dropping their map pick of Pearl. You wouldn't have thought it after they strung for a bunch together there. They were pretty far ahead at one point, but not super far ahead, but decently far ahead.
This is unreal. Well, a last time out here for NRG. So even if they do get this reset and we continue to go deeper into overtime, Chet will be without a method to try to pump the brakes. We'll have to rely on PRX in that regard. Well, you know, a player, as you were talking about, that has had such incredible performances throughout the season in Pacific. Devi was since overtaken. You can see how tight-knit it is, though. 3 players on 19. Very much the same on the opposite side there with Sam out in the lead. It's just been wonderful to watch these two.
And especially for NRG, it's really been everybody contributing in their wins so far here at Tokyo Masters. And now, again, everybody's contributing. CGRS continues to play phenomenally. And Finesse getting pushed aggressively by Jing. He has to hightail it out of here. All the utility, the Nano Swarm's gonna do a ton of damage to Artis on the way in.
Artis looking to flush him out. We'll be able to find a Mind Freak. Dead nice and early here. Artis not worked too low, but the healing's still gonna be coming through. Crashies putting him back to 100. Also taking a forward position that will be scouted very quickly. Flash around the corner, answering flash out. Crashies completely dodges that. Cloudburst in, Forsaken swings, finds 2 before getting taken out by Som. And that brings it now back to parity. A 3v3, Som, if you can get one more, the ult would be online. It's gonna be Victor who takes away that kill. Som tagged up just a bit, raises the wall, tap onto the spike. Jing trying to hold this one a half, tucks back around the corner, but now he's all on his lonesome, throws at the curveball, doesn't know which way to look. Finesse will find the final 2 to tie it up at 13-13. We reset, we go again. We re-go again. Here we go again is what I mean to say.
There you go. Dude, this is just so nice here from NRG. Just dial up some quick aggression off that contact that Finesse has over on the B side. And Artis, even though he gets dinged up by the Nano Swarms, goes down to about half off of that full armor, still able to find that huge opening frag that gives them the space. And then Victor and Sam getting aggressive onto CGRS off that turret up towards Art. Love the play here from NRG. Love the aggression against PRX. Just keep them guessing, just like they do to you all the time. And Artis.
Forsaken dealt with very swiftly. Not ready for that angle at all. Fully anticipating the pressure to be applied. Elsewhere, just given that smoke setup. The rest of PRX now creeping their way over towards B, but it's a triple stack for the side of NRG. CGRS still just an age away. Just poking his head out into Art at the moment. Art is behind the screen. Bite thrown down. And that's just trying to save them up for the time being. They're spraying through. They really suspect that somebody's going to be here. They do knock him down to 64 HP. Swings out of the corner, goes into the Nano Swarm for a brief little moment. It's going to be the Blaze Wall from Jing to take him down. Of all things, just so much thrown his way and no great escape route. And now that is going to be both teams without their jets. The round completely cracked open. CGRS on the flank. He's made it all the way through into their spawn. And he could be instrumental. He's tucked away into the corner. Crashes at the same time, though. Looking to backstab. The swing in. He's playing it out patiently. There's 1. There's 2. Jing in the meantime finds one on the opposite side, but Sam comes up with eliminations. The spike grabbed. Mind Freak, can he exit fast enough? The answer is going to be no. The Reckoning at the ready. Instantly invested. A 1v1 to see who can take this now to map point. CGRS. The stand-in. He knows he needs to rush this down. He needs to play for the kill. There's not enough time to go for the plan. He's swinging around the corner, and he manages to get it done! Some with a shorty doesn't find him! PRX, they take it to 14!
You gotta be kidding me! The sub for PRX at the last second again! Unbelievable! I'm lost for words. It's so incredible. The way that they do this whole round from CGRS. Doing what Sam is doing on the complete opposite side. Both teams having the exact same reaction there.
And I don't blame you. It felt like it was in hand. It's not over yet, though. We go once more into the breach. Four-man rush taking A main control. Orb can be theirs on the side of NRG. Playing quite far back here is PRX. Mind Freak as well. Not looking to get situated into that dugout position. Has been flushed out by Artis so many times before, so yeah. Lets it go over his way. Some answering spam. Minor connection. Flash through. They're playing anti though. CJRS and I hold the line. In the meantime, Spike going to be planted within the code. Back over onto the side. Jing wins on the fight. Victor going to be taken down. Suddenly it's just Finesse and Sun left standing. He's trying to spray him, but he just falls down. Forsaken will get the last one. And it is a flawless round for PRX to take it. 15-13. Pearl is theirs.
What a beautiful adjustment from PRX in that last round, expecting the A hit, and this time they pull back. They don't try to fight NRG at the point of contact. They give up the space, they wait for the reinforcements, and then they start knocking them down.
What an unbelievable map between these two squads, but PRX, the pun again unintentional, whether or not he's here or not, there is something about this team. They continue to persevere where it feels like they should be completely enshrouded in doubt. But it is just the first step. It is just one map. There is still more work to be done.
And again, so much credit all around, no matter the results of this match today, to the PRX team and the PRX staff. Coach Alex, he's been brilliant at Kilios. Finally able to start finding those wins over DRX, and here taking their sub in CGRS, losing arguably their best player. He was the MVP of the VCT Pacific Finals, and now they are challenging NRG to go in to that match tomorrow, that lower finals against Fnatic. Can they get this done on Lotus?
Absolutely incredible scenes being shown here from the side of PRX, but NRG, we know them. They're not going to be going down without a fight. They will look to bounce back and extend this to 3, but they have to be able to best PRX on their map pick of Lotus, one that we saw them utilize to be able to eliminate EDG just yesterday from this very tournament. It's in their hands, but we'll have to go to a quick little break, take a breather, and have the desk break down the action from map number 1.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm here with Coach Alex. I just got to jump in as to say, you guys defied the odds against EDG yesterday, and you're on track to defy the odds again against NRG today. Absolutely stellar performances across the board, but I do want to get some clarification because I've been hearing that, you know, like the comms have been like changed and interchanged amongst people, and then CGRS has also been calling a bit as well. But it seems like he's just been an emotional leader for this team. How has it been inside of the camp?
It's the same system we've always used. Everyone calls. I try to make sure that all 5 of them are leaders in their own right. CGRS has a lot of experience for all different titles, right? So he's here as an older player, as the older brother, trying to make sure that everyone's calm, everyone's happy, everyone is focused on the right things, and I think he's been doing a great job.
Oh, I mean, you can see it. He's popping off with the team. He's wearing it on his sleeve. It's been absolutely immaculate to watch. You're one step closer, baby. You're one step closer. We'll see you in a little bit. Go talk to the team. Back to you guys.
Don't curse it, Golden Boy, don't curse it. But CGR is, of course, coming in as a sub, fragging, clutching, playing like 4 different agents, doing everything he can. This is the thing that we spoke about a little bit, Mel and Kakuka, is that up against Finesse, you know, who would have thought that 5 IGLs is better than 1?
I don't even know what to say to that. It's kind of crazy, and I'm just looking, and CGRS especially, he keeps defying these expectations and keeps surprising. We saw the Killjoy pick, we were talking about it, we were like, this is interesting. Okay, let's see how this goes. Gecko 1 Shrek. Okay, let's see what happens. And we're looking at him. He's doing all the Molly lineups. He has incredible lurk timing. He's pulling off rounds with huge 4Ks that they need in order to get back into these rounds. He is performing insanely well for someone at this stage of the tournament.
And we were very surprised, as we were saying, that Killjoy is the first time for him. I feel like most of the things are going to be a first time for him, but actually PRX managing to bring this back, to take it home. The pick from NRG that looked so convincing on that first half,
you know, it's just the way that PRX does it. A lot of the clutches, a lot of the advantages going for them.
Mel, it feels like PRX had no business winning this one, given how close it was for NRG.
I mean, that last round of regulation was a 5v3 in favor of NRG, and then the next round in OT that they play on defense is it's a 5v4 man advantage. It's these man advantage that you can't be throwing that late into the game, and full credit due to PRX. They're capitalizing on it. They're looking at these gaps, and again, we keep talking about it. We see Forsaken just walking up on Finesse, just jumping up, like gets a free kill. 5v3, Finesse is pushing spawn. It's things like this that can really like tip the tide in terms of PRX, and then huge credit to them for capitalizing.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those rounds you're talking about here in the Verizon high-speed moment for Forsaken in round 22. Kakuka, only he would do this.
The thing is that he kept doing this time and time again. Not exactly this beautiful play where Crashes is still using the dog, and oh my god, we're going to see the POV now. Yeah, and he's gone. Yeah. Of course, that's the reaction from the crowd. But as I was saying, this is a play that Forsaken was doing time and time again, fighting for that B-long control. Sometimes, a couple of times, it wasn't him, but that pressure was mainly, and I would say 90% of the times there. NRG decides to fight against it time and time again, so it's a 50-50. It's a jet, so if he gets a shot on you, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, let's talk about map 2, because that was actually NRG's pick, in case you guys didn't realize that. But we are going to head to Lotus here. Mel, this is one of the maps that you maybe expected to come up today?
Yeah, I did. I was fully expecting it from PRX because NRG has looked a little weaker on it compared to the rest of their map pool. They've lost 2 Lotuses so far in playoffs alone, and that's definitely going to be a pick where I'm gonna be really looking at the Cypher for PRX and see how it fares in terms of info flow versus an IGL like Finesse, who is really trying his best to control what the other team sees and what they can read on the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Lotus, it's definitely where PRX is going to find the most comfort. As we're seeing an NRG that didn't actually find the pace onto that. Also, we're going to see CGRS going back on the Gecko. His utility is very, very good. We were talking about a lot of people and a lot of chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly that.
But I think that for this one, he has so many ideas and is so good on Gecko that makes things easier for them to have those micro moments and actually just escalate onto NRG.
Yeah, well, if there's anyone that can bring NRG back into this, it is going to be Coach Chet. He has a lot of experience, and he's standing by with Golden Boy right now ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, here with Coach Chet. Obviously tough loss out of that one, but I know that if there's one team that's capable of being able to bring it back, it's always going to be NRG. But I want to get your thoughts real fast on what it's like to get these quick turnaround times on these games. You guys have been really through the ringer in this lower bracket one. We know what you guys are made of in the lower bracket, but how's the work been for you specifically?
I mean, it's been tough. Like, I'm kind of used to doing it at this point because we've been in every lower bracket possible, but I mean, for me and like my analysts and stuff, it's been pretty tough. Like, I've been staying up like late nights and definitely feel not the greatest, but you know, if we get through this day, we'll have a break.
I know everyone appreciates your hard work. Last thing before you go, just want to ask, how are you going to keep the boys mental? Because that was a tough loss on map 1. Want to know what's going on for map 2.
I mean, again, I feel like we lost some more of our mistakes and less of their like team play. Like, they kind of gave us some rounds and we just threw it. So I feel like if we just clean that up and we have some surprise on Lotus, so we'll see if they adapt to that.
Well, if there's one team that's capable of doing it, it's you guys. Much love, brother. Back to you.
We love a surprise, we do indeed. But this is the thing, Mel, they've had a lot of late nights staying up, but how could you even prep for PRX? What do you have to do?
I don't know. I think it's kind of like what he said. Maybe it's less about them and more about themselves, because I agree with him watching that game. It didn't really seem like PRX was outplaying them on a huge macro level. It's like these man advantages we see time and time again. Ooh. And let's see the surprise they have cooked up.
There it is in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be that Neon for Victor. It's actually going to be the Raze. And I think we cannot understand why. I think that Victor was struggling a little bit, finding the spacing onto sides and actually not having the brilliance in the attack that we have seen from him before. So going on a more comfort pick as Raze is and having all that utility with her, I think it kind of fits this.
And Finesse has talked about in the past of having the ability to play multiple comps on one map, so I don't even think this is like a last-minute change. I also think that the Raze is a lot better against the Cypher than the Neon. The Neon, you're just sprinting into the trips, but Raze, Satchel, break the util, and now what are they going to have for the entry?
Yeah, we get the matchup of Jing versus Victor. Yes. I can't wait for this one, but for NRG, Paper Thin and Achilles, they have to win this map if they want to stay in this tournament.
No, they absolutely do. NRG backs up against the ropes at the moment. PRX is looking for the knockout. One more map, their map pick now on Lotus, but as they were just teeing up, we get that Raze matchup. I was able to talk to Victor earlier on. I said, Jing, regard is best in the world right now as far as that race is concerned. And he said that he was feeling confident if it came down to that. I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can push us to map 3, we might get to see it again. Who knows? But yeah, I really like the way that the desk is talking about this. It's so important here to be able to clear those trips from the Cypher. You know, he can really cause a lot of problems. Ken Forsaken on this agent, he plays it very unorthodox. He likes to grab that Odin and start kind of roaming around the map with it as well, trying to keep you a little bit off balance. The way he sets up some of those one-ways on C, he makes it very difficult to attack that site. So I'm curious here if NRG is going to be looking to attack the C site a lot, use their utility to clear the Cypher setups, clear Forsaken out of space, potentially, and try to use that as their sort of curveball that they're talking about to throw here. Initially expecting some contact out of C is NRG, but instead, everybody just holding pat for PaperX. They don't want to push through. And Forsaken actually over on the A side with the trips on opposite sides of the A site itself. It's going to be the setup for them.
And with those, though, not going to be able to slow them up too much, because it's going to be a very long rotate for 3 players on the side of PaperX.
And I'll be curious what the situation looks like here for PaperX when NRG, if NRG comes through onto A with that toxic screen going up, pings coming out, orb potentially going to be taken as well. Forsaken just needs to kind of hold the line here, play his life, don't go down, get the rest of PaperX in. And yeah, it's fast reinforcements for PRX.
And lean towards the back of the side. Spike still not being brought in quite just yet, though. They say, okay, we think that we pulled the rotations. Now they're going to try to cut over towards B, but there's 3 players waiting here. As the Dizzy goes out and answering nade, they just try to usher them back over towards A, and it has worked out. Mind Freak, center sight, sees one. Victor swings and gets both. Takes him down. Forsaken. Mind Freak now going to be gone. Artist as well. Hovering back over towards Rubble. Takes out Jing, gets the dink across. The Vi gonna fall, runs out of bullets, still manages to break line of sight. And now CGRS, what else he can do is pick up a kill here, try to get an extra little charge towards that Thrash, but NRG will be taking a 3rd pistol round win here in the series.
Yeah, continuing to be flawless on these pistols so far here in this series. Just really good mid-rounding from NRG. This is the NRG that you kind of expect to see, where they're kind of toying with you, where they feel that they're giving up this space a little bit too easily onto A. So let's shift over to B. Maybe we could have pulled the rotations. They shift over to B, they see that there's quite a few players there. Okay, just back over to A then. There's still at least a couple over there. Let's take the space we've been given. We've confirmed that that space is free enough. And we can get in through there. PaperX now trying to push aggressively up behind the rocks. Swarming over towards the C site.
Nothing noted, but yeah, pretty much nobody within audio range of this one either, so quick rotate. Can't come through, but they're very much sussing out that the C site is going to be occupied by this point. There's a Sheriff in the hands of Devi, a Shorty there for Jing. See if they can get any damage done. As for now, it's looking like Jing is going to go pushing up towards Waterfall, but that is being watched by Crashies with that Spectre at range. A little bit whippy. I mean, some nice headshots in the first round there from Artist, but can't quite line it up. Mind Freak gets the better of him. Dizzy out, Finesse able to clear it fast enough. Is Forsaken, he'll get taken out. CGRS pushes through, will find some. It's instantly dealt with, and I mean, if you're Jing, it's just, what do you do? You're in such a bad spot. Unless they're gonna come to you, which it looks like Victor is thinking about. You're gonna have a rough time, but yep, gets a little bit of timing there as Jing wants to swing on the corner. Devi with a nice shot. Will make this somewhat costly. 3 players taken out on the side of NRG. As he looks for a little bit more, gets Victor to boot. And that's some decent impact found here from the side of PaperX.
Yeah, you'll absolutely take that round. With how much damage you're able to do to NRG, with what little you would expect them to normally be able to carry over, but they do have quite a few creds floating around, so they are going to go ahead and purchase up those rifles in this round. So, able to bank up enough of an economy here is NRG.
Oh, Forsaken swapping sides, and he's got an Odin.
Yep. This is what I love to see. The C-side Cypher from Forsaken. Just locking this down. But again, this extra utility for NRG. Not going to catch any of that Cypher utility off the rip just yet.
I mean, he's just going to go ahead and rotate around the backside of the site here. He's watching the cam. Victor ready for it. Clears it out, so no dart's going to be found. And the Trailblazer will help clear out some of these trap wires that are set up. Certain where he is located. Just waiting this out. Some TP's over into the corner. Some some spray down, and Forsaken will be able to find one for his troubles, puts a little bit of extra damage down to Crashes as well, pulls back lower sight, and oh boy, it's just gonna be Odin things, huh? Forsaken with 3. Crashes now trying to hold the line, the swing, and it's a 4. Is he really gonna get an ace with the Odin here in round number 3? Nanoswarm invested, Artist trying to hold the line, CJRS is gonna be taken out, and of course he gets it! Oh, Forsaken! The most dishonest weapon in the game, claims himself an ace to get PRX on the board.
This is what I was talking about at the beginning of this map. He's so disgusting on this, and this time he doesn't really even have to use any of his own utility, except that it just confirms the presence of NRG. Smokes go up, Odin goes burr, and down goes NRG. This absolutely just phenomenal, and this is what makes him so nasty. His game sense, his ability to kind of predict the way that NRG is going to want to play and attack his C-site holds. He reads it perfectly. He just plays back, he just waits, he lets them use all that utility to clear out his utility of his own, and just unbelievable.
And Crashy's hero rifle invested, one off having those Seekers online. Artist in the meantime, given the early impact found, as well as that last little kill onto CJRS, does get him a lockdown. Vanessa has already taken enough space to potentially get a very nice setup to flush out that A site.
They're all,
well.
This is 6 in a row. Hold on.
That it is.
I'm starting to tally.
Okay, we'll see how high that goes. Still advancing forward, though. Hero rifle is recovered, and Victor puts it to good use. Finds Mind Freak. Spike now getting planted. Nade coming through, lands right at Victor's feet. Gets around the corner just fast enough. The Void getting taken out by it. Jing now eliminated. And they're starting to turn this one on its head. Forsaken going to fall. Devi as well. Take it out. Now it's just CGRS, and the Odin is in the hands of Sam. He says, yep, I could use this as well. Artist just playing contact off the turret. Makes his presence known. Nanoswarm not cleared out. And with no money, CGRS just going to have to drift away, you would expect. Perhaps just waiting to see if he can get anybody on the exit, but they're not going to be coming towards him, at least not yet. No, the back off. They'll move back over towards the attacking side. CGRS will go his separate way. It's going to be NRG, not allowing for the tie-up to come through. 3-1.
I think the best I can gather here for PRX, because they get that opening kill down A towards the orb, and then I think they expected a rotate. I think they kind of overthought this hit from NRG. Instead, NRG just continues to push base and kind of catch his Mind Freak a little bit off guard. So immediately, PRX is gonna pump the brakes here, kind of readdress the situation, maybe do a little bit more diligence with confirming how NRG is moving around the map, make sure that, you know, you don't, this is the thing that it's so hard, and Mel was talking about this on the desk earlier, about how hard it is to kind of anticipate what Finesse is thinking at any time, because he throws, you know, double, triple fakes at you, or he's using utility, or he's calling for utility all over the place. The mid-rounds are so good, so it makes it so scary. When he does commit to something, sometimes that in and of itself just confuses you. So let's see what Coach Alex is preparing here. So you still have the neural theft. Now you've got Seekers for Devi, but again, that lockdown still for Artist didn't have to be used. Victor with the showstopper, Crashies with the Seekers of his own. And that Odin now falls into the hands of Sama. He actually drops it for Guardian. Well, oh, he shifted it over to Artist. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, just given the value of the weapon, don't want to give up on the opportunity to carry that one forward. Looks like, though, PRX still just going to be looking to scrape together what they can, so full half armor across the board from them. Neural theft, those Seekers are at the ready. A slightly weaker buy here for the side of Mind Freak, who's going to be carrying a Stinger alongside the Bulldog from CGRS. Triple presence just outside of Mound here. Of course, the C side. CGRS just going for the Jiggle Peaks. Hasn't done any of the utility yet, and Sam just one-taps him with that Guardian. Absolutely monstrous. The site completely open. And Cypher set up as well. Not here.
Look at Finesse.
There's nothing to delay them as Victor goes jumping forward. Showstopper out, gets the catch. Forsaken cannot exit fast enough, and this is a fantastic adjustment here from NRG off the back of just that one tap. Very perfect read, and now Just 3 players left. Divide can upgrade to the Bulldog. Do they try to play this one out versus 5? They know that lockdown is also going to be available, so it seems like they just want to try to hold these weapons as much as possible. Finesse lingering on the outskirts here, will get taken down. Force Jing to buy some armor, but they cannot get that elimination. Now Bulldog can be upgraded.
Yeah, it's still just a really good reaction again from NRG. You just find that opening pick, and then you just kind of punish the space that PRX likely has given up. If they're going to get that aggressive early, there's likely not too much behind it. So you're able to just get in there. That gives Finesse the ability to roam the map. Yeah, he dies. It's good awareness by PRX, but still kind of confirms the retreat, and that, you know, you're likely to do some damage in there. And of course, the money looks like he's going to be a little bit awkward. Yeah, a Bulldog for Forsaken. Didn't have quite enough to get a 5th rifle in there. And again, Artis still sitting on this lockdown, so you still have that incredibly powerful ult in the pocket, because NRG just hasn't needed to use it.
Yeah, and whether it was a kill or that death that he just suffered, Finesse now has that pit at the ready, so if they can get early control of the site, just look to completely lock PRX out of it. Tap on the door, it's a bit of a bait here. Seeing if he can spot anybody over towards Rubbles. Shots do ring out.
Toxin screen down.
Screen goes down, CGRS not looking to push past Mound and get himself into a really aggressive position, it would seem. Just holding back, wary that they might shift their attention from the A site over towards C.
Now you've got Jing rotating in here. They're still expecting this A hit, and with that camera there to confirm, NRG still has time to pull back. They don't have to fully invest themselves in this just yet. Finesse putting some attention towards that door. The Trailblazer in there. It's gonna be dealt with. Yeah.
Bite across. See what he can find. Shot sprayed in. Reopen on the door. Forsaken. Not really wanting to stay in this position. Gets that full flash. Has to back away. Another follow-up flash comes in. He swings on the corner. Throws out that near ult depth. The door again swinging. He's gonna try to stay alive. Waiting for the download to complete. Gets it tucked into the corner. Finds the second one. Looks for the third. Can't make it happen. Artis cleans him up. Now the lockdown gonna be invested. Over at the tree. Jing swings out, however, gets the timing on a Finesse. Finishes him off, goes to jump across, gets himself into stairs. Still needs to exit though. Sam and Artis both tagged up. See how they try to approach this one. Joombot to clear close, has to be taken down. An Artis drops to the low ground, sends out a nano just to try to delay. Sam over a drop, finds Jing, brings it back into a 2v2. CGRS though will be good for the last 2. Cleans it up, the fuse can come in, handing off to Divide to try to get those Seekers back online once more. PRX will find their 2nd round win.
And he has been so good on this map for PRX. Some huge clutches yesterday for them. Just absolutely comfortable on Gecko on this map. And I love the way that Jing sticks around here, finds a big kill, kind of catch him off guard as they're retreating away from the lockdown, and then able to get himself out and reset. Sam able to find a good angle from drop. Now, this is a very stacked up PRX team expecting some kind of A hit. They love to stagger this utility here. Plus you have the Thrash behind all this, the showstopper as well in the back pocket for Jing.
Flash in, Finesse fully anticipating that Mindfreak is gonna be rotating over. He's absolutely rewarded. Gets that kill. Mindfreak gone nice and early, and Crashies can bring him back to full. So the healing will come in. Artis gonna be receiving the orbs, trying to get that next lockdown ready.
But look at the way PRX is already shifting towards this C side, and now you gotta deal with his Odin again.
Surely he can't get an ace again. You have to be thinking. Nate to try to cut him off into the back. Cancel on the TP. Cam goes out, he's trying to get that dart across on the Victor. Didn't manage to make the connection in time though. Now the pit is gonna be invested from Finesse. They try to make this as unassailable as possible. Oh, the showstopper goes out. It takes them low, but it doesn't find the eliminations. Crashies and Victor both tagged up. Nano Swarm, the Thrash now dealt with on the back end. Dizzy as well, goes through. A nice flash, gets that full blind. They look to swing around the side of Mound. Fight using that Trailblazer, but they know that he is close. And now he's the last one standing. His full flashed, and Crashies will be able to set up for the kill. Finesse with a 4K in the meantime, as NRG will lock in their 5th round win of the half.
Yeah, really good diligence here from NRG on the backside of this. Using that utility this time to clear Forsaken, to push him back. Don't give him that comfort. It's the paranoia into the paint shells, into the snake bite, to push him out of the sight. Don't use it to clear that utility this time. Just make sure you don't have to worry about that Odin. And then Artis, so aware on the back end, ready for this Gecko utility. It's been something that PaperX is doing the last couple times on this map, is Devi and CGRS staggering together with their flashes, with these blinds to try to get their kills.
Boombot goes off. Jing, I mean, blinded out, meets the damage. Does have the Sky nearby. Healing comes through, but again, it's going to be Forsaken all on his lonesome this time with that Marshall in hand, trying to stave off 5 players from the side of NRG who are not being very ambiguous, very secretive about their intentions. Rush over towards A. Trailblazer might have even spotted him. Up on the high ground, he drops down and just can't quite get those shots to connect. Victor wins it out. Satchel thrown, paint shells. He's on the opposite side. Just looking to try to deny that plan, but it comes through all the same. 5 members strong here on the site. Artist with a little bit of a linger. Over towards Link doors. Jing sends him swinging into the spray, taken down. Double approach around the back, and Finesse just cuts him down to size. A flawless round for NRG. Finding themselves with a very firm lead, 4 rounds up.
And this is the NRG we love to see. Just kind of a little bit of back and forth. Good cover, good clearance. Everybody doing a great job. Finesse once again having some phenomenal moments there. These multi-kill rounds from Finesse have been so good. And yeah, I mean, PaperX already gonna use their second time out of Kilios. You think back to PaperX versus EDG. It was on their defender side where they really did a ton of damage. It was 8-4. And then they stumbled a little bit on their attacker side to start it, and then string together a bunch of rounds to find the win to close out that series. So, you know, of course, different teams, different matchups, but you want to really stabilize here as PaperX. Try to keep this as respectable as possible. And who knows, maybe their attacker side will be really strong today. Maybe they've been able to tweak a few things coming into it. But the economy's been a bit all over the place for PaperX. They are going to be investing in that Odin once again, I believe, for Forsaken. See if he can put it to good use again, but other than that one round, it's been pretty quiet.
Rough to have to use both the timeouts here in the first half, obviously, but Alex seeing no other recourse available. Just given that the 2 rounds that they've been able to pick up so far, does that he needs to get something on the board here sooner rather than later. 10-4-2 for Finesse. It's something about this guy and these 3 spike site maps that just allow him, that just unlock him and his potential. We saw him just crushing quite a bit, having so much impact. Even just yesterday versus TL. Turn on the flash. CGRS and Forsaken taking a very forward position here around B, which has been, for the most part, very much ignored. Devi on the opposite side, though. Oh, it's going to be eliminated. Into the meat grinder they go. NRG just mincing PaperX. Forsaken trying to get something done. Swaps weapons, but Sam privy to it. Instantly domes him, and it just feels like we're going to go from one flawless to the next. NRG looking absolutely unstoppable here on this attack.
And they have a minute to go hunting for Mindfreak. Yeah. They have all the time in the world. They don't need a plant. They just need to find him. They want to do this damage. The economy of PaperX is once again in the gutter. So I mean, certainly just get what you can out of this.
Yep, grab the orbs. Grab every orb you possibly can.
Yeah.
Take everything off the map, pick it clean. Paranoia, not sure if that actually connected. Oh, it did! Finesse, not having the audio cue. Does get taken down. It seems like Mindfreak actually feeling it. Maybe wants to try to play this one out. It's going on the push. Sam setting up a smoke. Mindfreak looking to match. Pink shells. Just to try to dissuade. Cover going out. Second smoke now used, but how do you even remotely clear this one? Victor spotted the headshot through, 6 HP. The spray almost good for it. If he can win this one out, maybe that would put him into a winnable position here, as Crashy is also at 20 health, but the time is dwindling. Eventually, it seems like Mindfreak just gonna have to give up on the venture. Still though, the hunt coming in. Sam hounds him down, does not allow him to carry that weapon forward. A good attempt, but not good enough. The 2 will remain on the scoreboard. but it continues to grow.
Yeah, right off the rip, NRG is just prepared for this push out. This 2-2-1, basically from every angle of the map that PRX is trying to come at. Just read beautifully. Just set up right there at C lobby, just wait behind the cover and start knocking them down as they start coming out. And one by one, the dominoes fall for PRX, and now it's on to Stingers and Bulldogs. Just saving up for another buy into the next round. Finesse here, just looking to see, get all the information he can. PRX gonna sneak Mind Freak into the back of Rubble.
Drifting back over towards this one. Mind Freak up on top. Could catch them off guard. Ball raised. CJRS seeing the shoulder. So much pressure here on this Omen now. Mind Freak gonna micro out that smoke. Som throwing the paranoia, but it's not even needed. Finesse again cuts him down in the very same position. Major boon for them here in the round.
And both times that PRX has tried to sneak Mind Freak into that position behind Rubble, it's been read and dealt with by NRG. I mean, they completely have PRX figured out on this map. They have got their tendencies so well read.
Well, it didn't take very long for them either, just given that we saw this just yesterday. Great prep work as Forsaken is unready for that. Absolutely unprepared. First one of the corner divide out, gonna be forced away with the paint shells. The plant coming down onto the B site as NRG once again pivot. Device starting to creep up, Stinger in hand. Might be, oh. Okay, turns his attention. Thought maybe he had gotten Victor there. Jing will be able to finish him off at the end. And a 1v3. Nano at his feet. We'll grab the Phantom to see if he can get some more done. Nano cleared, but Som off on that hard right angle. Takes him down in NRG, get themselves up to 8. The question is, does the bleeding stop at all?
Exactly.
For PRX?
That's literally what I'm just thinking, Achilleos. Just, you know, PRX has to turn this around. They have to figure something out here. And, you know, they're trying a lot of different looks. They're giving NRG a lot of kind of different maneuvers, different operations throughout the map, but every single time, NRG has just been ready for it. They seem to completely have downloaded the PRX manual, which is not an easy task for anybody.
No. Man, just twisting the knife deeper and deeper with every single round. It's Forsaken again, Odin in hand over on the C site. They're starting to push up towards his position. All 5 members making their way towards Mount. But now there's a lockdown to try to flush him out. Turret gonna be set up just to give some early warning in case that flank does come in from behind. Trailblazers set out. Lockdown now invested. Forsaken looks like he wants to stay. He wants to try to shove them out of this. Catch anything before the lockdown does go through. Gets the take through the wall. Looks for Finesse, can't get anything more. Crashes down to 17, and yet again it's going to be the pit coming through. As Victor pulls the showstopper. He's thinking about how far does he want to go. We'll just have to send this one out blindly, but no one there to receive it. TP now out into PRX's spawn. Som looking to backstab. Paranoia out, Mind Freak, caught off guard. Artist on the opposite side of the mound finds that kill. Som getting closer and closer now. Gun at the ready, swing in, Jing. Just does out aim him a little bit there, finds the kill. 3 players can back away, but again, the umpteenth time, this is PRX having to save. And Victor will not allow it. And Devi falling. Looks like Victor will volunteer to go on the hunt. See if he can get anything else. Jing says no, but still an immense amount of damage dealt, and now the best that PRX can hope for is a 9-3 first half.
Just clinical stuff here from NRG. Just love watching them maneuver, just love watching the way they operate. They read the map so incredibly well. They set up this crossfire out of the doors. A little bit of miscoordination from PRX. They throw out the Seekers, but it gets stuck on that door, and that allows NRG to really prepare for that position. All 3 of those doors, maybe a little unlucky, going right in towards Artist and the crossfire that they set up there. So that makes things all that much more easier. And I don't know, Forsaken sitting there holding on Ojing.
Over the top, sends it, finds one. Some going to be taken down. Victor at 10 HP as well. Meanwhile, CGRS trying to swing out on the opposite side. does fall down at the end of it all as Mindfreak just caught. Finesse just holding W, gets himself inched up into A, and Mindfreak just trying to mic some smokes out there, ends up falling, gets Finesse.
Kenapa tulisannya
gets
RTO
Forsaken as
semua,
well.
anjir.
Gets Finesse is what I was trying to say there, and this is
Nggak
looking
RTO kan?
so incredibly good for the side of NRG. A 10-2 half, even with PaperX on their attacking side, that just feels nigh impossible to recover from.
Yeah, once again, I mean, these lurks from Finesse, time and time again, finding value for NRG. He's just so smart about it, and Mindfreak just looking to throw some smoke somewhere. Not even a little bit ready. Jing gonna try to do what he can. See if he can get anything done.
That's the last man standing. Spotted, finds one. Somehow needs to isolate every single one of them, cannot make it happen. Finesse from start to finish in this half, absolutely gorgeous play to get his team 10-2. 16-6-2 on the scoreboard at the moment there for the IGL, for the mastermind of NRG, setting them up for a bind decider map.
It's just so brilliant. Every time any piece of util came out, FNS was there to try to sniff out exactly what PaperX wanted to do. He's reading really well the tendencies of when they want to get aggressive, when they want to play safe, where they want to play.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty to talk about here for the desk, so we'll go ahead and talk it back over to Yinsu. Tell us it back over to Yinsu and the others.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paperthin. You know, we talk about how NRG are able to bounce back in these situations, and Mel, they just shown us a masterclass.
A 10-2 halftime lead after the first map. I actually can't believe it. That is insane. And to top it all off, Finesse is going nuclear right now. He's like 15-6 on top of leading, having amazing reads, knowing exactly when they're rotating off their aggression and knowing when they aren't. He's having phenomenal impact on these lurks as well. He's saving his team, getting 4Ks in his ult. He can really do it all right now.
Yeah, and we can see it now in the repetition of this round number 7, how they understood everything. Well, not everything, but they had a very clear idea on how PaperX wanted to work around the map. We saw, you're talking about FNS, and I think that we saw it at the beginning of every round. Every single time that PaperX was trying to be aggressive, trying to create that pressure onto Robo, FNS knew exactly when and where to stop, when and where to shoot, and actually getting the kill so many times onto Mindfreak in a composition where you're playing with a solo controller, it weakens the possibility of that retake that you want to play for later a lot. So coming into the second one, we know when we were talking also about it when we were watching this game, we know that Lotus it tends to be an attack-sided map, but is it going to be enough? Because NRG just needs 3 rounds to take it to the third map.
I agree with you, and I feel like with this raise as well, I think this will help them a lot more in the defense because I think their Neon was a bit played out, and I think they realize that as well. And if anything, if things start to go awry, I'm sure that, you know, Victor's going to pull out the raise off one of these rounds and try to throw him off.
Well, this is going to be a really, really big hill for PaperX to climb if they want to close this out 2-0. But by the looks of things, though, Achilles, Paperthin, I don't think that's going to happen. We are owed that bind. I want to see it.
I mean, it certainly feels like it is absolutely destined from here on out after the beginning.
Oh, set.
PaperX taking away that Pearl map after having not shown it this entire tournament. It seemed like, okay, with Lotus on the horizon, maybe this is going to be a 2-0, but instead, it's just PaperX finding 2 rounds so far in the entire map. We'll see, though, if miracles can happen, but NRG are absolutely poised to take us to bind, and from there, who the hell knows what's going to occur.
Yeah, this is just classic NRG. Drop the first map and then just come back so strong for the follow-up. The resilience from this team, we saw it against Liquid. You're seeing it here again. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. A lot of utility from the side of PaperX. The Trailblazer, the Dizzy, making sure that the site is clear. You're going to use the Wingman to cut through the Nano and not get the plant.
Artist able to spam it out. JRS moves over, just picks up the Wingman. Spike in the hands of Forsaken at the moment. Forsaken, you're rushing forward, my friend. Finds one, helps find a second one, but now he's gonna fall. Almost crashes, comes up with 2. Artist gets the other. The aggressive fight from PaperX strands the Spike. Everybody gets cleaned up, and NRG 100% pistol win rate so far in the series. Their 4th one now racked up.
And that's brutal. And PaperX just trying to throw anything in the wall and see what sticks. Trying to cut through towards B, through C Link, and just read again so well here by NRG. They have all the time in the world since they delay the plant from the Wingman. again, really doing some diligence on how PRX and where
Crash
PRX likes to use that wingman to get those plants. And we saw it a lot previously against EDG. The wingman was able to get some really important moments. But here, NRG, once again, not having any of it.
Flashing a nade out, but NRG just making the read, knowing that this force is going to be coming through and that it's going to be, the site's turned over towards the C site here. CGRS does not have the spike in his hand. So cannot go for the wingman plant now, can try to invest that one. The nano swarms are committed here from Artis as the smokes dissipate. Flash set into the back, they're looking for the aggressive push. Jing gonna be able to find two. Artis and Finesse gonna be cleaned up. Victor on the opposite side. Takes out Mind Freak. Nade comes their way though for the delaying. This waterfall push coming in. Devi looks to go aggressive. The turn into the corner. CGRS finding one, then taken down. It's an absolute bloodbath that Jing will barely be able to win out on. The third round picked up, but everything from either team completely left on the floor. One player left standing. Is PRX probably wishing that that could have been a hell of a lot cleaner, but still going to be grateful for the round win all the same.
Just barely able to get it done as Jing, but this time a little bit of a change up for PRX with the wingman, sending it right behind that pillar this time, getting the plant down a little bit quicker, able to avoid those fast rotations from NRG. And then NRG just kind of bunched up in C-Link there, and just eventually able to be cut down. You know, again, being so aggressive towards this space is PRX, and NRG pretty aware of it, but even if you know it's coming sometimes, you can't stop PRX. But W Key Gaming does have some effect. A lot of utility here. Oh my God, this man.
Yeah, the spray through Jing. Getting ripped apart a bit there. The healing has to come through. Devi just getting him back into a stable position as door gets opened up and they're gonna start pivoting their way into B. Crashies nearby. Just gonna be waiting for that door to get broken down. Meantime, Forsaken wins out the fight against Finesse. CGRS putting a little bit of damage down across onto Som, knocks him to 62. With this plant position, it seems like PRX should be all right to go ahead and close this out.
Yeah, this is really nicely done here by PRX. They get the camera into B early from Forsaken.
It's just a call to die to the spike.
Yeah. And then they fan out to cover the wingman plant. Able to cut off the link angles. Really nicely handled. Just a good adjustment here, not pressing the issue. You know, sometimes that does hurt PRX. Everybody now is taking some parting shots. Artis maybe looking for something with this Spectre on the back end.
And anything he finds here is an immense amount of value. Swings out, catches one, looks for another, gets CGRS before Devi can finish him off. And still though, impact felt. Artis plenty of cash rolling forward into the next round.
Come back, just come back.
Softening up PRX as much as they possibly can.
And it's these lurks from NRG that once again pay dividends. Time and time again, they're all over the map. No matter where you're at, you have to be aware that someone could be right around the corner. Sometimes that's the case for both of these teams, but NRG, so smart so many times. Finesse on the attacker side, and now Artis getting a ton of value. But still just barely able to get a rifle by here.
Cam goes out, 4-player stack at A, but quick rotate, quick pivots here from NRG. Starting to get a sense of, okay, you know what, they want to go C. Paranoia across, Artis forced all the way back out of the site. You know, swarms used. CGRS just going to be holding down for the plant. Now has the ult online. Showstopper out as well. Jing on the hunt. Ult goes in, does catch Finesse, but he's got plenty of covering fire, and no one wants to pursue that deep just to try to find one little kill. PRX just stay here like statues, not making any noise, not moving an inch, just waiting to try to catch NRG, lure them into the trap. Triple approach now coming through from Waterfall. Som, no HP, but somehow wins on that fight. CGRS now trying to hold the line. Catches one, Ching catches two, and CGRS will find the third. The entirety of NRG taken down between the two of them. And that is PRX winning out on an ever crucial round, moving up now to 5.
And the pressure felt here early by NRG, so they have to give up the site. They back off, and the plant allows. Oh my God.
Barely getting that spot out.
He just barely saw him in time. But it's the it's the reactions here from PaperX. They're like, okay, let's get the plant down. We're going to throw the Thrash out, buy some more space, set up the crossfires, just kind of lock things down. Some really good early pushes around the corners from NRG. Their utility doesn't catch PaperX too much in that previous round.
Paranoia out. They're looking at the challenge here around Mound. Flash is decent, but Jing, it dissipates. He manages to find the shot. Finesse now falling. Good damage on the Jing, but just not enough to finish the kill. So Divine, after scooping the orb, getting the Seekers online, we'll go ahead, put him back to 100 HP. Well, Artis, as well as Victor, thinking about an approach from behind, but Forsaken is prepped for this. He's got the trap wire set up. Jing, in the meantime, does get finished off.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers are going to be committed here, all the same. Dizzy not spotting long enough to try to find that blind. Crashies, however, still will get flushed out. Forsaken picking him up as the plant can now come through. Artis now gone. Som just waiting to see what he can do. It's not too much time remaining, though. Has to back off. The Mosh just to send them out. Seems like they still are very suspicious about that position, and Victor likely just going to be waiting to see if anyone aggressively pushes out towards Waterfall in the exit. Try to maybe find a gun. Som, though, catching Forsaken right as he turned around. And there's potential here for Mind Freak as well. Whoa. The chest shot takes them down. Som with 3 kills, grabs the Vandal. Looks like he wants to challenge this one. He's thinking about it. CGRS just staying tucked into the corner, and he says, at the very least, you know what? Maybe I can finish you off. Jump up over the top. Victor will be able to get the kill, so everybody dead on the side of PaperX, but NRG cannot get that round win. Economic damage dealt, not allowing for PaperX to bank up anything. They continue to claw this one back, getting closer and closer, now 6-11.
That's a huge moral victory for the side of NRG. Kind of a lack of discipline here at the end of the round from PaperX. Cost them. Forsaken trying to get a little bit aggressive. I think could just play a little bit deeper here as PaperX. I was going to really applaud them for the way they did the beginning of this round. Again, given the site, but like you mentioned earlier, leaving those traps behind to watch for those lurks, really cover their bases there. And it looked like it was potentially going to be solid. But it is going to be NRG now coming into this. 4 rounds in a row for PaperX. Going to want to really talk about how you want to maybe either reinforce the C side or kind of worry about some change of direction, some change of pace from PaperX. Try to really lock this map down, get it out of the way, get over to Bind.
Just one off from bringing that into this map point, but it's been 4 consecutive for the side of PaperX. This could be the point, though, that really turns the tides. The lockdown Som, his own ultimate, can add a lot of confusion, ambiguity into the rounds here. Decides to pull the trigger on it. PaperX, do they have it in them to continue this run, or can NRG take that second to last step towards Bind right here and now?
And look, it's CGRS, 1 away from the Thrash again. Forsaken still sitting on that neural theft.
Finesse one off a pit.
Yeah, Finesse one off a pit, so some huge ults could be coming in here. NRG certainly trying to see if they can prepare. Finesse probably considering maybe seeing if you can get away with this orb for free if maybe the C lean stopped for PaperX. But for now, they're continuing to contest that space, but it is the change here for PaperX. It's gonna be Forsaken, starting to lurk towards the other side of the map.
Crashy's playing back though, watching this angle. He's with a knife out, and okay, didn't quite see him the first time around. Does take a good amount of damage. Forsaken now, just tapping the door, breaking the other. Trailblazer does get the stun, does get some damage across. Dart will just go ahead and connect as he destroys the camera, removes it. Everybody else now from PaperX arriving over here towards A. Som waiting at the connector, and Forsaken doesn't clear the angle wide enough. Ends up getting taken down. Paranoia now going to be sent through. As they looked for the attempt at the rush play there to try to hound him out.
Plant should come down. NRG now starting to ready up for this retake. Again, that lockdown.
3 players stacked up. Surely this cannot find value. Surely they should be able to destroy it. Tries a hug against the wall, sends it out. Not going to be getting the stun. It's not going to be recoverable either. Divide, noting Finesse though. Gets the headshot, gets the kill. Now they have to be worried about that threat coming out of the B site and potentially behind. But right now, they're focused up on the site itself, knowing that they zone them out with the lockdown. Tap onto the spike, the boom bot cleared. They know that one is going to be over here in tree. Artist spamming through, finds the kill, looks to try to go for the hold, but Artist comes up with a second. They're holding it through, revealed, dragged across, finds one, cannot get the second. And with 3 members left standing, NRG will finally break the win streak, stopping PRX dead in their tracks and taking it now to map point.
And the early part of this round, I like the little runabout that Forsaken goes on, but he shoots open this door. Oh my God.
Sorry. And just didn't quite notice.
Just didn't see it. But I didn't really want to see him shoot that door just yet. I thought he kind of broke it a little bit early. And then that's what kind of cost them a player early on in the round. Would have liked to have seen him maybe just let that be. Continue to kind of create some chaos.
Hit now. Used over on scene, and that's exactly where PRX had their sights set. A little bit of damage here from Forsaken. He cuts his way forward, but is he going to be ready for this one? No. Victor on the lurk, just outside of stairs. Comes up with the kill. Now door going to be opened up. And it's looking like they're going to be pushing straight in to all this KJ util that Artist has set up here on the B site. But to spam the Trailblazer to try to lead the way. Our alarm bot, Nanoswarm's going through. Jing is getting worked lower and lower, ends up falling. CJRS, however, answering back 2 of his own, but now Artist gets the buy. And it is all on CJRS to try to keep them in this map, but he cannot do it. 13-6, an absolutely gorgeous reply from NRG after dropping their map pick of Pearl. They come into PRX's Lotus, and they absolutely decimate them.
Just beautiful stuff here, top to bottom from NRG. Love the reads, love the play. And it didn't require going too deep into the playbook for NRG. They were able to just counter PRX at almost every twist and turn. Every attack, every lineup on the defender side for PRX that they attempted just never really got much purchase. It seemed like their utility that they were using, you know, whether it be leading with some of that Sky utility or the combo with the Gecko in the Sky, just, you know, kind of did not catch NRG off guard at all. And sure, Forsaken had a good round in there with the Cypher, but then after that, he was widely ineffective.
Well,
Hari-hari
as it should
map
be, we're in for a
3.
very long day between our 2 series. We are going the distance and seeing a full 3 maps here in this elimination matchup between PRX and NRG. It all comes down to bind. One thing's for damn sure, we're going to be seeing that Gecko again. But how practice is this going to be? Who is going to be able to come out on top? PRX, can they reestablish themselves? Can they find their footing? Or is NRG going to get the better of them yet again? Can Finesse continue to finesse this map? We're going to find out, but first we're going to be going to a quick little break, so do not go anywhere. The action continues when we come back.
Yah, gue udah kena copyright ya. Pasti sudah copyright. Capek. Hujan lagi, gimana ya? Ketika mulai nih langsung nih. Paling 5 menit lah. Di jam 3 gini. Kayaknya 3 hari main. Apa nggak ngebul tuh pala? Biasa guys. Gimana? Wah gila, hujannya sih makin gak nyantai ya. Mau mesen makanan tapi hujan begini, gimana ya?
What a massive response from NRG. That was a statement win against PRX on Lotus. I'm your host, Yungsu, and I'm joined by Mel and Kakuka once again. We knew this series is going to be a banger, Kakuka. I was not going to be okay with this not going to a map 3.
I mean, honestly, I felt that NRG needed this to be a 2-0. Like, they needed a decisive win to keep making this lower bracket run. But hey, this is going the distance. More reps for them, more things that they have to show us during the tournament.
Yeah, and Mel, finesse.
I mean, after the first map, having such a dominant attack side, and on top of it, just being on top of having insane reads, but also finesse taking over, going like 16-6 at halftime, it's gotta feel so good. Actually, I know, it feels amazing when your team trusts you and you can do that, and you come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about that, maybe Chet said that they had something prepared. I think that more so than just changing the agent, I think that they knew exactly how PRX interpreted and what the micros are that they were going to see in the map. And time again, we were seeing NRG one step ahead of them. I think that first half just summed it all with the timings that they were taking, with the pressure that they were putting on certain points of the map. I think that it was just meant to be.
Yeah, and also we always talk about his IGLing, his leadership, but these numbers, Mel, they speak for themselves. They don't lie.
I say lead by example.
Yeah.
And he's out here like, I swear it was 16-6 at half, and he's just dominating the server. It's like, how can you not trust someone that's your IGL who is performing like that, lurking for you, having insane reads, and then also closing out the map on defense?
And also, now that we're heading into this map number 3, you need that leadership. You need that figure that is going to take you this step further that you need to close it and continue in the competition.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is, PRX, they didn't win many rounds, and one of the rounds they did win was an ace, an Odin ace, in fact, and this was from Forsaken Kakuka. This was kind of crazy.
I think that this is dedicated to Mitch, to wherever he is, because he is an Odin endurance, especially on this map. The way that he's just getting the cleats flawlessly, I think that everybody has been on the other side with someone getting an ace with an Odin.
I'm sorry, I was just cackling at the sound of the Prime Odin. I haven't heard a Prime Odin in so long.
Really?
It just sounded funny, sorry.
I love this skin, I love this skin. But speaking of Forsaken and PRX, there were a lot of doubts about this team coming into this tournament, given that they had to play with a sub on their roster. But we spoke to Forsaken, this is what he had to say about their run.
I feel really great, of course, because we can win and we can continue to the next step. Yeah, I'm really feel great today. To be honest, I don't really expect that we can go this far with the substitute CGRS, but I guess I just have to like believe in our team, right? Overall, I think he's really great player. His aim really good.
Kecil banget tuh bro, suaranya tuh bro. Kedengeran tuh bro, suaranya tuh.
The score is always gonna be 0-0, even though we already like been up for like 11-4 or something. We always mentally
petirnya gede banget coy.
that much. And we just like play as usual, like how we play on practice.
We're towards tree. Yep. They're not worried, are they? They're going up against the half bite. No way! Oh, your movement is just impeccable.
I think NRG playstyle is really different from the Pacific, definitely, because we come from another region. But I would say I think we're more.
Bandung baru gede banget hujannya guys.
Our own region,
Tangerang, aduh,
the playstyle
hujan.
like readable.
Tangerang terang, gigi lu terang.
Really
Tangerang
like
mana lu?
To meet against NRG.
Ini nggak lihat tuh suaranya tuh, gluduk.
Show match later, and I hope that you guys don't 2-0 us.
I mean, I think he's right, the way the attitude they're having as well coming to this tournament. But Mel, mentally in their position right now, having won map 1, map 2, a bit of a stomp, what do they need to do for PaperX, do you think?
I think they keep playing. They get back to the mentality they had on the first map, where it was really just them capitalizing off of NRG's mistakes, because they aren't perfect. There are opportunities here, and I think that if they get back to that mindset of the first map, I think they can come through. And I think another thing too is, I think we've heard EG say this as well, the power of having no expectations.
Yes.
That is an insane buff.
I think that is the most important for me. Like, probably when they saw this Pearl, they were like, okay, we're gonna run this. This is the slight adjustment that we're going to make, and we're running with it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll just go and see what happens in map 2. And it was actually that kind of fake confidence that made him win the map. So on Bind now, they're going to need a little bit of that, because we're going to see two teams that interpret the map in a very similar way, but we're going to be seeing CGRS going back on that Gecko and in a comfortable position. Again, I think that NRG had a very good read into the intentions that PaperX had on that previous map. Even though PaperX keeps being in this mindset that they're unpredictable, I think that so many things were unpredictable just because they're not at their full strength. So if we continue on that same length, NRG should take the map.
I wonder if they switch anything else up on Bind, because Mel, you were looking forward to this map a lot, and I'm gonna say some real copium stuff that both teams, they lost to Fnatic, but PaperX had more rounds. They got more rounds. They got 3 more rounds than NRG did. So
wow. So we're going for the round differential cope. That's what we're reaching for. Okay. I mean, I want to throw it back to the 1 Ideal versus 5, because I truly think that last map was a masterclass by Finesse, and now you give him Bind, a map that he has said repeatedly how comfortable he is on that map and how much outplay of potential we see. I'm really excited to see that, but also not to put too much pressure on CGRS, but I'm looking at him to go crazy here.
Well, this is a really fun Prime Gaming agent select, you guys.
I was going to say,
Chamber.
I still have nightmares with that round 16 that Artis had, where the slow bounces back off the wall, and how Artis was not performing on the stage, and now he goes and picks Chamber.
Do they miss Ye this much, Mel, you think?
No comment.
But yeah, what do you make of these changes? This is cool. I like it.
Wow, I think they're like matching fire with fire. Like, this is something that PaperX would do, and I'm honestly all here for it.
Listen, if Artis feels like he's not going to have impact on the stage, if he's not going to have that slow in power, if he's not going to have impact on the attack either, hey, a chamber is always going to have it. It's like picking arena. You know,
gimana guys ya? Kira-kira gue tetap pesan makanan nggak ya? Tapi hujan.
Wow, nah.
Lah tuh, geledeknya.
Achilles and Papers in the final map between these two, and the winner will be making
Suara
it to the top 3.
ultinya
The
chamber
loser,
tuh.
unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Absolutely right. This is for all the marbles. Nothing can be left out here. You have to throw everything on the table now.
Nggak dengar suaranya.
These teams and NRG, they are showing us everything. They're going back to Chamber, something that we have not seen from Artis in so damn long.
Remember, he used to absolutely pound on that agent. I mean, he is a chamber specialist and absolutely disgusting on it.
Ada chamber.
Will PaperX be able to handle it? Will they be able to recover? Pretty curious to see how he's going to pilot this.
Wow,
you know, with the
we're
harbor
going
in there
by.
from PaperX, you expect that. I imagine that sometimes can make things a little bit tricky for a chamber player to maybe find as much value as you want. But with those trademarks, with their extended range, you know, who knows? Maybe
Ardis
get some
chamber
plays here, so catch PaperX a little bit off guard with some of this. It's going to be PaperX on the defender side, looking to maybe push out A.
In we go. They're looking to pressure him out. It's going to be the Ghost in Hamaging in range with the Frenzy. We'll be able to take him down.
You wanna play less?
Across.
Mati.
The rest of the team widely getting ready to push in towards B. Forsaken setting up a wall, trying to make this a little bit more unassailable, but just going to look to push ahead. Get through that one. Pressure on the elbow. Forsaken backing off. Crashing wave going forward, suspecting that they were going to flush him out of there. Team now arrives. GRS going to be the last one on this rotation over. They get sent for second tag down quite very low. Still gets the ding on the crashes. Setting up for potentially easier kills. Mind Freak will find Finesse. Pushing forward towards the defending side. Crashies cuts up, finds one. Jing from behind will get that kill. Victor will be good for another one. But hey, look, they can actually do it. PaperX take their first pistol round here at the start of map number 3.
And better late than never here, as they do a good job finding that opening kill onto Artis. Caught a little bit off guard there.
Geledeknya. Kayaknya kalau gue sambil ngomong baru kedengeran deh geledeknya. Tapi kalau gue diam kayaknya nggak bakal ke-detect sama
themselves in there and find that so important pistol round. And even though they lost both on Pearl, they're able to come through and still get it. So Devi gonna go with the Marshall. Been seeing a little bit of more sniper rifles from him. Forsaken with the Judge.
Apa yang membedakan Sheriff dengan 4 pelurunya si Chamber itu tuh? Pistolnya dia tuh.
Alright, fine. I was hoping for it.
Oh, Marshall from Defi completely whiffs, splits the difference between two players. Crashes.
4 peluru doang lagi.
Calls up with a chest shot to go ahead and get the finishing blow. Flash now at the ready. CGRS trying to go for a little bit of timing there. But
oh iya, benar juga bisa dikeker ya.
There's the back off. Ping's coming down. And from
Hunter
here, NRG, they can play this just about however they want.
Kepala hilang.
Taking the fight. Taking CGRS's head off.
Ini ada damage-nya ngedrop nggak kalau dari jauh gitu atau enggak sama kayak Sheriff?
It's going to be Mind Freak left alone over on that A site, and should NRG decide to pivot through the teleporter, it's going to be a bit of a long run. As Jing going to be noted, and Som, oh, he's so distracted. Som just gets another one. 2 kills now with a Marshall. The plant getting ready to come in for Forsaken.
Oh, udahlah dia ball ini.
His own wall kind of working against him in that regard. Mind Freak around the back will gain control of Hookah, finding a single kill.
Waduh, geledeknya. You wanna play? Let's play.
Taking their time. Jeez. Got the smoke off. Som sending one, but Crash Cheese is around the back. And it is going to be an eco win. Taking the weapons right out of Paper X's hands.
I mean, you have that good feeling of, hey, we got our first pistol win.
Crashy,
and then right away,
NRG
just snatches it away from you, and Devi playing so wide out here and not able to hit the shot. And of course, you know that Headhunter is going to be following now. Got to be aware. There's be a lot of long-range firepower on this round potentially.
11-12 lah.
For the side of NRG. And then they grab that Marshall, put it to great use. Jing tries to peek there off the back of some utility and gets punished for it. So some isolated plays here from Paper X cost them. Forsaken gonna go ahead, snatch up an orb, get some showers control, get closer to that rendezvous. Stinger for Devi, a couple shorties in the back pocket. Already Crashies with the Seekers. Need some bailout. Look at how cautious NRG is playing this round. We are so worried that Paper X is gonna throw some curveballs at you. They're gonna try to get aggressive early in the round. Now they're
backing away.
Yeah.
Takes a little bite there from the Trailblazer. Jing in the meantime, just hovering below Hookah, waiting for somebody to come leaping out of that one. Has that shorty in hand, but it looks like he might want to pivot around to the front. He's gonna try to use this poison orb and smokes against them. But unless they push into him, it's still gonna be quite challenging. There's a flash. Now goes satcheling forward, but it's eventually able to go ahead, track him down, gets a headshot, does get chipped away, down to 42 HP. As the nade goes out, Blind comes across with CTRS and Mind Freak both going to be dealt with. Devi able to find one, goes into the smoke. Victor eventually flushes him out. Now it's all on Forsaken. Up over the top of the box goes Victor, finds the kill as Energy will move up 2-1.
All right. Go.
Jing just never ceases to surprise me. Just decides to try to go in there with the shorty.
Next time gue kalau main mah itu si Crashy kayak permainan nggak bisa habis deh. Kayak dia ngunyah daun sereh deh.
Good reactions again from NRG. A great blast back to get up on top of that box. Finish the job.
Dia ngunyah mulu anjir.
It's great. The other day.
Pasti itu fidgeting sih orang kayak gitu. Nggak bisa diem.
Having a phenomenal start here.
Polling foto hilang. Kagak masih ada di situ. 82% PRX.
2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. For the side of NRG.
CGRS just rushing out. Won't be able to recover this Dizzy. Flushes them over towards Forsaken for now, but he's all on his lonesome here on this A site.
This is just kind of
itu kalau permen karet ya, itu udah kayak karet doang cuy.
Forsaken on his own. Like, if NRG just pulls the trigger there, he can just overwhelm him, but he's able to escape.
Now they have to give up Lamb's control as well, so Victor can play in a forward position. Get him out of here. It proved to be difficult. Granted, the paint shells are available from Jing, and it looks like after they're satisfied with the rotates, NRG make the call. Finesse again, looking for a bit of a masterclass like we saw from them versus Liquid just yesterday on Split.
Ledek lagi.
All coming up.
Kenapa dia nanam di gundukan gitu sih? Kenapa nggak di dalam?
Hovering here, Fi gets the headshot. CGRS going to be taken down as Crashy stays tucked away in the back of side. Takes advantage of the vulnerable out on a Jing.
Lagi lihat kemana? Pistolnya tetap kepala aja. Oh my god. Ulti.
Bit of obfuscation, but there's going to be the ultimate. Orbital strike set down. Forsaken trying to challenge. Finds the fourth kill.
Ace.
And one for the ace. This artist left standing and Forsaken. In round 3 on map number 2, now in round 4 here on Bind. He gets himself a second ace in the series.
How does he keep doing it? He's just unbelievable. And NRG, I thought, had this round in the bag. They leave Artist behind. CGRS was over at the B-side teleporter. As soon as NRG went through the A teleporter, he went through the other side. But it's accounted for. And Artist is just waiting for it. And then they've got the site, they've got the plant down, and it looks golden. But no, Forsaken once again with the hero play for PaperX. Just unreal, some of the rounds he's been able to string together here today. And that is a lifeline for PaperX. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. Going to be getting the showstopper available for Jing. And immediately just peeling back. Taking Shower's control on the other side of the map. So right now, PaperX.
Kalau Ace berarti duitnya banyak nggak?
Great job here.
Sama aja.
Keeping NRG pinned in. And just rotating Jing over towards Lamps.
Tie it up, but there's still a hell of a lot of work here for PaperX if they want to find a foothold. Need a clean round, because even then, NRG still have cash to try to work through. Mind Freak thinking about going for this swing. Artist gonna get the adjustment. Oh, it's an instant snap! Wow! What a shutdown!
Inhuman reaction.
Ready just in case there was a follow-up as well.
Inhuman reaction
Artist
itu
can
guys.
deliver when he's on this chamber. Something that we haven't seen in quite some time, but frankly, one that people should be quite happy to see, just given the way, the level that he can play with this pick. Flashes out.
Tapi gila sih snapnya sih.
This teleporter's still here as Artist goes on a bit of a scouting mission. Forsaken now at risk of being caught.
30 seconds left.
I don't think Forsaken has any idea. Oh, he just turned.
Ada utility.
Knew that Artist was there before.
Mereka masih banyak.
No, Artist finds the perfect timing to strike right as the rotation was starting to come through. And speaking of rotations, NRG at it once again.
Uh-oh.
Maximum use of these teleporters. Finesse ready for CGRS as the door opens up. Allowing them the time, but not allowing them to gain the lead. NRG putting their foot down as Jing has to drift away from the A site. They will go ahead and overtake them once more.
Yeah, just great stuff here from Artist.
Kayak satu kill 200 jadi plus 1000 gitu si Forsaken. Kok duitnya 100?
Gets itchy, and they want to come out, try to take some space off of all that time at the beginning of the round that they were given. And it's a good kind of exchange of utility.
So jadi pistolnya si Chamber ini bisa disimpan nanti. Jadi kalau buat Echo bagus dong. 80 peluru doang anjir maksimal.
With Devi here, RC, GRS and him, and it worked yesterday. Today, NRG is very prepared for it. They use Snake Bite and Flash of their own to make sure that PaperX can't find any damage off of that combo. So they're really prepared for that. That's something that I'm definitely noticing that NRG is really read into. This combo of Devi and CGRS. Just knowing that, yeah, okay, you teleported last round, we know.
Kayak 15 pelor ini.
So now you got to try to come up with some different looks here for PaperX.
8 pelor, 1 hit mati, betul. 8 pelor, 5 orang, 5 pelor mati ya 5-5-nya ya.
Absolutely a must not, as he's only now 1 away from the
pelurunya mahal.
As Devi just spins around.
Kan bisa disimpan nanti. Uy.
Pinwheel of Devi.
Nah, yang gini nih.
I hope that that's not him getting flushed down the drain.
Oof.
It's been a little bit rocky so far here, but an opportunity to try to find stability.
No.
Rifles. One of them in Jing's hand. On the other side of Hookah there.
Wah, anjing gokil. Line up, mantap. No. Oh, tahu dia. Ada nanti.
Clearing that, backing away. As the wall comes up, Forsaken and Mindfreak here on the site. Pop flash in towards Lamps.
Lamps.
Creeps forward. Forsaken very wisely is going to be wary of this. Just keeping it noted. Poison Orb going to get picked up, so we can go ahead and try to reposition that one. TP over. Divide. Goes in on this side of the map, sends out the Seekers. Bite. Just about at Forsaken's feet, but it's not quite close enough. Divide wins out the fight. Takes down Victor. Spike now gets planted. The rush with the classic. At least forces him off of it, but Sam still wins the fight. The kill not going to be found. Man advantage here, very much so now for the side of NRG as Divide does get domed. Thrash going to be committed and everything, and now it's just going to be the full shift. Nearby, though, is Jing. Showstopper at the ready. Looking to catch one. Does find him. Spike now going to be dropped down onto the ground. Showstopper, and he's saying, you've got no time to work with. Sends out the Showstopper. Crashy's going to be dead. Cleans up Finesse. All-around victory is in the hands of Jing. A 4K to tie it up at 3-3.
It's just heroics for PaperX, keeping him in this. And again, good things on both sides in the beginning of this round. I love the way that Divide uses the Seekers out of the teleporter to identify and isolate a pick.
Out of charges.
Out of showers.
Remaining.
He gets a huge kill. Mindfreak's hiding from the flashes, keeping himself obscured. But then NRG has a great response, getting some big kills of their own. And then a beautiful teleport. That should be round, you would think, if they can just deal with Jing. But he gets there just in time and plays it to perfection.
Well, for the first time in a very long time, we're going to be seeing that tour de force come through from Artis. See what he can get done. For now, just sat outside the teleporter on the A side of the map. Starting to see if there's going to be any Showers presence, but once again, it's just this Forsaken Mindfreak duo, widely paying attention. Over here towards short. Dizzy up over the top, not going to spot anything. Free pickup for CGRS. There's a monstrous amount of ults available for the side of NRG.
Yeah, and this time they're playing a little bit further forward with Divide off the back of that Dizzy to see if they could.
Jing sama aku sih 11-12.
Finesse wisely sitting back, Artist with that tour de force.
Lah gitu. Ini gue yang main nih, yang main CGRS tuh gue sebenarnya. Ini replay aja guys.
So read the Divide swung out on the side. Has to pull away though. Molly at his feet. It's Jing thinking about pushing out. Gets the instant headshot. Victor dealt with. Does he find more? He's looking for it. The swing. Saw.
30 seconds left.
Answers right back to keep it evened up at 4-4.
Now you got to keep yourself away from this tour de force. Mindfreak sitting on his ult as well and just going to buy some time here off the back of these Seekers, knowing that they wanted to push.
Seeker.
Artist finding one. Spike, however, still down. Artist has a double back to try to grab it, and I don't think they're going to have the time. He makes his way into the cove, gets taken out, and Forsaken is good for another 3. As PaperX will take the lead.
Wow. The delay here, the reaction from Mindfreak is so good, and then to just expect with the time that they have to come through, they have to push in, and he just comes in there. Yeah, he's traded, and then Forsaken using that cove so well.
Not only does it just get the delay, it destroys the 2 Seekers that were making their way out, so identifying the exact position of these PaperX players on the site itself becomes that much more difficult. And Forsaken, rightfully so on his feet, with another monstrous round for himself. Will help force out this timeout that NRG wants to take. It's unsurprising. Coach Chet not wanting PaperX to be able to really stretch this lead. Says, okay, they're 1 round up over us. Let's go ahead, pump the brakes, tie it up, and take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been good stuff here. I mean, a couple of these rounds, sure, are in the backs of unbelievably stellar plays from the superstars of PaperX, Jing and Forsaken. But that's PaperX. That is what they do all the time. You have to expect it that they're going to have those rounds. You have to just roll with the punches, and NRG certainly can do that. Now you've got that pit for Finesse. Try to find a way to use it. But again, another good thing there for PaperX is they avoid any damage from that tour de force, a big-time ultimate that doesn't find much value.
And just the 1 kill.
Yeah.
That's what they pick up. The pit's still available. Sam with an orbital of his own, 1 orb away. Victor, the showstopper. Those going to be paramount in NRG in this round. We'll see what Chet has prepped them for. As for now, maybe the double peek. But they're getting a read on this. They're just sending the reckoning, but Divide He dazed up. Showstopper to try to chase him down. Forsaken will be able to find Artist. The spot and a double kill. Just hugging each other into oblivion. Victor breaking open the round, and PRX wanted to push the pace, but this completely falls flat.
And as I call it, the Mobius strip of PRX, the wild plays, the up and down swings of this team. It is a constant. Finesse takes a chunk of damage.
Got the fight to delay. Mindfreak needs to be the one that's really start finding something, but crashes up into the box. It's completely unexpected for him. He will fall.
Mindfreak kayak gitu mulu kena matinya ya? Atau gue doang yang ngeliat kayak gitu?
Going to see if he can get anything.
Kalau pick mulu dia.
Build up for that next reckoning, given the wasted commitment here in the round. Completely avoided and piloted well from the side of NRG.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Just that reckoning off the rim again, like you said, to try to deal with that showstopper.
I mean, they're trying to get a clutch.
Yes, exactly.
Outside of Hookah. Right. But the reckoning only goes so far, and Victor just plays right on the edge of it. And then from here, it's just sadness.
Well, I think you're hoping that you can win that initial trade off of kind of the early chaos there. Maybe catch them as they're coming out of market. Just NRG isn't.
Nggak, gue ngerasa gitu kan. Atau mungkin kalah nge-pick, atau gimana sih?
We say, oh my god, what a brilliant play.
Exactly.
But because it doesn't, it looks a bit foolish.
Meledak di jendela, tapi kan mereka pada kabur ya. Range-nya gede juga.
For now, tied up once more. Feeling a lot more like Pearl, where the teams were widely inseparable, just constantly pinging back and forth between one another.
They're completely ceding Hookah control here. And NRG is starting to work their way in. Gonna use that Trailblazer to push some space. The Mosh to try to keep him safe. The High Tide coming up as well. Flash to confirm the presence. But with that High Tide, he's giving PRX a little bit of time to shift Jing over here.
Flash into Garden, not seeing too much there. Divine trying to counter spray through and tagged up Finesse initially, but then does get worked lower and lower, down to 56 health for himself.
Immediately I start thinking, well, they might just TP here. With all that presence, you know there's at least 3 over here with the Boombot, with the Trailblazer, and with the Mosh Pit.
Time on their side, it's just going to be the sound cut. Start drifting over. Forsaken is playing up close, but looks like he's going to back away. He's playing around a tiny little gap that he had in that cascade. Looking for one. Oh, gets him in terms of spike presence as well.
Gila, itu di ebol itu hook-off-nya.
HP bars, however, still quite low. Nade out. Sam has to drop down off the box. The jump forward, Victor into the corner, wins it out versus the Vibe. Mindfreak finally able to stabilize the aim, falls up for a second one. Artist swinging out, Mindfreak finds a third.
10 seconds left.
CGRS looking to push. Knows that he's around the corner, will be able to get Finesse, and PRX take that lead right back into their own hands.
I mean, just Forsaken, just the absolute confidence he has to step up into this is absolutely nuts. And then Mindfreak holding it down. Great transfer, great hold.
Wow.
Just using that smoke to allow Forsaken to find the first. If the Cove comes up behind it, able to step back and try to go for another. Yeah, it doesn't work for Forsaken, but it harasses NRG, and then CGRS able to win on the backside. That lurk accounted for by Finesse, but not able to be dealt with. Ooh.
Smoke down, Artist just trying to spray through.
Gila itu.
Much damage found by either side. Meantime, the push up, Forsaken caught unawares. They're going to be as far forward. Now they have to go for this full rotate. Do they play a ring around the rosy once again? Opt for the teleporters. The site is empty. It looks like they're going to commit to the plant here. Also invest the pit.
Jago banget PRX, dua-duanya jago
getting the bounce that it's looking for to get in onto the plant spot, but CGRS finding one. As Victor gets himself situated up on top here of the two. Finesse down low, a single bullet would finish him off and drop that pit. See if they're going to be able to find it. For now, the wingman coming out with the molly. It's perfectly timed. They can't get it to half. Time dwindling down. Finesse, however, needs to try to hightail it out, but he's going to get clipped up. Orbital strike finishes them off, and a double orbital strike from Sam. Answers back, and now it's all on Mindfreak.
Gosong.
Once more, the headshot. Oh my god. Noting his position, but he's running out of time. Sam continuing the jiggle. Mindfreak having to push it. 5 bullets. The time taken out. A 4K from Mindfreak with a round victory goes to NRG. And we are tied up at 5-5.
Big.
Oh, that round is played so beautifully by Sam. The reaction to that wingman, instantly the molly is out to make sure that it's not a problem. And yeah, sure, okay, Mindfreak's got his ult, well, so do I. And I can just shut this down. The layers here, able to survive behind those smokes in the garden. And yeah, Mindfreak coming up big with some kills, but the time dwindled, not able to get it done.
Mindfreak very much coming alive. Not that he was asleep in the first 2 maps, but didn't see as much impact. You know, as crazy of plays that we know that he can pull off. He's starting to see it, but it's just not good enough to get them across the finish line there. So 5-5 inseparable could very well end up being a 6-6 half. Just maintain that ambiguity as far as who the hell is going to win this map.
Your guess is as good as mine at this point. Could have convinced me either way. CGRS is so far forward here towards market.
Needs to play up close. He's got that stinger in hand. No one else is splitting with Artis, so there's not going to be an immediate reaction, but it looks like he is going to be suspecting this, but he's not prepared to win out of the fight. Devi as well, finding some. CGRS is going to be taken out, though. They managed to trade this one back. A 3v3, the Seekers sent out by Crashies, just trying to spot them out. The rotation still going to be coming through as Forsaken and Mindfreak look to reinforce this B side. Jing into the corner, tagged low, jumps away. Finesse exits out, however, Forsaken arrives just in time to get the covering fire. Showstopper trying to clear close. Victor going to be good for 1. Forsaken strikes him down, and suddenly Crashies versus Forsaken. 57 health remaining. Forsaken. He's playing this one out slowly. Crashies trying to hold the ankle, and Forsaken swings right into him. Just a lack of patience.
Oh, Crashy.
Not opting to wait for the tap on the spike. He goes for the challenge and pays the iron price. Energy, they lock in 6 for the half.
This is a wild round here. It's kind of individual pushes around the edges of the B site. Net a kill apiece.
Itu spike-nya jatuh sendiri gimana ya? Tadi bukan dia ada di atas box dia ya? Iya nggak sih?
For the side of NRG.
Spike-nya tadi jatuh di atas box terus kayak ngeglinding lagi ke bawah.
DNA squad. And this is just wild and all over the place. I don't know how Jing got that 1 kill. He just is magic sometimes. Now, Devi, you got the Thrash, you got the Reckoning, you got the Seekers. A lot of big ults here for Paper Rex to push this to 6-6. Victor only 1 away from a showstopper, though. He's kind of looking to see if, with him having the spike, gonna try to get him into a position to get that down. Forsaken already queuing up this Reckoning, expecting this push, and Jing's got 1.
He does, but he gets traded back. Artist finding the kill. Forsaken just grabbing up that Vandal, Reckoning at the ready. He's going to invest it now. Looking for the stuns. Som jumping to the side, manages to avoid it. Mindfreak taking so much damage there. Down to 37. Thrash at the ready. Double TP going to be used. Pulls it back to be able to get the quick recovery on the ult. But Artis and Finesse, they stay sat here. But it seems like Paper X are not biting on the bait. That Dizzy goes out, gets a confirm 1-1, has to be destroyed. Gets picked up. Seekers now as well, very much telling the story. CGRS with a recovered ult. Doesn't get much. They clear it out very swiftly. Forsaken, first to fall. The Daze comes through, clear out on that boom bot. CGRS has to back away. Artist pushing up.
Nice.
The one, Som to the corner. Still going to be good for it now with a showstopper. They know exactly where Devi is going to be coming from. The rocket should be able to take him down. Does he note the cross, however? He does, but Devi avoids the damage. Swapping up the weapons. Finds the Vandal. Trailblazer. Try to guide his way forward.
Sulit.
Sees one. Flash goes Victor's way. Does he have a read on Finesse? 8 bullets remaining to try to clutch this one out. The push coming in behind Victor. Yeah, the silent killer. Gets in, gets on top of him. And it's 7-5. NRG in the lead. As we get ready to swap sides and see the attack from Paper Rex. I'm just so impressed with the way that NRG handles the pressure from Paper Rex. You know, they're always throwing weird stuff at you, but they are layered. They are ready for these kind of, you know, it seems like sometimes once Paper Rex gets 1 kill, they're immediately hunting for another, immediately looking to try to string those into these multi-kills, and a lot of times NRG's holding the line. It's been neck and neck the whole way throughout. It's hard to say who's going to take this one, but let's get the thoughts from the desk.
Honestly, it could not be closer than this. We were kind of talking about the comp change from NRG here, Mel, but I just want to remind everyone that this was the bind comp that they ran when they had the 15-2 bind win streak back in 2022, so you can see how reliable it is for them.
It's a bit of a throwback, and it's interesting because it allows the Viper util to be moved in different locations. If they can trust an artist to lurk up short for the Viper, then we can see that Viper smoke being used more towards long B. And it's kind of crazy you say 7-5 because I saw so many heroics. I could have told you that PRX won that half.
Yeah, exactly. And it was time and time again when you mentioned it, the heroics, the individuals having some solo plays, them turning around a 4v2, and actually NRG running out of time in many occasions. Those late round calls, it's not even mid, it's late round calls of like, okay, let's make this last decision. And it was actually the timeout from Chet that came right off the bat of like, I believe 2 or 3 rounds in a row doing the same, being like, hey guys, honestly, just run onto them, just duel them, and it will be better.
Yeah, so what are we expecting from the Chamber, Mel, on the defense side of NRG?
I think they really want to condition this early op presence that's consistent versus the Sage. The Sage is really strong as well on defense, but you don't get that consistent, really strong like an op that can take over. But if you put an artist on this op, maybe he can get through these double controller util, maybe he doesn't get scanned by the Gecko util.
He needs to be very sharp, he needs to be very smart into how he's going to use it, because as you're saying, there's a double controller on the other side with movable walls when we're talking about Forsaken and the Harbor, and also a double initiator. So it's not going to be easy for him, so he has to be very smart in the timings that he's using to really have impact in the game.
Well, this is such a close map, but let me remind you guys of the stakes once again. This is going to be deciding who will be advancing in that lower bracket to play EG for a spot in the grand finals of Masters Tokyo. Achilles and Paperthin, there's everything on the line here.
There absolutely is. NRG 6 round wins away from locking in that NA rematch to try to make it into the grand final. And this is a team that has always made it into the top 3 ever since, you know, as far as Masters and Champions events are concerned, not since 2021. The first champs that we had, where they were eliminated then under Team Envious.
Wow.
The sport has always been present. They've always at least earned that bronze medal.
You gotta use the molly to stop the W King. Oh, never mind, they're just going.
Okay, Cove down. They're taking lead for 1, but it's gonna be he and Jing both taken down. NRG looking for another pistol round win to add to the scoreboard. CGRS finding 1, but then just gets overwhelmed. Mind Freak, a late lurk arriving. It's got that safe defuse spot coming through. The Classic is just not gonna be able to do enough to really dissuade it, to really stop it, so they will just go ahead and hold it down. Mind Freak looking to it, at the very least, maybe collect some additional orbs, but cannot finish off. Victor takes him to 14. NRG
5-8.
start off the half with a solid pistol round win. And what, 5-1 in that regard across this series.
Yes, and that's a big
Tahan
problem
sama
for
Molly,
PRX.
ya.
They really could have used another pistol here. I mean, yes, they've been able to recover before, but this is a moment where they needed, I think, try something a little bit more crafty. It's just a push right away. The Molly initially, you know, you just expect them to keep going, and they do. And everybody's there. It's just a firing line for the side of NRG. Now Artist with a Marshall taking space outside of B, but it's everybody out of hookah. Clear that rendezvous.
I mean, they're suspecting that they're going to be on the garden side as well as elbow. The wall comes in, they're trying to block that one off. Forsaken now getting ready to swing it in front of it.
He's got to cover and make sure he does it.
Wingman's going to be planted. Jing goes up hyper aggressively towards their spawn. Does manage to find one, but crashes. Up there, Lab finds one, but as he tries to throw the pop flash, Debai catches him swinging around the corner. It's be a massive response here from PRX. We'll lose out on 3 members, but they will go ahead and turn it right on its head. Flipping the script and picking up the win. Drop the pistol, win the follow-up.
And they pick up the Phantom. I mean, this is a huge win. Coming out here with a bit of an unexpected, I think, stinger round. That definitely caught NRG a little bit off guard. They just start pushing space. I mean, you see this time and time again with this PRX team. You saw it on Pearl, you saw it on Lotus. They W key, and sometimes you're ready for it, sometimes you're not. And this time around, just not quite ready for it was NRG, so really nice change of pace for PRX to just swing this map right back on its head.
Forsaken with the attack. Judge, all likelihood, very much going to see, you know, the value of that one use if they can get into a post-plant position, but it's going to be a very similar wall, just looking to cut off that guard and access, but This time there's 2 players at backside. Nade's gonna be let out here from Victor, looking for some damage, jump up over the top, Jing gonna be taken down, and yes, CGRS, he does end up getting eliminated by that one. Forsaken, taking low with the judge, helping to find the kill. 9 HP, picked up, Mind Freak, instantly finds Som. Now it's all on Artis. 5 Headhunter bullets to work with. Can he get anything done? The healing coming through, Devi. Gonna top him back up, but no, Mind Freak will just hold the hard angle. 2 members lost, but the round victory found. PRX, 1 away from tying us up yet again.
Somehow able to stabilize on this site hit. It looked a bit rough off the rip. They lose a couple players, but then Forsaken just gets in there with that judge. Laying the hammer down. Out go 2 players of NRG, and then the round's able to fall back in their hands. NRG going to dig into the well and go for the timeout to see if there's any water to get them into the matches this weekend. Certainly, anything's possible. I'm still no idea how to feel about who's going to take this.
I mean, it's very much up in the air. These guys have been back and forth this entire time, aside from Lotus, realistically, but, you know, the way that we started going to that OT, a 15-13 scoreline for PRX to take it, could very well be in our futures here on Bind. This is the buy round coming through yet again for the side of NRG. So Chet burning the second timeout. PRX have not let loose one quite just yet. Alex still has both of those to use in this second half. We'll see if they come into play, but for NRG, there's very, very close to having some key ultimates online. In particular, Som, the Orbital Strike, Crashies, the Seekers. They can find some orbs here. This could be the thing that really turns the tide and allows them to further separate themselves from PRX.
Well, yeah, I would expect normally that there'd be some contention over the orbs here, but this is PRX, so I have no idea. This is just the way that they're set up on the map. They are absolutely nowhere near any of the orbs. They're also close to, you know, everybody's close to these ults, and they're just kind of happy to just play in mid and try to go for, you know, maybe a pick. It looks like they're just waiting to see if anybody's going to try to come out. But right now, it's just allowing all this map control to go over to NRG, and they're going to try this hit once again, the same thing.
It's looks like just the attempt at the fake. It will draw the volley out from Som. The rest of the players, though, hovering over towards A. Finesse and Artis not really budging from showers, and that trademark is there to go ahead and confirm some presence. Now Smokes is going to be dropped in. Teleporter can be used, and there's no control of the shower side of the map from PRX, so they can't really stop them from going forward. Now Forsaken, over on the B site, all on his lonesome. Does he call for a pivot? No. The plant coming down out into the open. Interesting spot here from PRX. Thrash now at the ready. Sending it forward, but doesn't even get close and is completely unrecoverable. Mind Freak trying to hold forward. Forsaken going to be spotted, killed in the back end. Orbital Strike now invested. CGRS, Jing, both going to be taken out. Mind Freak with one of his own. Has to send the ult. The swing out from Finesse on the flank. It's going to be Som who finds that kill. A bite down to the Vi's feet in a rough spot. Finesse will win it out. The timeout works a treat. NRG closing the round. Now moving up to 9.
And I appreciate the fake attempt from PRX, but NRG
Guys,
again,
mereka sering ngomong pivot tuh apa
their
sih?
defense, stalwart in their respect.
Getting caught.
Yeah,
apakah
and I am
akan
also a little
pulang?
bit confused again why PRX isn't maybe trying to, you know, play a little bit more attention towards those orbs. That could, you know, end up being a big part of the round. It wasn't super huge. It got the Seekers online for the side of NRG, but still, potentially maybe could have swung that round differently and not really being ready for that orbital strike inside of U-Haul.
Didn't have it until Forsaken died.
Yeah. Just seemed like that round kind of lacking a little bit of awareness of the ult situation for PRX.
Masih ngomong tuh pivot.
They're going to be going for the same setup here. Cove spot. Whether that drops might be a whiff. Hard to see without seeing the wide angle of it. I think they're going to be forced into the teleporter though by the paint shells, and Crashies caught with util in hand. For a second, it looked like he was going to be able to get out of there with his life. Jump up over the top. Som going to be noted near the back side. Still though, does find Devive. Jing will eventually take him down. 4v3s. The wingman gets the plan. Finesse wrapping around into the back of Elbow.
Artists are on the other side from Fountain.
Showstopper at the ready. Jing gonna stave him off. Poombot has the call for that assisted clear. It's the wall, just wants to try to get the rocket through, but in the end, not gonna find too much, but it does buy some space. It buys some time, and Finesse bites the dust. Should be PaperX once again, bringing it to within one. Artist gonna linger around for a little bit longer, finds Mind Freak. Do they continue to push into him? Looks like the answer is gonna be yes. Okay, they're starting to drift in his direction, but he's gonna pull back. They know that he's gonna be watching the teleporter, so no one wants to challenge him there. They need to hold on to these weapons, but PaperX will fight back. This time not with the fake, but with the actual execute here on the B site.
Yeah, this is a good use of the Reckoning to really lock down that garden space, and they crunch at it. We've seen this attempted in a couple different spots on this map with the Reckoning where they want to crunch on top of it, and this time it finally does come through for them. Let's see if they're just gonna keep using that same sort of cut the B site in half with Forsaken's utility.
Right now it's looking like it. In all likelihood, it's going to be the wave coming through, try to block off the flash, perhaps? No, okay.
Well, he uses it in a couple different ways. One way that we've been seeing a lot here so far is he cuts it right down the middle. The other is that he isolates a player in elbow. He tries to just kind of take it from right to this door on the right to all the way to the elbow on the left.
Stun on the Crashies. Trying to back off, full flash now on a Victor as well. Nate gets sent forward, trying to hold them back. So far it's working well. Call might be coming through to try to make a retreat happen. Finesse taken down just to the back of sight. Mosh coming up with a kill. Heals being offered up by Crashies to Som to try to get him back to 100. We'll be able to do so. It's 3 members from NRG situated here at the B site. Artist still waiting back in Link to see if this rotation comes through to A.
They're just going to try to brute force their way through.
Flashes in, Victor noted, taken out. Jing now up on top of the box, just trying to spot a pixel, trying to find a head. Will be able to do so, but it's going to be Sham who finds the headshot, but it's quickly traded back. Forsaken getting revenge here for his fallen comrade. Now Artis, the last one left standing, swinging out as Forsaken gets tucked away just outside the teleporter. Swings in, and he'll be good to win the fight. And we are tied up once again at 9-9.
Incredible stuff from PaperX, just taking their time here to really make sure that they're watching for this lurk, being ready for it before they set up for this attack. And then it's just kind of the normal high tide. You don't see that all the time from Forsaken. He's got a lot of different high tides that he likes to utilize on this B site. This time they just go for the normal one, catch some flashes, get Jing in there, get some information. And Divide just looks like he's just another day at the PC bong in Korea, man. Like, he just looks like he's having fun.
Artist situated forward. Headhunter around the corner, avoids the stun. He actually wants to jump back into this one, looks for the headshot, but CTRS actually draws his weapon back out a little bit too quickly. Swing out of the teleporter, and it's just absolutely stomped into the pavement there. As Victor can do nothing more than get a little bit of damage. The flawless round as PaperX gain the lead once more. If we've learned anything from this, it's not going to be a lead for too much longer. It feels like they're just destined to trade blows back and forth.
I feel like we're due another overtime. This series has been too good. Absolutely would love to see it. But, I mean, now you've got a couple huge ultimates. You've got the Viper's Pit, you've got that Orbital Strike. The last time they were able to combo these very effectively for NRG, particularly Sam played that round extremely well. You got the Op for Artis. So a lot of big tools here for NRG to get this back up. Meanwhile, PaperX sitting on quite a lot of cash. So this round is oh so important for NRG.
Bit invested over towards Garden, but they are more than willing to try to just get themselves behind it and keep him zoned away from the site. Orbital Strike does come through. It cuts off Defy as well as Mind Freak, but Jing is all the way into their spawn. Zom Crash, he's taken out. Finesse stranded as the plant comes down back site. And this is completely and utterly out of their control.
They're leaving, they're done.
Yeah, they have to call for the save. They know that their economy is completely and utterly screwed if they die. As we'll take a look back here. Just, oh yeah, all right. He's in the corner. Jing's in the spawn.
Jing just literally just went right for the spawn and just kept going. There was no halting it. There was that high tide I was talking about to cut off elbow there to give them, or excuse me, cut down the middle to give them the space to just have to worry about whoever's in cubby or right behind the tube or maybe in tube.
Finesse slips away just before he would have been spotted there by Devi. Looks like that operator will crucially be held on to here by Artis, but it's PRX that do manage to stretch the lead. Already in double digits now, 11, 2 more to go, and they will be sending NRG home.
And there went those big ultimates. The Viper's Pit use completely just sidestepped by the side of PRX. Same with that orbital strike. That's a devastating round for NRG. Yeah, you can grab a couple Guardians. Yeah, you save the op.
They're ultless.
Yeah.
And this needs to be a turning point for NRG. Need to bring it back, need to try to do something. You can't break the economy pretty much from here on out unless you start a very long streak and overtake them. So much money banked up by PRX.
Oh, look at their stack here at B. I mean, it's just been B over and over and over again for PRX. So now you're gonna try to just out-duel them.
Hidden, just trying to play safe, but the flash connects. He doesn't check back. Devi doesn't look for it. He's just so hungry for the kill. He ends up falling. Sam with a headshot now. Cuts off Jing. It's gonna be the garden access taken away from them. CGRS as well, fallen. The spike now, down on the ground. Mind Freak and Forsaken, the last 2 left standing. As Artis' participation, not necessary. They will find him in the smokes. And that just leaves Forsaken all on his lonesome. Grab it. I mean, notes the hefty presence here on B. Figures, you know what? Maybe if I can kill the 1, maybe 2 guys that are over on the A site, I could have an opportunity.
Surely he can't do it again. Surely not. And this is kind of the...
Be something magical if he could, but there's a swing out. There's the op shot. Artis just holding the angle, staying put. Participation necessary at the end of it all, and NRG will also get themselves to double digits. It's 1 step. They do it cleanly as well. And it all comes down to that. Devi really just blood hungry, bloodthirsty, trying to get that stun player, to get rid of Finesse. Victor just quietly sat in the corner. As soon as he regains his vision, it's all over.
No timeout from Coach Alex here. He's just gonna try to trust his players. Let them, you know, they've been doing mostly a good job, but now they gotta pivot away from B. Artis out here with that op on an aggressive angle.
Alex has turned off the targeting computer. Just let him fly blind. If this gets tied up, I do expect to see it again, but they are wary about this one. Yeah, Trailblazer will clear him off the position, forces that teleport back, so Rendezvous in the back of Lamps. That's gonna send Artis rotating potentially to try to get to Heaven. Looks like, yeah, that is gonna be the case. The Boombot spots one on the backside, Sam gonna be noted. Wingman plant does come through. Ultless on either side. Crashies, however, first one to fall. The op not going to be able to see too much of anything. Jump around the corner. Sam with that shorty will find one, but then Forsaken counter swings to take him down. The fight into the corner, finding a lot of value, but CGRS still wins out of the fight. And suddenly it's just Victor and Artis left standing. No reason not to play for it. He'll have that tour de force at the end of this all, but Devi finds Victor. Forsaken takes him down, and PRX will take it all the way to match point.
Just a beautiful hold here from PRX. Able to just get into the space. It's given up by NRG. Jing comes around the corner right ahead of those Seekers. Gets the kill and is able to get out. Forsaken, beautiful job being right there to trade off of his teammate. CGRS holding the line. Everybody coming up big there in that round for PRX. One more. And they will be seeing EG on Saturday in those lower bracket finals. Like you said, Artis now with the tour de force, but we're back over to B, surprise, surprise, for PRX.
Trailblazer out of long. Now into hookah, Poison Orb comes through, Finesse clears it rather quickly as Victor gets around the back, puts some damage down, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. It's a little bit of damage and wisely just decides to back off. Knows that he's going to be outgunned. So for now, a bit of a stalemate here around the B site. But it looks like Crashies maybe suspecting that this is going to result in a bit of a shift towards A, but as we can see, They're still looking to grab hookah for themselves. A little bit more damage out as Forsaken takes a bullet to the side of the box, down to 19 HP now. That is what looks like it will force the pivot.
Yeah, this is good. You don't have that high tide yet. Back up for Forsaken, so wait a little bit for that to come into play.
Yep, they just cut noise. They pull back. Finesse gets himself into a cheeky position, though, just outside of the window. It's Victor. Okay. Spotting one. Rotations can now begin, it would seem, for the side of NRG. Finesse. Victor gonna be blinded up. Finesse, however, still managing to find 3 as they drop in! Like flies into the spider web. Finesse strikes. He keeps their hopes alive here in the round. The teleporter gonna be taken. Jing, ooh, just swings back through. A 2v3. Does Paper X try to stay in this?
And now
try to finish this.
Jing's got the showstopper now.
10 seconds left.
That he does, but 41 HP. It's such a small window. No margin for error. Is the trademark going to be cleared out? Oh, my freak out into the open. Finds one. Looks for Artist. Puts him down to 27, but now it is all on Jing to be the finisher. Spots him. Cannot get the kill.
Wow.
Artist will put him down and keep energy in this game. One more round to go for overtime.
Unbelievably smart play here from Finesse, as always. The big brain hiding himself in the corner and finds 3 for it.
I thought he had gotten blinded, but no. Avoids it and just drops out to kill off 3. Absolutely gorgeous from Finesse where the team needed him the most. Artist as well. And that low HP, granted, yes, Jing is tagged up as well, but doesn't allow for him to isolate that 1v1 with that showstopper, because that could have just been it.
Yes, exactly. Now Victor run away from his showstopper. A couple big ones here. Mind Freak has his orbital strike behind this. Paper X, spin beacon down. Victor grabbing the orb in showers. So far, just kind of taking their time, and they're going to use this.
Oh, Dueling Strike is coming through. Not finding anything, though, is Jing, but as he gets up on top of the box, still will find Victor, but it's going to be a massive trade-up. NRG starting things off with 2, but now equalize the buy. Catches some. The plant still not coming in. Artist instantly headshot. Nice. Mind Freak finding it. Just 2 more left to go. He's playing anti-flash, and now it's on Finesse. The IGL, the captain, to try to take us in OT, but the voice says no! You shall not pass this point! Paper X do the impossible! They eliminate NRG, a team that has not been outside of the top 3 at a Masters or Champions event since 2021. They stopped them dead in their tracks.
Congrats,
with 10 days of preparation and a substitute player. They are going the distance, and they are going to be challenging EG in the lower bracket final in 2 days'
harus
time.
pulang.
I mean, this smoking hot run for Paper X. Nobody would have ever expected it. Nobody would have ever thought it was coming. And hats off to NRG. They played a hell of a series. They gave them everything they could handle. They had their Lotus completely downloaded, completely prepared for. But on these other 2 maps on Pearl, a map that at one point I thought was a done deal. I thought NRG looked like they were going to roll away with it. But Paper X able to dig deep. It's everybody on this team right now performing. Forsaken and Jing, you know they're known quantities in their abilities. Devi has had some huge clutches. Mind Freak, some big ones today, and of course CGRS. What else can you say? Who would have expected that right now he is one of the big integral parts of this team getting to where they are?
Absolutely nobody. It felt like it was a done deal before the tournament had begun. But this team has continued to fight back, to persevere.
Oke guys, jadi kita tanggal 24 kita bakal nonton mungkin lower 3 ya. Kita akan lihat EG versus Paper X ya, itu tanggal 24 jam 10. Ya, jam 10, semua jam 10. Next, abis itu yang menang akan grand final menghadapi Fnatic tanggal 25 pagi. Jadi tanggal 24, 25 itu cuma satu match doang guys ya. Ya, dari mereka nanti antara Paper X atau enggak EG akan melawan Fnatic di finals tanggal 25 nanti. Kalau misalkan nanti nggak bisa nonton, ya paling tanggal 25-nya aja lah. Ya. Besok udah nggak ada.
what they've kind of prepared to practice
Ya,
for
jadi
because they're so accurate.
tinggal sisa tanggal 24-25 aja. Jadi 22, 23 itu istirahat.
And they just sometimes can repeat things and you can't do anything about it. They're just that good.
And after that set,
apakah
I might start believing in magic. I think it's real.
G.
It's a real thing.
PRX.
But good lord,
di antara mereka
what a run it has
bisa
been.
masuk ke final.
Not just for PRX, but for
Oke
NRG
guys,
as well.
so
There has
gue
been
bentar lagi mau record,
a shakier
jadi
season
gue harus
for
sudahi
them
di
coming
sini.
into
Buat
this
kalian
one.
semua, thank you so
They
much
still
yang
managed
udah
to fight back
nonton,
time and time
nimbrung
again.
ke
They did
channel
not go
gue
down
walaupun tadi gue tidur,
quietly.
gue ngantuk banget
They
nih,
fought to
nggak
the
kuat guys,
bitter end.
bener-bener nggak kuat. Tapi
Couldn't quite get us
at
there
least
to
gue
that
ngeliat
OT
di
at the end of
upper
it all. But PRX
semi final ya
another
tadi ya,
lease on
dan
life.
ya
We will see them in the
seru.
lower
Yang ini
bracket
matchnya
final
juga seru
versus
sih,
EG
karena imbang.
on
Ya,
Saturday.
gue ngerasa
And
ini
this is
matchnya
myself paper thin.
intens
We're gonna
banget
go to a
sih.
break, or we're gonna go to Tiger
Ups and
Sorry
down.
on stage with
Oke,
Mind Freak for an
oke, nanti
interview.
kita ketemu lagi di streaming malam. Gue record dulu sama teman-teman, gue belum mandi lagi. Buat kalian semua yang mau denger si Mind Freak ngomong. Anjing, ngerti nggak lu?
Such a close battle against NRG. Any thoughts on today's match?
I think
menurut gua
they
sih
play
gitu
really
dong.
well on Lotus, and I feel like if they didn't make some mistakes on Pearl, I think they should have won that. So yeah, I'm just feel relieved and grateful that we won, I guess.
第2マップのロータスではやられてしまったんですけれども、パールは我々ミスがなければ勝っていたなと思える内容だったので、3つ目のマップ取って勝つことができて嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。そしてマインドフリック選手は最終ラウンドバックサイドに自ら顔を出すというプレーで展開を変えました。自分たちの流れに引き込みました。立ち回りの気持ちを教えてください。
At the very end of the round, I think
Gua nggak
your
nonton
play
match satu.
actually turned around.
Ngantuk tadi.
The play went into your side. Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Oh, in the last round,
Yeah.
I think your play picking out from the actually turned around the match, and I think you got the momentum back.
Indo moment.
I think at that round, I think I kind of know that I need to make a play because like they destroy the wingman.
Lagi mikir dia kayak,
planter,
anjir,
so
hari ini
I
gue mau
gotta
ke
kill the
Shibuya
shower
lagi.
somehow.
Gitu.
But after that, my teammate, the Sky flashed for me to the backside, and then the opponent turned around. So it's like 2v1. So I think it's more like
Indo moment.
I kind of know I just need to make a play that round.
Itu Mendo. Kalau kayak gitu Mendo, kita udah ngomong capek-capek, tapi translator apa? Itu lebih capek lagi guys. Jadi jangan kaget ya. Kalau ketemu Mendo kebalikannya, translatornya yang sorry, Gomen. Nah sekarang nggak ada ini ya sih, interviewnya agak lama soalnya udah nggak dikejar-kejar jadwalnya.
You're so strong and tough against any opponent. What do you think is strength about your team?
I think the strength is more like we don't have any expectation coming to this tournament because we're not playing as a full lineup. So even like yesterday we come back against EDG, we kind of surprised, and today like I'm still kind of surprised like how we won. Yeah, so I don't know.
ですね、何も自分たちは過度の期待をせずに試合に挑んでいるというのが良かったなと思います。今回もおっしゃる通りフルメンバーではなかったので、昨日の対戦に関してもサプライズだったんですけれども、今日ももちろん勝てて今逆になんでどうやって勝ったんだろうっていうふうに思っていて言葉がない状態です。
Amin kan like internasional pasti ada lah di luar sana.
サプライズを見せてくれるでしょう。それでは最後に世界中の皆さんにメッセージをお願いします。
Oh, ada message nggak? Buat para fans.
Thank you guys for all the support, for all the cheers, and yeah, we'll try our best to keep winning the game. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。これからも勝ち続けるために頑張り続けますのでよろしくお願いします。
Bye guys.
改めてトップ3に輝いたマインドフリック選手でした。皆さん大きな拍手を。
Expectations. I feel like that's the key word of this entire tournament when it comes to